Oh, well, everybody know who I want next. I want Terrence Crawford next.
You're going to make that happen?
Huh?
You're going to make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm going to get these straps that I'm going to go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Now, strap season, y'all know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switched codes, but he codes with focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athletes. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. With my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God five. I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a peace, man. I ain't got no time for a peace, man. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge by the evening. Honestly, think it's not the blood in the beat, and they don't leave anything behind at the evening.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a beast. When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they wanna call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athletes. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. With my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God five. I'm the kingpin.
Great night last night. We was up pretty late last night, and we kind of got it in. You know what I'm saying? We kind of got it in. You know, I've been working a lot, so you know what I'm saying, I had to get back to it. You know how it is. You know, you got to go out here and chase that money, but we always got to keep our eyes on the prize, and that's these big fights that's coming up. You know, the Bud Crawford Errol Spence Jr. fight is 1 week away. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. I mean, I know everybody excited out there. Shit, man, I feel my nerves already rattling. And we got one of the biggest fights, you know what I'm saying, nobody's talking about because of the Errol Spence Jr. and Bud Crawford shit that's going down, right? Nobody ain't even thinking about the Cool Boy and Inoue fight, right? I'm just like, bro, nobody ain't even talking about that shit, bro. And I'm just like, what's up with that? Now, we know this is a huge fight. I mean, really, it's up there, you know what I'm saying? Because they've been putting 10 on 50 when it comes to Inoue, any goddamn way, right? So, you know, they're trying to make him like the next Manny Pacquiao or some shit. And, you know what I'm saying, for Cool Boy to be facing, you know what I'm saying, the up-and-coming new Pacquiao, Pacquiao 2.0, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be real, it's going to get real in there for him because they're really pushing this guy, you know what I'm saying? I hope they don't screw him on a decision because we know Cool Boy is going to come in there. He's very versatile, and he can do so many things in the ring. But it's one thing that he's lacking, and that's power. But he got a lot of boxing know-how, right? And I just want him to get a fair shake. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, Inoue is the you know what I'm saying, he's like the protege Manny Pacquiao. You know what I'm saying? So they really want that Asian. They want that Asian, and I got a lot of concerns about Inoue. I got a lot of concerns. You know what I'm saying? So with the drug testing and all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm only hearing bits and pieces, so I really don't want to put it out there like that. But come on, man. This gonna be another nigga that go through 10 divisions. You know what I'm saying? Knocking out motherfuckers, right? And we all watch boxing. Floyd Mayweather said it for us. I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. You could take Floyd Mayweather word for it. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker going up to each, knocking out dudes. You know what I'm saying? So, all I'm saying is, we got to watch it closely, bro. We got to watch it closely, because if we got another float of somebody who's going to jump up 5 divisions, knocking out niggas like, you know what I'm saying, he been at that division at his whole career. Come on now. Something ain't clean, bro. Something ain't right. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, I'm just saying that's something we're going to have to look at. And I just hope Cool Boy, and I hope he can use his footwork, use his skills. And I think he got way more skill than Inoue. Inoue is a fast fighter. He's an athletic fighter. He's got power, and a lot of people think all you need is speed and power in boxing, but that's not the case, bro. That is not the case. Cool Boy is out of Philly, man. And you can see from Jerome Boots Anderson, he's in that camp with them. He's in that gym, and they train, bro. And you see the way they train. There's some hard edge, real boxing knowledge coming out of that gym. It's almost like the crunk gym of Manuel Stewart. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, nothing but goddamn great fighters and great knowledge and boxing knowledge, and building great fighters with great boxing IQ out of that gym. So if you look at the Philly, they got Bozy Ennis over there, and you see what he's producing. I mean, Boots Ennis looked like a damn master class all-time, great, or he has the ability to become one. All he needs is the opponents, bro. And he got plenty of opponents at 147 that he could shine on, and he even got more at 154 if he decides to go up. But my point is that Cool Boy, he's operating in the right environment to have the skill set to beat Inoue. This fight should be it should be competitive, but I think, you know what I'm saying, the way of your boy, Cool Boy, the way he moves, I think his mentality, I don't think he's intimidated of an Inoue. I don't think he's in awe. And that's a big part of it, your mental preparation. When you're coming out of a gym like that, and you just feel and you just know that you're the superior, you got the superior framework and the superior pedigree. Because a 40-year-old Donier, a 40-year-old ass Donier gave your boy all kind of trouble, right? Come on now. You know what I'm saying? But then when he came back, see, it's like that Canelo shit. When he came back, you know what I'm saying? He blown back because, they do what they do. And I just feel like that, man. I feel like, in a way, he's going to be good, but I think he's going to get exposed this fight. Now, I hope you don't go out there and you know what I'm saying, be able to put 1 or 2 punches on your boy Cool Boy, you know what I'm saying, and it's full of that juice power. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen Inoue hit motherfuckers in the side from distance, and the motherfuckers just drop. And you're just like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to say, watch Manny Pacquiao go up through the damn ranks, beating Eric Morales and beating motherfuckers that were bigger than him, and you know what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying. I'm like, come on, man, come on. I mean, he beat the shit out of Margarito. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, bro, at some point we got to keep it real. There are no supermen in boxing. Not no damn Superman. It's, maybe Arthur Beterbiev, he come close to being that motherfucker come from a whole nother place. It's 39 going on 40, and he's still looking like he's 20-something years old. I mean, with the strength and all that, you know what I'm saying? But the way that dude trained, I mean, he trained like crazy, bro. I'm talking about, I've never seen nothing like it, you know what I'm saying, with the fist and the knuckles. And so, but I would hold him an exception. But, you still got to watch these niggas closely. because you never know what they. But he's still a damn. He got other skills too. It ain't just power. When it comes to Better Be, he impressed me with a lot of his movement. He impressed me with some of the decision making skills, cutting off the ring sometimes, getting your ass on the corner, catching your ass with them power hooks. You know what I'm saying? He got some skills now. He can jab. I mean, the motherfucker got skills now. I'm not just saying that, you know, say he might be on some shit, but I'm just saying, like, you know, I would say he's the exception to the rule because he do work so hard in the gym. I like him. I like those guys because they're highly skilled. They got high boxing IQs, right? But this Inoue, you know, I don't see any exceptional shit from him. You know what I'm saying? He's an offensive fighter. That's his defense. His offense is his defense, right? Let's see. You know, I mean, the world is just enamored by this dude. He's on the pound for pound list. You know, there's nothing you can do to take him off. And, you know, I give him credit for his undisputed shit. You know what I'm saying? But I never heard of Paul Butler. I don't know, you know what I'm saying, like who that really is, you know what I'm saying? Like he never made a splash. And the only reason he got popular is because he lost to Inoue. You know, Inoue 24 wins, 0 losses, 21 KOs, right? He's got an 87% KO ratio, right? Let's see, age 30. Damn. Age 30, height 5'5", with a 67.5-inch reach. You know what I'm saying? And he was born in Japan. So I'm looking down his resume, and you know the only name I recognize here is Donier. And I remember when he was fighting against Paul Butler. But when I look down his resume, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. No, my nigga. No, I don't see nothing on here that should put him over the likes of a Errol Smith Jr. or Jamel Charlo. I don't see nothing on there on the list. You know what I'm saying? Like above those guys. So you know, it's more the media. You know, not wanting niggas to be on top. You know what I'm saying? It's more of that kind of shit. And then you go over to Stephen Fulton, you know, he's got 21 wins, he's got 0 losses, he's got 8 KOs, right? And he's got 2 belts, he's got WBC, he got WBO, you know what I'm saying? He's unified, right? And he beat what's your boy name? Yeah, he beat that boy Daniel Roman for that, you know what I'm saying? He got a unanimous UD. So Cool Boy Steph 5'6.5" and a 70.5-inch reach. So, you know, Cool Boy should be able to go out there and outbox this kid. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I don't think Inoue has a high boxing IQ like that. I just don't, bro. I mean, he's a good offensive fighter, but he's somebody he's gonna have to catch Cool Boy. So all Cool Boy have to do is jab him and turn him. You know what I'm saying? And not get caught. You know what I'm saying, on the end of Inoue punches, right? But he can't wear down in the fight. He's going to have to continue to box. Because this guy, you know, his whole thing is power, speed, and putting them hands or putting them paws on your ass. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is, you know what I'm saying? So if he plays it smart, I think if he uses footwork, he uses skill, I think Stevenson is going to be able to, he's going to make this look like he's going to make it look easy in there when you got those kind of skills, right? What's going on, Frank? What's going on, TZ Frank? Let me holler at my people. What's going on, Clint? Or how you say that, Clint Clintel? What's going on, Connell Loco Sports in the building? Y'all know Connell Loco, of course. You know what I'm saying? LDBC, for real. You know what I'm saying? He holding the LDBC down. And let me see. TZ Frank. What's going on, Jay Wash? What's happening, my brother? What you going to do, Ben? Yeah, I don't know how to say that, bro, but I know I just seeing you around. AJ64, what's going on, bro? Who's real in the building? What's going on? Who's real? Let's see. What's that? Meaty, reality? Something said salute to you. Said always continue to great what you're doing. True great fans of boxing, no doubt, man. Boxing is, we don't have nothing to complain about, bro. I mean, we are getting, you know, after that whole drought season, now it's almost like the end of the world, man. It's like all the goddamn water. we getting all the damn boxing down our throat that we can stand, man. And I'm loving it. I'm loving it, bro. You know, that pause on the throat thing, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I mean. But we getting all the boxing that we want. You know what I'm saying? So it's like really, we really enjoying this shit, man. I'm talking about the only one thing that fell through was the damn Virgil Ortiz. He had to be the odd motherfucker that fall out the damn fight. I think they rescheduled it. I forgot what they rescheduled for, but we could have got that Virgil Ortiz up in this mug. Oh my God, man, that would have been the icing on the goddamn cake. Oh, I would have loved that shit, man, because we got to see Virgil in the ring again. I like standing on this. So I like the way he fights too. He reminds me like of a lesser skilled Earl Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? He's like the way he goes to the body, the way he always trying to constantly coming forward, trying to cut the ring off and trying to go to the body, and the power that dude possesses. So I do like standing on this, you know what I'm saying? But I'm, Virgil Ortiz, you know what I'm saying? He's out of Texas, you know what I'm saying? I like the Mexicans, man. I like the Mexicans, you know what I'm saying? They tough. They die hard, bro. Even you like a Mexican even when he lose. You know what I'm saying? Because they fight so damn hard. You know what I'm saying? And Puerto Ricans too. You know what I'm saying? When Puerto Rican, you get a Puerto Rican. They used to say blacks and Mexicans, man, but when you get Puerto Rico versus Mexican war, my God, bro, that shit is. I don't even care if they're not even famous, bro. You can get two new pros, and if they're from Mexico and they from Puerto Rico, oh my God, bro, it's about to be a war up in that thing. It's like they fighting a goddamn not a civil war, but they fighting a goddamn war up in there, bro. They just know that the culture goes all the way back, and it's an instant rivalry, you know what I'm saying, between, the clans and stuff. But I love it, man. I love it because it always raised the level of competition between the two. You know what I'm saying? So, it's like a rite of passage, you know what I'm saying, for those guys. So let me see. He says, what's going on, Bear 24 in the building? Brandon House. Yes, sir. What's going on, Brandon House? Salute to you, bro. Andre Smith. What's happening? He says, Margarita cheating ass got his ass whipped. Yeah, and Margarito, he wasn't even, you know what I'm saying, his conscience, he didn't give a fuck. He was like, so, yeah, I did it. You know what I'm saying? That just show you a low moral ass nigga, man. It's like, come on, bro. For real. I mean, you fucked up this man's career. This man you took a lot of fights out of Cotto for what he did. And but Cotto came back when they fought and he whipped his ass though. You know what I'm saying? I thought he should have put some wraps on his damn hand and whipped it on Margarita ass. That would have been poetic justice right there. You know what I'm saying? Somebody should have put a goddamn some brass knuckles in this shit. You know what I'm saying? Went right back in there. And he tried to Falumaloon your boy Sean Porter. Remember Margarito but Rich, what his coach name was? Nakeem Richardson, something like that. I think that was Sean Porter trainer. He caught the gloves Margarito had, and of course, the rest is history. Sean Porter went in there and whooped his ass. But these niggas be cheating in boxing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody's on the up and up. Look at Tyson Fury ass. You know what I'm saying? So, sometimes the system, they support this shit, to keep boxing looking a certain way. And that's just my opinion. You don't have to share that shit. I do believe in some conspiracies, not in all cases, though. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Andre Smith says, so Japanese trying to get a nigga. yeah, for sure. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But if all fails, you know what I'm saying, in the fight, they should have had this motherfucker in America. Number one, he should have fought Inoue in America because, ain't no way, you know what I'm saying, we can rig a Godzilla poster in case Fulton get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? We just need to unravel that motherfucker. And, you know what I'm saying, that motherfucker see that shit and, you know what I'm saying, he'll be distracted. But I don't think Fulton going to need it. You know what I'm saying? All jokes aside, I don't think he's going to need it. I think he's really good at, you saw him fight. Remember when he fought Figueroa, right? And he was able to fight Figueroa on the inside, you know what I'm saying, using his skills. He was picking off shots. He was able to go against the ropes, against a volume puncher. and a tall dude like Figueroa. So I don't think Inoue's he's not going to be able to cut the ring off on Cool Boy Steph. He's got a longer reach. Let me see. Let me make sure of that. I think he got a longer reach. Let me see. Well, you know, him just being Japanese, you just should know that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. Inoue got like a 67.5-inch reach, and your boy Stephen Fulton got a 70.5-inch reach. So you should be able to box a lot of rounds, get away with the jab, you know what I'm saying, and coming behind the jab, you know what I'm saying, and be able to keep Inoue, you know what I'm saying, off him, because Inoue is going to have to sell out. He's going to have to come to Stephen Fulton, but Stephen Fulton don't have a lot of power. Now, if he disregard Stephen Powell and try to walk through that shit, it's going to be an interesting night, you know what I'm saying, for Fulton, because he's going to keep coming. Let's see, he's 5'5" is 5'6", so it's not too much of a tall difference. So they're going to be looking at each other eye to eye, you know what I'm saying. But I think Cool Boy has enough diversity. He has enough. Did I say diversity? He had enough versatility, you know what I'm saying, in his boxing skills to be able to keep Inoue off balance, who's just looking for, you know what I'm saying, an open shot to land his power. That's all he's looking for. He don't even give a damn if he hits you in the damn pinky, you know what I'm saying. He's trying to translate that power into your ass to weigh you down. And then when you slow down, he gonna get your ass up out of there, you know what I'm saying, with that power. So, you know, Fulton can't be no fool, and I'm pretty sure he's not. I'm pretty sure they know what the game plan is to keep this fool moving, keep this fool turning, you know what I'm saying, and you land the better shots, the cleaner shots. You know, with a 38% knockout ratio, 38%, I don't think Fulton's gonna knock out. He's not gonna knock Inoue out. That's not gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Fulton just simply don't have that kind of power. He just don't have it, bro. But he do have a certain skill set, you know what I'm saying, that will keep niggas honest. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the pure science of boxing. He has that shit. He has that shit hands down. But I'm just wondering, like, man, we got to talk about this fight. And I got a call-in number. I want to see how that worked. See if everybody, you know what I'm saying, it's that the 405 number. That's the number that I'm using to see if I can get it to use with the live stream. And this will be my second time trying to use it. I didn't do it the first time because it didn't seem to work out. But let me see. We're going to see if we can get some call-ins today and see how people feel about this fight and the Earl Spence Jr. fight. You know what I'm saying? Terrence Crawford fight. So, you know what I'm saying? So we got a lot of stuff lined up that's coming down the pipe. And everybody, man, we're going to, you know what I'm saying, and see how everybody feels about this. What's going on, Mike Biggs Boxing? Y'all subscribe to Mike Biggs Boxing. You know what I'm saying? If you like my channel, my guy, Mike Biggs Boxing, man, he be doing it over there, bro. You know what I'm saying? Georgia Peach Denise in the building. Good to see you, sister. He says, hey, Pool in chat. He said, hope everyone is well and enjoying the weekend. Yes, we are. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad not to be out there, you know what I'm saying, working. Well, you know, I love to work. I love to make money, but shit, sometimes, you know, you just want to watch these fights. And, you know what I'm saying, it's like either you're chasing money, you know what I'm saying, or if you're not, you don't have enough money, you know, either your time or your money. You know what I'm saying? So if you take too much time off, you know what I'm saying, you don't have enough money. But if you're too busy, you're gonna miss out, you know what I'm saying, the boxing. So for me, it's a double-edged sword. So, you know what I'm saying, I just keep it moving the best way I can. You know, so I try to get it in when I can. And on the road is terrible. So it's just sad, y'all. Grease with Fire says, salute, Pool. He says they're gonna cheat Cool Boy. I feel like that too, man. It's like this nigga is walking into a kung fu movie. Walking into a cool kung fu movie. That nigga gonna lose his ass off if he don't really separate himself. But I think he's good enough to separate himself, because, you know, if there's any swing rounds, and I just feel this way, I mean, I don't know for sure. If there's any swing rounds, they're gonna give it to Inoue. They're gonna, because this will be a great victory for them, because they couldn't get the Jamil Tim Tszyu fight, and they really wanted, that was going to be a job. They was going to really try to job Jamil out of that shit. I mean, that's why I'm glad he's fighting Canelo, because they really wanted to get that victory since they couldn't get the victory with Lomachenko and Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? So they feeling some kind of way about that shit. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna try to really make up for it with this Inoue, and this Stephen Fulton fight. And I don't he walking into the lion den. This is his chance. This is his chance to show that he can walk into enemy territory or behind enemy lines and pull out the victory. You know what I'm saying? And I think he's mentally strong like that. But because those people in Philly, man, they ignorant as hell. And the best way to combat, what I'm saying, those kind of odds, you got to be ignorant, like Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? This dude can go in there and knock out anybody anywhere. You just got to go in there with that single-minded focus. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn about these people. I don't care about their rice. I don't give a fuck about their fish. I'm going to go out here and beat this nigga ass. I'm going to take that belt. I'm going to take these belt back. And that's the kind of mentality you got to have. You know what I'm saying? If you one of those conscientious people, oh my God, you coming in there trying to bow and all that shit. No, bro, we're Americans. We're very arrogant. We're gonna come in there and this is my home now, nigga. I'm bringing oxtails. I'm gonna put some oxtails in this rice and these noodles over here, and that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? We got to come in there with the confidence so we can beat, all the odds that are against us over here in Japan. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Be Fulton, be the cool boy Steph. Come in there with your cowboy hats on. You know what I'm saying? Come in there, with, nigga, I would dress like goddamn, I would dress like Lone Wolf and Cub, nigga, like a samurai. I come in a samurai outfit and all that shit. Yes, sir. I would. If you're going to be cool boy, stay cool boy. You know what I'm saying? Do your thing, bro. Don't change up. You know what I'm saying? So you can keep your stride going into the fight, because I think Inoue is really going to try to make a statement here. I think he's going to really try to make a statement. I think he's going to really try to put it on Fulton ass. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he respects his power. So he's going to try to walk through him. You know what I'm saying? Because really, he can't fuck with him as a boxer. You know what I'm saying? When his back goes, he's going to really have to watch it. When his back goes against the ropes, he's going to have to stay off them ropes. He's going to have to keep turning in a way. Because in a way, he's already going to get points for touching you no matter what. And over there in Japan, it's going to be nothing but screaming and you know what I'm saying, every time Inoue turn up. So what's going on, Just Do Boxing in the building? What's going on, Just Do? What's happening, my brother? Salute. Y'all subscribe to Just Do Boxing. You know what I'm saying? If y'all like y'all cooking, you know what I'm saying, well done, y'all go over there to Just Do, man. You know what I'm saying? Check him out. He says, Rami Emily Jones says, he says, Inoue will be clearly outboxed for 12 rounds. Yeah, that's what I say too. But the cool thing about Cool Boy is he's so pristine in his boxing technique. He's just, like when you saw Floyd when he boxed, you just knew he was going to be able to figure it out, because his boxing IQ is so high. He never worries about what situation he's in. And I kind of sense that, not saying that Cool Boy is Floyd, but I can notice those thinkers in the ring. I think he's just comfortable with knowing that he's going to be able to figure it out. Whatever puzzle that Inoue, you know what I'm saying, presents. And I don't think he presents like a real problem for him, because he's a come forward pressure fighter, but he don't have enough size to keep you on the ropes. He can intimidate you with speed, but I think Fulton just got too much experience. You know what I'm saying? He knows how to turn and pivot on a nigga, right? So you come in there with that shit if you want to. You're gonna get a left. You're gonna get a pull kind of left. You're gonna get a jab in the face. You know what I'm saying? And he's gonna move. And it's hard to counter a jab. You know what I'm saying? Against a boxer that knows how to use his jab. That's the easiest punch to throw in the score on. Ask Devin Haney. Devin Haney became undisputed with a jab. You see what I'm saying? He became undisputed using a goddamn jab. So even if you don't respect, Devin Haney and how he got it, you know what I'm saying? But look at his technique. He don't punch the hardest. He's not Tank. He's not, he's not a heavy puncher. So he was able to do it with his boxing skills. And I think Stephen Fulton is going to be that dude that's able to get in there. You know what I'm saying? I think he's going to puzzle Inoue. I think Inoue is going to be lost in the sauce. He's going to get frustrated, and hopefully Fulton can limit the engagement because they're going to give Inoue. I feel like Canelo. Like if Canelo hit your ass 4 times in a round, they're going to get that round to Canelo no matter what work you've done. You could be controlling the fight for, you know what I'm saying, the first 2 minutes and 5 seconds of the fight. And if Canelo hit your ass 4 times in those last few seconds or minutes or whatever, then they're going to give it to Canelo. And I think it's going to be like one of those situations. So he's going to have to limit the contact, you know what I'm saying, that Inoue have. He can't make it, he got to separate himself. He can't let Inoue, you know what I'm saying, look good on different engagements or a number of engagements. He can't allow him to shake him, wobble him, make him look hurt in the fight. He's going to have to box his ass off. And I think that's something Fulton is capable of, you know what I'm saying. I think that's something he's capable of. It says, Affy, what? He says, stop saying if Fulton win, that is a great fight. Bro, I'm having a good goddamn day here. Let me see. He says, stop says, what? He said, if Fulton win, show that he a great fighter, but anyway, when you say no ass about it. Man, somebody blocked this. It already sound crazy, man. Who is this? It's like, who is this? No, we saying that it ain't no little nigga that's that was born 75 pounds gonna move up the ranks, bro, knocking out people. That's what we saying. So shut your ass up. Let me see. AAA says anyway, never fought black fighters. He only fought bums, right? And I'm just saying, just naturally, you know, I don't know why motherfuckers want to believe in Dragon Ball Z type characters. This nigga is not Goku, bro. This nigga is not Vegeta. You know what I'm saying? There's no people like that in boxing. You don't just move up 4 or 5 weight classes and start knocking out people. Shut up, bro. We do this. This is what we do. We watch boxing, bro. That don't make no sense. So I don't care how you feel. Take your ass on somewhere else. I mean, it don't make no sense. These niggas wasn't born 112 pounds. How the hell they gonna move up to 140 and one? You know what I'm saying? Knocking out people. Come on, bro. It's like, man, these people are idiots. He says, Kid Cliff said, Pool, do you think Steph can take Inoue power? I don't. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't think he can take his power. That's why I say you need to box him. You can't let a power puncher just sit up there and pound on you, bro. You know what I'm saying? You can't do it. That's why he's got to use his skills. This dude is too strong. I don't really know how it's going to translate to the weight class, but if he's doing what I think he's doing, you know what I'm saying, he better move the hell out of the way. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Do anybody in this chat really believe that somebody who moves up from 102 pounds is going to move up to 122 pounds knocking out people? Do y'all really believe that? I mean, it's just your opinion. You don't have to, you can go against me what I'm saying. You know, do you really believe that? You know what I'm saying? Anybody going up to 130, going up to 135, knocking out people, and that's his only chance to win. He don't have no great defense. You know what I'm saying? The only reason Floyd got away with what he did is because he got supernatural defense. That's the only reason he was able to be effective fighting up at 154, 145. He's a little dude. He's a 130 pounder, a 135 pounder. But just because he got exceptional defense, he was able to compete with those other guys. You know what I'm saying? He didn't outpower those guys. He outsmarted those guys. You know, he outboxed those guys. That's what he did. So, you know, for these other guys who thinking that they could just come up here using their physical attributes as, you know, coming from 102, coming from 150, that shit is bullshit. Y'all really believe in some Dragon Ball Z shit. This nigga is not Goku. You know what I'm saying? This nigga's on some special shit. You know what I'm saying? And we'll see. You know what I'm saying? We'll see how his power translates to 122. I just don't believe in fantasy, bro. I mean, you're not coming to 122 just knocking niggas out like you've been there. Not like you've been there your whole career. That's just not fucking happening. Believe that shit if you want to. You know what I'm saying? And maybe the man didn't get busted, but, you know, they're changing molecules. All you have to put is a molecule there, and a molecule there. Now you got something different that's not detectable. You know what I'm saying? If you know your chemistry, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? So, no, y'all believe that bullshit if you want to. But, besides all that, they still got my man facing Cool Boy. So Cool Boy's going to have to survive them hands, bro. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, he's going to have to survive them hands. He can't get caught pulling out on the side. You know what I'm saying? He can't get caught, pivoting. You know what I'm saying? He can't get caught. That's just assuming that Inoue power translates. That's just assuming that. You know what I'm saying? Not that. What's going on, Kelly? What's going on, Kelly Slime? He said that's why I got his ass out here. And see, it ain't the thing that make you so mad is that they so ready to put Inoue over everybody. You know what I'm saying? That's what really pisses you off. You got guys who've been proving themselves and fighting real competition and fighting real motherfuckers. Yet they want to make him a victim so bad of hate. But bro, this nigga ain't nobody. You fought what's his name? Denier. You know what I'm saying? And Denier gave you hell, bro. This nigga Denier is about 40-something years old, bro. And he gave you hell. But y'all want to make him a victim, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I mean, he should have been destroyed, Denier, but that's the only name on his list that really makes sense. You know what I'm saying? But you can't put him over everybody because that's who he fought. Paul Butler is not a world beater. He's not a world beater. He's not somebody that you watch and say, oh man, that motherfucker nice. That motherfucker nicer than a motherfucker. No, he's a title holder. He's like Terrence Crawford. It's like Terrence Crawford fought Indongo. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't hear anybody pumping up who Indongo was, right? I don't hear anybody pumping up who Paul Butler was, right? That shit is all bullshit. So, you know what I'm saying? So they be building these guys up just to put them over dudes. It's an insult, really. You know what I'm saying? To put them over Bud Crawford, to put them over Deontay Wilder. Now they putting heavyweights on the damn list now. I don't know why they're doing that, but putting them over, the greats and shit, making them number one pound for pound over Devin Haney, over, putting them over Jamel Charlo, putting them over everybody. Now the only motherfucker they give respect to is Canelo. They give Canelo the respect because he's got the clout, he's got the net money, you know what I'm saying? And even though they see this dude, the guy is trying to put him over so many people just because he's got that money, right? Money ain't everything in boxing, bro. It's just not. Money is not everything. I mean, shit. If they would have offered Errol Spence Jr. a deal like that, it would have been better for boxing because we know Errol Spence Jr. only want to fight the best. If they would have gave Deontay Wilder that money to fight on the zone and all that shit, the zone would have blew the hell up because those guys want to fight the best competition, not dodge or lose. Win or lose, bro. Boxing would have been better, not than to give it to a damn Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Who's going to dodge all these motherfuckers now that he's fighting Jamel Charlo? You know what I'm saying? I hope they watch the battle. You know what I'm saying? I hope they watch battle. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't give a damn if these guys take drugs. They don't give a damn. They just raise the limit like the WBC, like Mario Suleiman. They just raise the limit. Oh, he he only had a limited amount in his system. So they'll allow their fighters to juice so they can win against it. I just said it. I don't give a damn. Said it. They allow their fighters to juice against our fighters. And the funny is, you got so many Negroes be trying to play the middle. Like, why are you singing that? Why are you singing that against Inoue? Why are you saying that? You're such a biased guy. You goddamn right I'm biased. You know what I'm saying? And everybody else biased. They're biased against our fucking fighters. You know what I'm saying? So, I that's what I love about the Puerto Ricans and the Mexicans. They support their goddamn fighters. They don't give a damn what y'all talk about. That shit don't make sense to them. Of course. You know what I'm saying? If you had a goddamn, if you had a contest, what food you like the best, you know what I'm saying? You had oxtail, you had tacos, You know what I'm saying? And you put a Mexican you put a Mexican up there and say, which one do you prefer? He ain't gonna say no goddamn oxtail. He gonna say, I want the taco. Cause that's his shit. That's his culture. Only got the Negro that'll come up there and be like, I don't know. I like tacos on Tuesday. I like tacos on Friday. Oxtail, I don't know. It's kind of bad for you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You only got Negroes like that in our culture that's like that. You know what I'm saying? No, nigga, eat the oxtail. Nigga, get some goddamn meat on your bone. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's your culture. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that no other culture have a problem with picking their culture. That's like, I don't understand this shit, really. You know what I'm saying? Maybe because I'm an old head. You know what I'm saying? These new guys, they want to be we are the world. And, you know what I'm saying? They want to be, yeah, you got to go for your culture, bro, if that's what you like. Now, I'm not saying like, you can't like who you like, but they make it like it's an outrage when black people go for their own fighters. And I'm ass up out of here with that, bro. Don't come to pull a kind of boxing with it, because I tell you, you know what I'm saying? You better get your, you know what I'm saying? What's going on, PGH Big Dog in the building? See, Jonathan Park, what's going on? He says, "Pull my brother, what's happening?" And then my brother says, Patrick Alexander. So Patrick was, yeah, you must have been watching him under the teaching of the monks was Sandy, what is it, Santi or something like that. And let's see, he says, Jonathan say, ain't no doubt he's a drug chief. I've been saying that. I'm just like, bro, why do we try to, you know what I'm saying, pretend like we don't know that a motherfucker can go from 80 pounds to 122 knocking out people. People, it's simple. And I know a lot of people. A lot of people, they want to believe. They don't want reality. They don't want the reality. They want to believe in superheroes. They want to believe that there's one dude that could do nothing nobody else on earth can do. That's what Inoue is. He's a superhero. You know what I'm saying? For a lot, and they don't want their superheroes to be black. That's why they hated Floyd Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want that superhero. You know what I'm saying? That's why they hated Deontay Wilder, because he could knock out people in one shot. You know what I'm saying? They hate that. They don't want no black superheroes. They want Superman. You know what I'm saying? They don't want black Green Lantern. They don't want him. You know what I'm saying? They want Superman. You know what I'm saying? And you got to have that little curl, you know what I'm saying, dangling from the top of your head. You know what I'm saying? That's what they want. So, so anyway, he represents, you know what I'm saying, a rare breed of Japanese that would add to a boxing, would make boxing more colorful, right? You know what I'm saying? Because think about it. How many Japanese fighters do we have, you know what I'm saying, in the league right now? I mean, how many Japanese do you remember being world champion? Heavyweight, we'll go down the line. Heavyweight, cruiserweight. How many Japanese? Now, I've seen some in the past that was motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying, like at 140, 147, lighter weights. It was some in the past, you know what I'm saying, that was badass. Hawaiian fighters, you know what I'm saying? But recently, you haven't seen like maybe in the last 20 to 30 years, you haven't really seen, except for Manny Pacquiao. I say you can count him. Let's see, but really, you haven't seen no great Asian fighters like that. So they're looking for the next Manny Pacquiao, and I think they think that Inoue is that dude. They think they want to make him and build him into that cat. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna open up the phone line. Yeah, there's the number scrolling down there, and let's see if this thing works. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna set it up, and let's see if anybody want to call in. Fight. You can talk about the Errol Spence Jr. fight. You can talk about the Inoue Stephen Fulton fight. Anything, call in if you want to. You know what I'm saying? We'll discuss it. Let's see. He says Cash. Oh man, what the fuck happened to what's his name? Casimiro. What the hell happened to this dude? This dude. That's another one that was probably juicing. But you know what I'm saying? I wanted to see him. I thought they were set up to fight at one time. That's what it was. But he got so many personal issues. This dude can't stay out of trouble with the women. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, You know what I'm saying? He was worse than that Fierce guy that was beating the hell out of women and stuff. I forgot what that guy name was. He was at welterweight, and he was crazy as hell. It's like some of these dudes, you know, they can't stay on the straight and narrow. You know, say Casemiro, he need. I mean, man, Casemiro, that dude, that's crazy. That's the one who fought. Damn, what's his name? It was a boring fight. Damn, I can't even think of his name. I ain't seen the fight so damn long. But what's the little black guy name? That Lomachenko beat. Rigondeaux. I remember when damn, Casemiro fought Rigondeaux. How can I say that? Yeah, Casemiro. Okay, so he fought Rigondeaux, and that fight, that's the fight where Rigondeaux just ran around the damn ring, and everybody was like, "Boo!" You know what I'm saying? That shit was like embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? That was one of the worst fights I ever seen. You know, but Casemiro, he's supposed to have fought. That fight just never materialized. He says title holder. Yeah, they're title holders. Let's see. What's going on, Philly Bull 91? What's going on, Jeff R? What's happening? Aquabud. What? Aquabud. Let's see. Make trash, bro. But they any excuse to do. Like when they say, you know, you had time out the ring and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? But your opponent, the person they put over you, ain't fighting no quality opponents. So the shit just don't make sense for Inoue to be over a lot of these guys. You know what I'm saying? One win, and it's weird how they set it up with the one win. That the next fight, you know what I'm saying, if he wins this fight, they're gonna have Inoue is number one. Y'all already know that. You know what I'm saying? That nigga gonna be over everybody. He's gonna be over everybody. Clean Clintel, he says 19. He says, I would like Abdullah Mason to watch Inoue. I don't think he can come up that high. You know, I don't think he can come up that high. But you know, we got to wait to see. I mean, I think Abdullah Mason is. I think he's the future. But you know, he's still gonna have to get his experience in. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, he's still. Cause I could see where he's gonna have to fight a few more styles. You know what I'm saying? Before he becomes become booth in the ring. You know what I'm saying? To be validated, really. You know what I'm saying? But I could see his boxing IQ. That motherfucker is on another level. He hit that nigga with four left uppercuts before he fell to the ground. I was like, God damn. Oh my God. And then the way he was breaking them down so systematically. Now the dude he fought wasn't, you know, he wasn't no killer. But I was just like, I was impressed by the way, you know what I'm saying, the method and his process and his thinking of how he got the knockout. I was just like, wow, this kid is going to be something else, bro. He's going to be something else. Let me see, Kent. Let me see. He says, Kent, Dark Kent 718. He says, put counter in chat. Said, did you hear about Cool Boy Trainer calling out the hand wraps? Wow, no, I didn't. Well, we've been on this damn Errol Spence Jr. and Bud Crawford shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, I'm sure, you know, they're gonna have to watch it because this could be a wash, bro. If they catch him in some shit over there, you know what I'm saying? If they catch him in some shit, it could be a wash. Hey, what time is the fight? Oh man, I'm just here running my mouth. What time is that fight, y'all? I ain't even checked. I just got up not too long ago. What time is the fight? He says, truth be known, we all know they can't wait for a certain complexion to come in so they can put their hopes on them. And he says, kids says that that's true. I'm saying that it's like every generation they're waiting for that one. He says, Clintel says, it's crazy how boxing always overhype these overseas fighters. Yeah, just like they did Triple G. HBO, they were just tired of seeing niggas win. They was tired of seeing so good in nigga too. You know what I'm saying? They wanted to mix it up. You know, I know Larry Merchant definitely was tired of looking at nigga champions. He was preying on their downfall, and that's why we had that great Floyd Mayweather moment where he was like, "You don't know shit about boxing. I hope HBO fire your ass." I was like, "Boy, let me tell you something. people have been waiting for years for somebody to say that shit to Larry Merchant. For years, people been waiting because he hated on Roy Jones Jr. fights. He hated on a lot of black. The only person he really gave any props up to, and that was Oscar De La Hoya. I'm talking about for years, and he would even use Oscar De La Hoya name against them if there was, if he felt like there wasn't enough action in the fight. Or if this was Oscar De La Hoya, it would have been a lot. He would have went for the kill. And it's like, damn, they allowed a lot of bullshit at HBO. Larry Merchant, he was ignorant as hell. He would say what the hell was on his mind. And that's, if you bias, that's what you want. You know what I'm saying? If you bias people, and I want y'all to hear this from my old head, if you bias, that's what you want to hear. You want to know where a person's coming from. Now, the people that you don't want to hear from is the people that say they unbiased, but they are biased, right? So everybody's biased, bro. The only way you can be unbiased if you're not human. Okay? That's just common sense. You know what I'm saying? So it don't bother me when people talk about you biased. Bro, you biased too. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's biased. You know what I mean? So it's just like you're just trying to pretend that you're not biased. You know what I'm saying? So, so you can say the little bullshit and the little hate that you want to say. You know what I'm saying? But you ain't full and full kind of boxing. You know what I'm saying? You can't do it like that. What's going on, Bowley? What's going on, my brother?
Man, how you doing, man? I'm good to see you back. I'm glad you're on here. I couldn't wait to talk some boxing with you, man. The other day I was like, man, where's Full Counter at?
Oh yeah, working. They hooked me up with 2 loads, and but I came in last night though. You missed it last night.
Yeah, I slept early, man. I just fell asleep. I didn't expect you to be on it at that time. I saw it when I got up. It said you were on 6 hours ago. When I looked at it, I said, oh shoot, man, I wasn't even awake at that time.
Well, tell the truth, I was trying to recuperate because I had just came in, and but that seemed like the only time I get a chance to like really do it, like when I come in off my loads and stuff, because they'll send you right back out. You know what I'm saying?
Make that money.
Oh man, trust me, that's why sometimes I be doing a live stream and I hear my little notification. You got to load. So I say, hey, let me tell you something, boy. That money, boy, is good. Let me tell you. So I gotta be having to go get it. But what you think of this fight, man? What you think of this fight?
Number one, let me say this. Let me start off positively, and just I love the fight. I love Fulton versus Inoue. I'm glad that the good part about the fight is it came across.
Oh, you going out, Bowley? You going out?
Oh, really? You can't hear me? Hello?
Yeah, you just went out. You didn't hear nothing you said.
Oh, I said, let me start off positively, because I love the fight. I love the fight. This fight happened without us really having to push for it, without having to beg for it. It's a top matchup. Clearly, both of these guys are pound for pound. You can't deny Fulton. You can't deny Monster Inoue. These are top talents, and they proved it over and over again. And I love that they made the fight. Obviously, the economics work out because you can't just do this with welterweights or heavyweights because the bag is just too big. People got to understand that. Who's going to come out of their pocket automatically for millions and millions of dollars. And the good thing about women's boxing and below featherweight and below is that a lot of times these fights are easy to make. There's no reason to let it marinate. Exciting fights is what drives those two. So now the negative side of it, man, look, cheating in boxing and this stuff has to stop. These illegal hand wraps or denying, complaining about PED tests. No, these things are necessary because it's a brutal sport.
Yeah, not only that, it's cheating. You know what I'm saying?
It's cheating, yeah.
Right. What you complaining about? I mean, not only can you hurt somebody with your abilities, you actually gifts. You know what I'm saying? Upon giving you extra power, allowing you extra stamina. You know what I'm saying? That's unfair. You know what I'm saying? So they don't want to get caught. So like somebody, they're gonna make up anything. They don't like you. Whatever they gotta go get my key is. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they got to say, get out there and test. You know. So I like Randy with this. You know, so I think it's going to expose a lot of people. Hopefully, that system don't get corrupt. You know, like we still waiting on Dillian White B sample, right? We still waiting on his B sample. You know what I'm saying? So how does that work? We got Conor Ben. He's back. He's back in boxing. So how does that shit really work? You know, if you get popped, I mean, is there a real punishment? Is there a real penalty? You know what I'm saying, to it? You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, Conor Ben, they say Conor Ben had, you know what I'm saying, the worst kind of, what you call it, PEDs inside your system, right? But how the hell you going to get back in like 6 months, bro? What the hell? I mean, how you gonna get back in the boxing? That's what EJ was saying when he saw Conor Ben, bro. You a cheater. It's like they need to ban these dudes if you're gonna be able to cheat, or you know they need to put some kind of regulations where the sanctioning bodies can allow people to cheat just because they're making big money like Canelo, right? So what you got on that, Kareem?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like we wouldn't have the Tyson Fury bullshit. I mean, they should have made him an example. I don't know who likes him or what kind of pull he got, but he should have been made an example of all that bullshit he was doing in the ring with the floppy gloves and.
Johnny Anderson, you got to come up here because I know he always got a different perspective. You know, we always agree. You know, I'm gonna let you finish. I just want to see if Johnny Anderson was gonna come up. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, like it's been around for a long, long time. They know about it. They ain't dumb. I mean, you gotta think about it. Like a large majority of these people who make these drugs are making them for athletes. So
right.
It's an industry that they make a lot of money off of. You know, so it's going to be a long while before anything ever changes when it comes to doing drugs in sports, because you know billions and billions of dollars is not going to you know that's a whole lot of temptation they ain't going to want to give up. You know, but it's unfair. It's really, really unfair. You know, you got the news media and social media who don't even try to point this stuff out when they seen it, man. It's like, what are y'all doing, man? If that's the case, just say, okay, it's legal. Stop calling them drugs and start calling them pharmaceuticals or some other
shit. Let me see.
You said what? I cut out.
Yeah. Let's see. My internet's pretty good, so yeah. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
Sometimes when I got multiple windows open, it starts to happen like that. I noticed that last night. You know, like if they're gonna continue to play these games, just say, you know, it's legal and stop calling them drugs and start calling them pharmaceuticals. You know, like they call all drugs, and you know, say everybody can do it. You know, it doesn't matter. Is that your own risk? Because you know, taking that shit will fuck you up. I mean, you will have all different types of problems having all that stuff into your system. So, you know, you'll have.
What was the name of that dude that fought Roy Jones Jr.?
Richard Hall.
Richard Hall called him out, and he was on goddamn steroids. He got popped for the same fight. He got popped for steroids too. Talking about Roy Jones was on steroids, you know, and then when they tested him, he was on steroids too. Yeah. I thought that was the funniest shit. Boy, I was like, this nigga is a real hater. You know, when you don't mind like the consequences or going down yourself, you know what I'm saying? You just want this shit to you know, you just want to turn over the chess table, the chessboard, right?
Hey,
you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
Check this example out. We got a whole professional sport called bodybuilding and weightlifting.
Right.
Ain't no man on planet Earth getting anywhere near those type of dudes eating normal foods. 90-something% of our food is poison. So how the fuck are they doing it? They're doing it with these pharmaceutical drugs, you know, steroids, anabolic steroids, PEDs, and all this other weird shit that these labs are making, and that's like sanctioned by the government. So it's like, you know, I mean, the media knows this shit. That's why they don't say shit about it. But you know,
and look at the body. I mean, you know, some of the stuff they use, it helps to cut down the weight. Hold on, y'all. I think you got this thing hooked up to my phone.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now they got some new shit out.
Go ahead.
Now they got some new shit out where these dudes are putting some injection in them to pump their muscles up. It's something like a filler. You know how they like do chicken? They put that filler in it, and it's like chicken paste, and they pump the chicken up with the filler. Now you got bodybuilders out there.
Yeah, you couldn't Kareem. You just cut out. They ain't hear that.
Let me see if I can turn.
I don't know, Paul. It might be you because I can hear him clearly.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I just got a phone call. I got this line hooked up to my thing, so it's like doing funny things. You know what I'm saying? So trying to get somebody to see what a call in is like. You know what I'm saying, on the live stream, so people can call in and voice their opinions. I know we're gonna get some nuts on here, but that just makes it more exciting anyway.
Oh, you have no idea. These race warriors are out, man. There's this guy I was commenting that I responded to off of 78's page. You know, he posted something about the story, and you know, I told him, I said, you guys got to get the race out of this stuff, man, because somebody raises an issue.
They ain't gonna never go away, bro. Sorry about that.
Yeah, because somebody raises an issue over the rules, all of a sudden, oh, there go the black. That's what they're saying now. Oh, here go the black guys again.
But see, that's
this is what they're saying. You know, like, you know, look at the difference. Look at the difference between what happened in Margarito versus Mosley versus Margarito versus Cotto. That first Margarito Cotto fight changed the whole projection of his career. Because the super fight was going to be, I know you remember this, the super fight was going to be Cotto versus Mayweather. The way they were talking about Pacquiao and Mayweather was scared. First, people were saying it was Cotto, and Mayweather's scared of Cotto. He ain't never seen nothing like Cotto. I'm like, all right, I can't wait to see that fight. I couldn't wait to see that fight, by the way. And I like Cotto a lot, man. Cotto gave some beautiful. He had some great wars, even though I thought he was kind of dirty in that fight against Judah. But that Margarito fight was pure devastation. I remember, man, his wife was sitting there looking at him. You remember he looked over.
Yeah.
And he looked over at his family, and he was like, "I'm not going." He said, "No more," because he saw the looks on their faces.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. Like, imagine how like those types of fights would turn out if both parties were allowed to do whatever they wanted to do, as long as you don't catch them. You see what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Not catching them where, you know, y'all make a $1 million company going out testing these guys, sticking needles into them, but actually physically catching them, like, you know, during the night of the fight. Don't have a monitor. Let them do whatever the hell they want to do, and as long as they ain't got no bricks in their gloves, egg weights in their gloves, and all types of weirdo shit. Physically, let them do what they want to do, and watch how this shit would turn out a whole different. Now they will have some super gladiators on their hands. You see what I'm saying? Like, allow it to happen and stop saying that it ain't happening and trying to trick people and weird shit where we can see, and just, you know, go from there. You know?
Yeah, well, they're gonna do it regardless, and there's a way to benefit off of PEDs without getting busted. Like when you're off season and you don't have a fight lined up, they're using PEDs, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's in England. They don't test you. In England, you know what I'm saying, or Europe, they don't test you when you're out. Unless they only test you when you getting ready for a fight. So you can use PEDs to get your body ready. You know what I'm saying, to get all the benefits that you need. You know what I'm saying, to stay in shape. You know, getting extra strength, and then you can what you saying, you can drain it out your system. You can wash it out your system, right? You know what I'm saying? And I believe there's ways to get around the value testing. You see what I'm saying? So, and if you got experts, you know, there's people that's experts in this field, like Victor Conte. You know what I'm saying? He knows all. I mean, if he knows all the ways around this shit. So, you know, and he was talking about it too. I think they wrote some articles about, you know, saying how you can get around certain tests. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I mean, it's a science to it.
And you know, there's a video out. Go ahead, you go.
And they know that there's a science to it because you had, like I said, it all goes back to the you know, human beings don't develop in that fashion. It has to be something supernatural or extra natural for you to pharmaceutical, I should say, not extra natural. Pharmaceutical for you to get to this position, to these different places. Like like with the stuff that you inject in yourself. They know they made that stuff up, and they know that there's a market for it. But think about how diminished and messed up the world is if people are actually willing to go out here and do this type of stuff to themselves. I wouldn't do that type of shit to myself. Who does that?
Did y'all see the video of what's Chavez Jr.? You know what I'm saying? There was a video of him. I think he was inhaling something, and boy, he caught him. He caught him on camera. Slipping him that inhaler. To open up your lungs. And I just caught it for a split-second video, and he saw he was on camera, and he put it back down real quick, and you could tell he was giving Chavez Jr. That inhaling shit, so he could open up his lungs. Y'all seen that?
Yes.
No, I didn't see that.
That's the type of shit I'm saying. Like if you're doing,
I don't know if it was ass. It was something for him to whiff up his lungs, open up his lungs.
Yeah, that type of shit. They have that. Now, if you're out there in the ring doing that in front of the cameras and where the lights are on, then it should be an issue. You should be jumped on, it should be stopped, and it should be corrected right there. But if you're doing something to your body over a period of time in secrecy or in the privacy of your own gym, then they should allow it to be, let them happen, let it happen, so it be an even playing field when it comes to that. But the night of the fight, none of that shit should fly. None of it should go when we shouldn't be sitting here trying to stick needles in everybody, trying to figure out whether or not who's doing what. Because you notice, like if they really wanted it clean, they wouldn't be making massing drugs. Like this, it's not me and you sitting on our basement somewhere mixing up some goddamn plants to mass steroids. This is pharmaceutical, United States of America and everybody else who deals with that stuff that's doing that, so it wouldn't be like remember how what's his name, Ortiz had got busted for stuff and he was using heart medication to mask it.
Right.
Because he had heart issues. Okay, so they know that. So they're the ones that's propagating this and making hundreds and billions of dollars off of it, man. They want it this way, So
now
I agree with you.
The other side of this is that there's video of forgetting about the steroids real quick, going back to the wraps. There's video of Monster Inoue getting his hands wrapped before he fights Donaire. And it's clear that they're taping his hands first with tape, then gauze, and then tape again, which is illegal. Okay,
yes,
now for the people in that room. But the commission never catches this stuff, because you got to think about it logistically. A guy who's making however much these commission people get paid, it's probably maybe a few hundred for the night. They're not going to sit there and stop a multi-million-dollar event because of the rules. It's always the trainers. It's always the trainers that catch this stuff. If the trainer doesn't raise an issue, they're not going to say anything. Right. Now, for the people.
That's what happened to Adrian Bronner.
Right. Yeah, it's always the trainer. And for anybody who's saying that it's a race issue, well, there's a lot of UK boxers that have come out after watching that video. You can read the article on Boxing Scene, and they're condemning it. And these guys are white, or white in quotation marks. They're Europeans. They're from England, whatever, Caucasian, whatever you want to use. I don't like dealing with this race stuff, but hey, these are for the naysayers. They're condemning it. They're saying they would not fight a guy who wraps his hands like that.
Well, it's a issue because these people that's running this shit, these people that's running this show allow certain people to get over with it. And if you're,
that's what I'm saying. If
you got brown skin, they jumping all over you, trying to strip you of belts and all types of weird shit going on. So it is a race issue where they know what's going on. They're promoting it, and they're allowing you can do it, and we won't catch you because you only got 10% of it in your system. But if you get over there and you get 2% in your system, and you brown skinned it, they're gonna be looking at you to kick you out of boxing. Remember what they tried to do to Big Baby Jared
Miller?
Yeah, Miller. Yeah.
Yeah, remember what they tried to do to him? And he was a bodybuilder and kickboxer and all this other weird shit. He was in a profession doing this stuff where they allow it to be done. Did anybody ever get kicked out of bodybuilding for being on steroids?
No.
Is there a history of them doing that to them? So
yeah,
ain't none of them sons of bitches naturally that way. So they're steroid the hell out. They got all different types of pharmaceutical drugs up in them to get that way. Here he is coming from that side of the field to go into boxing. Y'all know he got a history of this. He's big as all hell. So y'all trying to mess with him. Y'all trying to mess him around for like going into trying to make yourself a better him, I suppose. You know, when he goes into the AJ fight, he should have still been able to get that goddamn fight because all those European druggies are doing all types of weird shit. Tyson Fury's little brother, little Tyson, whatever the hell they call him, got all those goddamn pop marks on his goddamn backs from steroids and shit, man. That shit is crazy. Like
let me get this super chat, Kareem. Thank you, Ricky D, for that $5 super sticker. I appreciate that. My brother goes to the channel, and yeah, sure. He says, let me get VA in here. VA money group said Muscle would use steroids for this fight. So I think he would use testosterone, which is not as potent as steroids. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna whatever they need to do. DJ up in here, I've been wanting to hear his because he always has a fresh, different perspective than what I'm saying everybody else. That's why I like to hear Johnny Allison up in here. What's going on, Johnny?
Hey, Paul. How's it going, guys?
What's going on, bro? All right.
I just wanted to see if the panel knew or if you knew. Can you
going in and out?
Paul, can you hear me?
You going in and out?
Let me see. Let me change it to my other Wi-Fi. Maybe it's me. I don't know.
Yeah, I couldn't. You're cutting in and out.
Cutting out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that Tyson Fury gave for like his problems with the steroids?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, Paul, you're cutting in and out. I can't. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put my hotspot on because I got it on this damn.
You got that double wide low Wi-Fi, huh?
Yeah, man, this thing be in and I paid extra for it. Damn. That's right. That's
where they get you. we got them hooked.
Yeah, they tell you they got a higher connection. They just give you the same connection for more money, I suppose.
Yeah, no, they are. I didn't.
Is that any better?
I didn't bounce from company to company fucking with these people on the internet service and why my internet is acting like the way it is. I used to play PlayStation 3 online, man, and I had a technician come out to my house to troubleshoot my line. He said that I was getting 1.5 megabytes of service where I was paying for 3 because this was years ago, and that was with Verizon. Yeah, it was with Verizon. And I was like, what kind of shit is that? And he explained it to me. And I was like, so they know what's going on, and they got me paying for this shit when I'm actually not even getting it for what it is. I said, you know what? Let me look for another company.
Yeah.
Really,
let me get a
really
2 cent boxing. Let me holler out 2 cent boxing. So y'all subscribe to 2 cent boxing, man. She really knows her stuff. She's in depth with this boxing knowledge, man. Subscribe to 2 cent boxing, y'all. She said the same company that makes the drug test makes the same stuff to beat them. It's kind of like these software virus companies, You know what I'm saying? They put out viruses, saying they create, saying the that. Yeah. No. I'm talking about the computer people. Yeah, the same people that create those computer viruses, same people create stuff that to beat the virus and stuff. So it's a scam. It's all
again,
a scam.
Going back to the raps, because I see somebody in the chat is saying, is it illegal in Japan? It's illegal in boxing because the sanctioning bodies have rules for how you wrap hands. You don't put tape and then gauze and then tape. It's written in the rules. Doesn't matter where it is. Like I just told you ahead of time, none of these people in the commission are going to sit there and stop the biggest star in Japan from wrapping his hands illegally. It has to come from the other side. Now, when the other side raises the issue, then yes, it has to be, it has to be acknowledged, and that's what the trainer is asking for. Use some common sense here, man. You can go read the rules. You can go read the rules, and it clearly states what you have to do. Now, they're not ultra specific, but it is specific about that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know what to say, man. We all want to enjoy this brutal sport, but to what extent? I can't trivialize steroids, and you can't trivialize stuff like this because we see what the difference is. You can see the difference in a different sport. You can see what happened to Antonio Brown after he got hit by Vontaze Burfict. The guy's been acting strange ever since. The head is very sensitive.
Yeah, and 2 cents boxing says the way hand wrappers come into play. You can watch because they said Tito Felix Trinidad. You know what I'm saying? They had a big issues about his hand wraps too. You know what I'm saying? Those hand wraps, you know what I'm saying, they harden. You know what I'm saying? If you wrap your hands a certain way, it's almost like putting on brass knuckles. You know what I'm saying? It gives you extra power on the impact, right? So you know what I'm saying, that's why they have trainers come in there and watch how you wrap your hands, because you don't want somebody coming in there like a margarito coming in there with when your hands sweat up, it turns into a cast. You got to watch the kind of stuff that they putting on there. So, you know, you don't come in there with beating the motherfucker up with a cast on your hand or you know what I'm saying, extra power, you know, it adds extra power. If you can already hit and you put extra tape and extra, what they call it, tape on your glove, then shit, you going in there, you got brass knuckles, bro. You know what I'm saying? The other guy, he's just punching with, you know, say, because really, you know what I'm saying, the tape is to protect, you know, your hands and stuff. Now, it ain't just to protect the fighters, protect your hands, because your hands will break. Mayweather would break his hands in almost every fight, even though he had brittle hands. You know what I'm saying? You can't continue punching somebody and you punch them in the head, the hardest part of your body, without breaking your hands. So, but if you got your hand tape up a certain way, you got an advantage in knocking that person out or doing maximum damage, right? So you got to have a fair, you know, you got to really fairly wrap your hands, because it's giving you an advantage in the ring, right? So, you know, a lot of these guys, you know what I'm saying, I don't know who they sending in there, you know what I'm saying, Adrian Brawner, he didn't have that person to go in there and look at the gloves and see if there was enough cushioning in the gloves. So you got to watch all of it, you know what I'm saying? You got to watch all of it, you know what I'm saying? Because if you can already hit, you know what I'm saying, like Inoue, then he's going to go in there and he's going to hit Fulton and knock his ass out, because he already got knockout power, right? And if he's using any other thing, you know what I'm saying, that even give him more of an advantage. So that's why he's moving up these divisions, because he feel like he got that advantage. It ain't no little nigga that's going to move up, you know, just because he think he's that good. You know, some of these guys got advantages, like Manny Pacquiao had advantages. You know what I'm saying? You know, he was quicker, he was strong, but I don't know how he became stronger than all these guys in the damn division. The motherfucker never stopped throwing punches. He's throwing punches right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, y'all remember Manny Pacquiao back in the day? He never stopped throwing punches the whole fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about 1 or 2 punches. I'm talking about combinations. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He was throwing punches like that. But getting back to the hand wrap, you know, go back and watch Tito Trinidad. Watch your Margaritos. Those hand wraps were deadly, bro. You know what I'm saying? They were deadly, devastating on their opponents. If you don't have a trainer that catch that, that's your ass. You know what I'm saying? You're going to go in there and get Falumaloon. That's what's going to happen to you. You know what I'm saying? Or you're going to get cut. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can put maximum, you can hit a motherfucker in the head all day if your hands wrap like that. Without your hands being damaged. Let's see. PGH Big Dog said AB was crazy. He said PGH Big Dog says AB was crazy before that hit. Respectfully, yeah, you know what I'm saying, and it could mess up people's careers. You know, I mean, Cotto probably would have been way better, man, if he wouldn't have got broke down the way he got broke down. You know what I'm saying, from them bad hand wraps, bro. 100%. And they got the. You said you heard of plaster before.
Can you hear me? Is it coming?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Okay. I just had a few comments in these matters. First of all, with the PED, can somebody clarify? Is it for stamina? Is it for more stamina or power? Do you guys know? Is like when they take an athlete takes PED, is it for power or stamina or both?
Well, they got some for either or. They got some for both. You know what I'm saying? What's that stuff? They got what's that stuff? Conor Ben was taking. The female thing that birth. What I forgot what they call it.
Clomiphene. That was a masking agent. Yeah, that's a masking agent. Because it's trying to balance out the testosterone with estrogen.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So the
thing is, he grow titties in the ring. That's his problem. Go ahead.
Does anybody on the panel, Paul? Do you know, or does anybody on the panel know when you get popped for PED? Like it's been confirmed, your A sample and your B sample are negative or positive. Pardon me, for PED. What is the strike one rule? Like, what's the penalty? Anybody know the general penalty? What is it?
It depends on the situation. It depends on the situation. You know, like Canelo only got 6 months. I mean, you know, 6 months is it's a slap on the wrist because these guys fight every 6 to 8 months anyway.
Yeah. So therein lies the problem. The penalty is not stiff at all. The juice is worth the squeeze, if you know what I mean. They should be enforcing, if you get popped for performance enhancing drugs, full stop, your salary is confiscated. It's divvied up between your opponent and the Nevada Commission and everywhere. It's not going to you and your trainers. You got popped. You're sorry, game over. And I think that if they start confiscating these guys' salary, like Conor Benn, I was reading articles that he was never going to box again, and he got busted in the worst way. Now he's back in rotation. Like what?
Yeah, it depends. It depends who you are, though. It depends who you are because Big Baby Miller, like Full Counter mentioned, man, that guy was gone for like 2 years.
Yeah, exactly.
He was out for a long. Yeah, he was gone for a long time. Like he's just getting back now. Like I think he just had one fight. I mean, he was Mayweather's bodyguard during the interim.
Right.
Other guys get, you know, but it depends on what your stature is. So, you know, it's more like real life. It's more like real life because it all depends on what you're producing. It depends on who you are. It depends on who's backing you. You know, just like I said earlier, they're not going to be pulling guys out. They're not going to lose that $100 million Canelo fight. They don't want to lose that. That's their bread. Okay, Big Baby Miller. How much? I don't know how much. How much do you think Big Baby Miller pulls in a fight?
I mean, he was on a tear actually.
No, but I mean, as an attraction, like Big Baby Miller. He wasn't no star. Not a big name. Yeah, he's not a big name. Get out of. They'll say you can get out of here. You're pennies. You don't mean anything to us. Canelo, on the other hand, his fights will bring in at least $100 million. At least. Okay.
And the funny thing is, Eddie Hearn was talking about American boxers. You know, during that time when Miller was getting busted, and I think we had Ortiz get busted, and those not America. It was somebody else got busted too, besides Baby Miller got busted for. He was on those American fighters. You know what I'm saying? He was talking about how they take steroids. It's just a shame. And then all of a sudden, Conor Benn, and it was a slew of fighters that he was representing getting busted. Dillian White, you know what I'm saying? Just getting busted. Tyson Fury got busted for steroids. It's just a slew of British fighters getting busted for steroid uses, man. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
yeah, with Eddie Hearn, though, it was. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying it's the way they perform. It's they give them, you know what I'm saying? They give them, you know what I'm saying? The rope, you know what I'm saying, to hang themselves, you know, over there. You know, if they get caught, you know, they come back 6 months, you know what I'm saying? They get busted again, you know what I'm saying? They get vamped again, you know what I'm saying? It's just what happened to Dillian White B sample, bro? What happened to it? I mean, we still looking for it to this day. You know what I'm saying? So it's just that they have, you know, I guess it depends on what promoter you have, what kind of power that promoter have. You know, that's why it's good to have a strong promoter behind you. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't have that, bro, you're going down. You're going down. You know what I'm saying? Point blank, period. Unless you somebody like Canelo who's big in the sport.
But you remember with Eddie Hearn, the issue was he was representing Demetrius Andrade first, right? And he was getting on Canelo's case about PEDs. But then when Canelo signed with him, he zipped his lip.
Say that again.
I said, you remember Eddie Hearn was representing Demetrius. He was representing Demetrius Andrade. You remember that?
Right. Yeah, I do remember that.
And then when he got Canelo, like he raised the PED issue when he had Andrade alone. And then when he actually called out Canelo for his positive test. But then when he had Canelo on his side, he never mentioned it again. So
Right.
it's as simple as that. It doesn't get, it's not too complicated.
Thang Yang. I understand. He says, honestly though, these ain't excuses. These are speculations only to hype up this fight. He said everyone feeling it. He said can't wait till Tuesday. Respect to both fighters. It's like I understand that there's not a lot of Asian fighters, bro. You know what I'm saying? But do you know natural? I mean, just naturally in boxing history, naturally in life, a fighter just don't go from, you know what I'm saying? What did he start out at? What did let me see. What did
108
start out? 108,
108
right?
or 105, yeah, somewhere around there. Same as
Is
Pacquiao.
it natural? Is it natural for a guy who starts out at 108, you know what I'm saying, to move up 4 or 5 weight classes dominating, bro, in boxing? Does that make sense to you? How about that? That might be a speculation, but it's just common sense. You know, so we don't see that in boxing. You know, so this is not Dragon Ball Z, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's not Dragon Ball Z. He says, let's see what thing he's talking about. He's talking about so it doesn't matter. It's all about the contract, my bro. He says, if signed, just fight as the rules. No, bro, it's also about having advantages and disadvantages in the fight too. You don't want to talk about those because I think you know already. If you see a guy that's coming in and just moving through weight classes, bro, and winning all the championships, bro, something is wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? That guy ain't just that talented. You know what I'm saying? This says keep my mic. This says keep my mic cut it. Okay, I hear you, bro. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't just natural. Naturally, guys don't just move up weight classes like that, bro. It ain't just talent, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's not just talent. You know what I'm saying? Either we need to keep Valor on these guys 247. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know what I'm saying? It's like we can't just allow them to do what they want to do. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody's going to end up dying in the ring. Somebody's going to end up getting hurt in the ring. You know what I'm saying? They're allowing these guys to do too much. You know, I don't care if he's a star or not. I don't care if you never have a damn Japanese champion. He needs to be natural. You know what I'm saying? He needs to be natural. All these guys, including black fighters too, they need to be natural. You know what I'm saying? If you're using PEDs, you are cheating. You are cheating. If you run away from drug tests, you know what I'm saying? You are cheating. You know what I'm saying? It should be mandatory. If you run away from a drug test, you know what I'm saying? You're afraid of needles. I don't give a damn. They should, you know what I'm saying? If you're going to compete, you should have to, abide by the rules. So just like you got to abide by the rules in the ring, you got to abide by the rules outside the ring. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you're clean. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to see somebody get beat up because you've taken so many drugs. You know what I'm saying? You got the benefit of taking PEDs. Nobody wants to see that. Now I'm not saying that nobody's scared. You know, if Inoue went in here and he beat Cool Boy and he's natural, then he's just that dude. You know what I'm saying? But we got a problem. You know what I'm saying? We got a problem with steroids in these little divisions. You know what I'm saying? So it just is what it is. I mean, you can make what you want to make out of it. You know what I'm saying? You can make you can say that, people trying to make excuses. No, we've been struggling with this for years, with this steroid question. You know what I'm saying? We've been struggling with this shit for years. You know what I'm saying? Do I want Inoue to be a drug cheat? Hell no. I want him to go in there and I want him to be what we think he is. You know what I'm saying? A really strong fighter. But if you start to move up through weight divisions, then we got to look at that. We got to look at that because we know that's not natural. That's not natural in nature. That's not natural in boxing. That shit is not natural, bro. You know what I'm saying? You don't just go up there like you've been at a weight class all your life and dominate. That don't happen. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. So, people may not like it.
You remember the home run chase in '98 when it was McGuire and Sosa?
McGuire and Sosa. No, I don't remember that.
In baseball, you remember the home run chase? They were They were trying to eclipse that 61 the Roger Maris single season home run record.
And what his name was? Barry what's his name?
This was before Barry Bonds. This was Mark McGuire. Yeah, Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa were chasing that single season record. And for the most part in the season, and I hate to bring up the race thing, but it's an issue. Beforehand, I mean, McGuire was pounding his chest, and Sosa was.
Yeah, I remember McGuire.
Sosa was the clear second. He couldn't quite catch up, but he was on pace to eclipse the record too. And McGuire had he had what he was using in his locker room. In his locker room. One reporter decided to question him on it, and quite literally the whole press crew told that guy, shut up. They laughed at him. Okay, they laughed at him. They ridiculed him, and they made him seem like he was an outcast for questioning that. But what happened when Barry Bonds started swelling up and knocking that ball out like it was nothing?
Barry Bonds too. They did Barry Bonds like that too.
Yeah, looking like the greatest player of all time. They number one, they hated Barry Bonds already.
Yeah,
they hated Barry Bonds, but they knew what was going on. They knew what was going on. They turned a blind eye until what happened? Until somebody else said, you know what? I'm gonna even the playing field. In fact, I already know I'm better than that guy. So I don't know whether Bonds was on something or not, but apparently whenever he started matching that energy, they didn't like it. They didn't like it. They still do that stuff, man. It is what it is. We'll never escape this issue, but we hope that more people will go on the other side and come to the other side in the sense of not making this an issue of race and just making it an issue where the playing field is even and everybody can show their true talents, like you said, man. You're dead on. Natural is the way to go for sure.
But see, you could pass a VADA test. You know what I'm saying? If you're using before you even get the fight. You see what I'm saying? You can use PEDs at any time. So you can always say you want facts, but these guys are not just gonna come in there and say, hey, I've been using. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna give themselves up. You know what I'm saying? Their head gonna get bigger. Their calves are gonna be cramping during fights. You got to use circumstantial evidence to catch a cheater, right? So we're not going to be able to just get facts like that. These people are not just going to give themselves up if they're using. Yes, you're going to have to catch them red-handed, and VADA can only do so much. There's ways around VADA. So anybody can deny a steroid users. I mean, they caught Canelo, and what did they do? They just raised the standards, to whatever limit that Canelo uses. That's what they did. So it's like it don't matter if you get caught or not. Conor Ben just got caught with everything in his system. He got hit with the trifecta. You know what I'm saying? So it don't matter, bro. I mean, I understand that you like your boy. You know what I'm saying? But you also got to look at how he's moving in boxing. So, you know what I'm saying? Let's say he beat the shit out of Cool Boy. You know what I'm saying? Become undisputed there, and then he just moves up to the next weight class. That don't tell you nothing? You know what I'm saying? That don't tell you nothing. No, he just that good. No, he got Goku strength. You know what I'm saying? He like a cheetah. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, bro. It's like use your common sense. You know what I'm saying? It's like these people are not just gonna give themselves up. There's a science. It's a science to passing the VADA test. And if you're a fool to bleed that, then you're just a fool to bleed that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're gonna get caught one of these days, you know what I'm saying? But until then, like you say, we'll see how he looks. You know what I'm saying? We'll see how he looks. Nobody's hating on his performance and nothing like that. But if a nigga stop throwing punches, you know what I'm saying? If he throwing 1,000 punches around, bro, come on now. We're human beings. You know what I'm saying? We are not cartoons. We're not anime. You know what I'm saying? It's like we can't throw 1,000 punches, you know what I'm saying, 2,000 punches around and shit, bro. It just don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I be looking at these fights, I'll be like, this nigga ain't take a break, man. He is just punching. Hey, shit, you could stand up yourself and throw 4 or 5 punches, man. You be winded as hell, bro. I was like, come on, nah. It's like, use your common sense. I know you like who you like, but you got to use common sense and circumstantial evidence also, because these guys are not just going to, come in and say, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying, my bad, you know what I'm saying, yeah, I used a few PEDs, you know what I'm saying. They ain't going to do that, bro. That's not going to happen. You got to look at, yeah.
This is how you know this man is doing, I mean, I'm just saying, he's got some, I'm not going to say he's on this, he's on that, or whatever, but Monster Inoue called out Tank, right?
Man, you got to be shitting me.
Yeah, he called out Tank while you were talking.
To be shitting me.
Yeah, I almost forgot. Like, sometimes when I cut in, it's because I'm afraid I'm gonna forget what I'm gonna tell you, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you that. Yeah, he called out Tank like a week or 2 weeks ago. Yep.
So
man.
so if he, I mean, imagine if you skip up, 15, 20 pounds, and you go out there and knock out Tank Davis. They ain't gonna tell you nothing. They ain't gonna tell you. I mean, yeah, they'd be like, oh, he beat Tank Davis, man. Tank Davis was overrated. Like, no, bro. Come on now. You came from 108 pounds, bro. You know what I'm saying? I shit more than that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, you got to be for real. These guys are taking supplements, you know what I'm saying, to increase their power, decrease their stamina. And it's like, even though you just got to use the circumstantial evidence, that's why Floyd came out with the Olympic style drug testing, because he saw it and he knew how hard he trained to move up. He knew how hard he trained to compete at heavier weight divisions. And these dudes are just coming in there knocking out folks like they've been there all their lives. No, that's not happening, bro. That's not what happened in boxing. You know what I'm saying? So you got to use your common sense. That's all. Let me see. What's going on? Javier, who he says, these glove gate, he said alligators are crazy. He said they should be disqualified on the scene. Yeah, we got to get back to natural, you know what I'm saying, fighting. But the money, but when you build yourself up as a star, that's when you start making the millions. And I understand why they're doing it, you know what I'm saying, because fighters, you know what I'm saying, they don't make that, that kind of crazy money, and they got management to pay, and they got a lot of fees and stuff that they got to pay for the belts. And, you know what I'm saying, when you're coming up, you don't get that much money. And by the time you become a star, you done been through so many wars that you're not the man that you was once you started really getting into your groove. So, say by the time a fighter get to his 25th or 20, say about 23rd, 24th fight, all of a sudden, they starting to really get into some good fights and some good money and some good opportunities, right? And we see Errol Spence Jr., he only got 29 fights. You know what I'm saying? He just starting to get into his stardom, like maybe 4 years ago, right? Well, he's been fighting all that time since he was 16. So, that's a lot of fights, to gain it, to amass some popularity, right? And so at the end, everybody know your name, but you done already been through so many wars on your body, right? So, it's just, I understand why they do it. Say, look at Teofimo Lopez. He got the fuck up out the game, once he got him a little payday. Keith Thurman, once he got his money, he started making, pretty good. He unified. And once he got him a little bit of money, he popped out the game, right? Because he said, shit, so I've been fighting all my life. These guys get tired of the training camps, and once they start building themselves up, they want to capitalize and get the hell on. That's why Tank is talking about leaving, in a couple of years. He wants to get up out of there. These guys want the money and they want to retire. I understand it. It's not for everybody. Boxing is a really unique sport. To be able to go in there and take a beating. Even when you win, you're still taking a beating on your body. You're taking a toll on your body. You're taking gut shots, head shots. You're getting hit in the shoulder. You're getting hit in the back of the head. So it's going to take a toll on you, the longer you fight. And I understand it, So some of these guys, they just want to get their popularity up and they want to make their millions. They want to fight the biggest fight, win or lose, but they walk away I think they say Ryan Garcia walked away with $30 million for fighting Tank. He walked away with 30. Now imagine, you see how Ryan Garcia moved his whole career, and he was able to amass enough popularity to get a $30 million payday. So I get it. I get it. You only live once, and you got to make sure that you're good for the rest of your life. And So I see what they do. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Paul, what did you think about the interaction? Did you see the interaction between Roy Jones Jr. and Big Baby Anderson, Jared Anderson?
No. What happened?
Oh, you need to see this video. See, I was late to that party too. Roy Jones is talking with Big Baby, and man, I'm gonna paraphrase it because I don't remember the speech word for word, but essentially, Roy was trying to give him some motivation. It looked like he was basically telling Big Baby that you are the future of the heavyweight division. You are gonna be the cornerstone of American heavyweight boxing. So it seems. I don't see anybody else around, and he almost brought, like, the tears were in Big Baby Anderson's eyes. He's like, but I didn't ask for this pressure. I didn't want this pressure. I'm only 23. And literally, you can see him about to cry. And Roy gave him a hell of a speech. He said, like, you know your mom, your mom was sacrificed for you, your family, and now it's essentially he's telling them it's your turn to do the same. But and this was before the fight with what was the last fight, man? We were talking about Prince, man. Damn, the name is on the tip of my tongue. Charles Martin. Charles Martin. This was before the Charles Martin fight. Oh, you got to see this. Yeah, you got to see this, because if I had seen that before the fight, I would I might have understood a little bit as to how that performance came to be. Perhaps, like, I have a few different views, but I don't know, man. Like, that scene right there, you're gonna as a boxing fan, you know, you can, or just looking as a casual observer even, man, you can, if it was a movie and you're watching this scene, you're like, man, I don't know if this guy has his heart in it. That's just like what you were just, and I'm only mentioning this because of what you mentioned about when the fighters start making money and how they get tired of boxing and training because they've been training their whole life. Understandable. It looked like Big Baby Anderson was going through that. You got to check it out. It's on the Top Rank.
No, I now that you said Big Baby, I keep getting Big Baby Miller mixed up with Big Baby Anderson. I did see that. And
you did see that? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I did see that. But the thing is, you know what I'm saying, it's the pressure, bro. This pressure that comes with, you got to get yourself ready. You got to train on all your skills. And then when you have a step-up fight, you blasting out all of these B-level fighters. But then now you got a step-up fight. The pressure, you know what I'm saying, that's behind these fights is incredible. So it taxes on your mental, right? You see Big Baby Anderson, you know what I'm saying, he's tired of gearing up for these fights. You know what I'm saying? I think you just got to have the experience. That's why big fight experience is important. You know what I'm saying? So you can have, you can prepare yourself mentally for when you go into the fight and keep your confidence. Even Errol Spence Jr., even Terrence Crawford, you think they're not nervous? You think they wanted to train? They know the other guy is training super hard for this fight, so they're going back to back. So even they get nervous. So
both guys have talked about losing, by the way.
Right
before this fight, both guys.
Right. So you got to, it's a mental strain. That mental pressure, that mental stress is something else, and I think that's what Big Baby was experiencing. Every young fighter goes through that. And see, most guys, they keep that to themselves, but this new generation, they kind of put it out there. You know what I'm saying? It comes out in different ways, and all of this is a big fight stress. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure after that fight, after he beat Prince, you know what I'm saying, he felt a lot different about it. You know what I'm saying? It's like in his next fight, depending on who he fight, it'll become easier and easier to him as he moves up the rank. Now, yeah, he looked like food. He did look like food, but you learn from a loss. I didn't say he lost the fight, but when you are in there, you're getting touched up. You're either gonna learn from it or you're gonna go down, right? I think Big Baby is gonna learn from his mistake. If he pulled back, and just like what's his name that lost to Jamel Erickson Lubin. Right, he used to do this dip thing, this bend over thing all the time. Now I've seen him do it a couple of times, but I've seen him correct it too. So you know what I'm saying, I've seen him getting better. So sometimes you see that's why losing is a lost art, because you learn from losing in fights, right? When you just win, people expect you to win all the time. That's not boxing, bro. That's not boxing. You know what I'm saying? You go out there, you're going to lose some. If you're fighting the best, you're going to lose some, but you learn from your mistakes and get better. That's what makes you a champion. You know what I'm saying? Not just blasting through people and winning all the time. Sometimes you're going to go out there and somebody they just got your number and you're going to lose. I don't want to see gifted decisions. You know what I'm saying? If you lose, but then you learn from what you did wrong, how you approach your strategy, your game plan, and all this. And we just put too much on guys who are winning on these winning streaks. You know what I'm saying? That's not life. Sometimes you take a L in life. You know what I'm saying? And back in the 50s and the 60s, people went back and forth all day long losing and coming back winning. You know what I'm saying? You know, because they take the loss and they learn from their mistakes. And plus they were so active, they was able to stay sharp and do something different and make different adjustments. But when you take a year off, you know what I'm saying, between big fights, you're losing something. You're losing your momentum, right? So it's not all about the win. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you learn more from taking an ass whipping. You know what I'm saying? But you got to fight that guy again. You know what I'm saying? You got to show the adjustments. You got to show the improvement. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I'll be going up pinches. Go ahead.
These brand new fans, man, they forget that Spence had 11 knockouts in a row himself, and he also had seven first round KOs. I think it was in a row. I think if I'm having a hard time remembering the early part of his career. I think he had at one point he might have had 7 first round KOs. And he was fighting lesser competition, but we saw it even out once he started fighting the championship fights, right? Like the fights get a lot tougher. You know, the fights get a hell of a lot tougher. So, you know, and I think part of that Anderson issue was that Top Rank signed Jalalov, man. I'm telling you, that guy is for real. You think Tyson Fury, Jalalov, the super heavyweight champion from the 2020 Olympics that was actually in 2021? Yeah, I think he's a little nervous because honestly, I think he's nervous because of that. Because that man is for real. He is for real. He knocked out Torres in the super heavyweight final. That tells you.
Oh yeah, that guy. Just like what's that guy named Andy something that fought Keyshawn Davis? Andy.
Yeah. Andy Cruz.
Andy Cruz. He's in there now too.
Yeah, man, these guys are trouble. I mean, when you get a chance to watch these guys, Andy Cruz, me watching Keyshawn Davis in the amateur, man, this guy's incredible. And I hadn't seen the other fight that he had against Andy Cruz live. I saw a few clips and highlights here and there, and then when I watched the Olympic final, man, Andy Cruz was beating that man to the punch. And we had this discussion the other day on Just Dude's channel, and I'm like, and some people are saying, well, the amateurs are the amateurs, but the fact is that Keyshawn Davis is 0-4 against Cruz, and I was sitting there watching Cruz be a lot quicker with his feet and a lot quicker with his hands. He just has his number. And that Jalalov dude, it doesn't matter who's in front of him. He could win the heavyweight title right now. I'm telling you, the guy's huge. He can box it. He boxes better than Tyson Fury. I'm saying it right now. He probably knocked Tyson Fury out. Fury won't be sparring with that dude. I guarantee you that. No, he won't. No, he won't. He's that good. I'd be nervous. I mean, you guys don't want to hear me say it. I'd be nervous if he fought Wilder. I would be. Because this dude is for real. He's for real. He is.
But the thing is about it, though, you know what I'm saying? Is he willing to put up his reputation right now? You know what I'm saying? They're not going to start him out fighting those guys.
No,
they're not going to start him out. Those guys are on their way out. They're going to get good and old before he faces them. And what he's going to face is, you know, fighters that are not, you know what I'm saying, that are old now. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, yeah, that he want the name on the resume. You know what I'm saying? Right. But it's not gonna be an even competition by the time you get up there. So, you know, and we don't have a whole lot of great heavyweights right now. So it's time for a new crop of heavyweights. Really, it's the division is wide open because those guys are 35, 36, you know, them guys on the way out, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's time for a new crop of heavyweights to come in and take over. You know what I'm saying? So he said, what's going on, Don Jenkins? The Gotcha Game. He said, Mayweather jealous ass. Yeah, he can't let it go. He can't seem to let it go. You know, he said Anderson is too. You know, Anderson might want to go. You know what I'm saying? Because he might want to go for that Bridgerweight. You know what I'm saying? You know, I think Suleiman is promoting it, but look, nobody seemed to be feeling that Bridgerweight. You know, that would have been a good weight class for Wilder too. You know what I'm saying? He probably would have been undisputed at Bridgerweight. This is a Dante Hall boxing card. He says amateurs and pros different. Cruz older than Tank Davis. Yeah. And so I don't think you want to fuck with Tank because all that amateur style shit that ain't for the fly. You know what I'm saying? That is not for the fly with Tank. He will take care of him real quick. You know what I'm saying? Thanks name says Laugh out loud. Yup. He said losing again. He said I boxed a legit 6'2" heavyweight, and he only won to beat me. Then I served him at McDonald's 7 years later, and he got fat. Yeah, man. I said these guys they got to get over the losing part. Saying the media need to stop with pushing the Mayweather narrative where you got to be undefeated. That don't tell you what kind of fighter you got just because you lose one fight. And it's sad that we live in an age where social media is pushing where you have to be undefeated, right? You learn more from losing, bro. You can't. I'm glad that Baby Anderson went through what he went through, because now he knows he's not the most dominant heavyweight. You know what I'm saying? Now he know he got some things he need to work on. And that pulling back shit ain't gonna work on everybody. Some people, what I'm saying, like, and let me tell you, Prince Charles is not a great heavyweight. What I'm saying? If he struggles against Prince Charles, he's gonna get Falumaloon against everybody else. He's gonna get somebody like Dillian White will come over the top and destroy him. And sorry as Dillian White is, what I'm saying, but he's not afraid to go in there and mix it up and throw them hands, And I do see some great skills from Big Baby Miller, but he's gonna have to work on it, man. He's gonna have to work on his craft. He's gonna have to work on that defense a lot. He's gonna have to work on that defense a lot if he's gonna compete, in that division. So he's gonna have to really work on that defense. If you undersized, you got to have some great defense. If you're gonna be undersized. He said Wilder would kill him. He said, yeah, he get caught with that straight back shit. Yeah, he would get destroyed. But, every year our boy is getting older and older, So, but he still got that power is the last thing to leave you as a heavyweight. That's the last thing to leave you. So, he'll have that power. He'll always have a puncher's chance when it comes to these new jacks that's coming up to the division. So he says, so 2 cents say, she says never losing thing seems to apply only to black fathers. I know, because Lomachenko got what, 3 losses? He got 3 losses, and they still say he's the greatest thing since sliced bread or whatever. It's like, come on, bro. You right about that 2 cents. Y'all subscribe to 2 Cents Boxing, man. She be on point with it, bro. So she really bring that cooking. She really bring that heat. And I said, I think David Morrell is going to be special working with Ronnie Shit. Man, bro. Not just him. I was thinking Ryan Garcia. I think Ryan Garcia is going to be different. Oh, yeah, I got you. I think Ryan Garcia is going to be different, bro, working with Derrick James. I can't wait to see that mad experience, scientific experiment, come to fruition. I want to see what Ryan looks like after he fights after he trains with Derrick James. I want to see that. I think he's going to get better. Yeah, I just dropped the link for you, bro. Let me see. Yes, there. I just dropped the link for you. Don Jenkins, the gotcha game. He says, who was that guy that put the pause on him? Who exactly who you talking about? On who? He says, then you was Charles Martin. Yeah, Charles Martin. Charles Martin ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Charles Martin ain't shit. He got beat up by every damn body. Yeah, Ryan looked different, man. He looked like he's growing into a grown man. He's losing that little anime popcorn look, you know what I'm saying? With the big eyes and the, you know what I'm saying, and that little boy look. He's starting to look like a man now. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's due to Derrick James, you know what I'm saying, staying in his ass and making him work on his craft. Making him work on his craft. You got to make these dudes, he was spoiled over there at Golden Boy, you know what I'm saying? What's his name? What was his trainer name? What's that white dude name that be wearing that? What's his name? What is Goosen, right? So Joe Goosen, so he would let Ryan do what the hell he want to do. He said that training with Ryan, he said you don't rule Ryan. You are a teammate of Ryan. And I was like, bro, if you're a trainer, you got to be able to tell this dude what to do. So you can't just let him go out there and do what he want to do. You know, so now they got Ryan, training with his head down, his chin down, and using some fundamentals. I think he's going to be different. Now I think he's going to be way better. Let me see. Dante Hall boxing talk. He said, I think Ryan getting people away from that undefeated stuff and 30 million payday was showing them some different. Yeah, man. Ryan, these young bucks, they got to lead the way. And with that Tank Ryan fight, it really caused a devastating impact on boxing. Wake your ass up, so get in the ring and fight these big fights. That's where the money is. And I think they showed that when they fought. And they really woke. It was like a shock to boxing, bloodstream, man. It's like, hey, let's get these fights rocking, and everybody's starting to get it on, man. And I feel bad. The only person I feel bad for is David Benavidez, because David Benavidez, now he got to fight David Morrell because Canelo. You know what I'm saying? David Morrell is a monster, my nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
but that's what you want. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to be the best in boxing, you got to face the monsters. You got to face the killers. And I think the Mexican monster is I think he's ready for it. He win or lose. I think the Mexican monster is ready for it.
I don't think they want that fight. I don't think they want that fight right now because
Well, they want the Canelo money. See, the thing is, yeah. I'm sorry, they want the Canelo money before they fight David Morrell. I think they want it. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's like we're in church. I'm agreeing with you. I'm giving you the amen on that, man.
Say amen, my nigga. Did you say what you say? Amen. Say amen.
Yeah. They don't want that fight right now. And at first I think they were talking trash, I believe, because they thought that when Morrell first got with Ronnie Shields pumped the brakes, which is understandable. Me personally, like I said, the first time I saw Morrell, I was like, oh my gosh, who is this guy? And he looks like he looked like that dude. But Ronnie Shields pumped the brakes and said, I need this guy for a few fights. But after he saw what he did to Idos, man, he was like, bring Benavidez right now. And then that's when they changed their tune. That's when the Benavidez camp changed their tune because Sampson was ready to make that fight publicly.
Yeah, who's hilarious? Listening to him commentate, that damn Joe Goosen so goddamn hilarious, bro. That the person he go for always get their ass kicked, don't they? I'm talking about when he was going for Mikey Garcia and he was making all those excuses for Mikey Garcia getting his ass tore up in the ring. That punch did not get punched by that punch. Oh, that was a good punch by Errol Spence Jr. Oh, well, it looked like Mikey. It don't look like he could do too much of nothing right now. That boy had me rolling every time that mother would be commentating. And then the other hater, what's the little Brian? What's his name? Used to be on ESPN.
Inspector Brian. You remember when he was questioning Spence after his accident? You remember when he questioned Spence? He interviewed Spence. I forgot which fight it was. It was like the first public appearance that Errol Spence made. Brian Kennedy.
Oh yeah.
And he interviewed Errol Spence on the side apron. And I swear it was like a police interrogation. He kept asking him the same question over and over, hoping that the answer would change. And I think like at a certain point Errol Spence just kind of looked at him like, what the fuck is going on here? You know what I mean? It was crazy.
It came from Floyd, and Floyd told him he's a master of nothing. You know what I'm saying? You're a master of nothing, Kenny. What's his name? Kenny? Brian Kenny.
Brian Kenny, yeah, man. It was funny.
Well, like Errol Spence Jr., he seems to outpoint everybody. It's just amazing how he's able to just outpoint everybody. And you can see Danny Garcia, he's punching back. There you go. You know what I'm saying? Danny get 1-2 punches in. He says, Danny Garcia, y'all like, man, this dude is a trip. So they're always finding some dudes that's kind of like Larry Merchant, you know what I'm saying, in their own way, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know how he keep getting hired for the biggest events. It's like you look over there and you see his chubby cheeked ass over there. You say, oh shit, this nigga gonna be hating like a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, Errol Spence Jr. seems like he has too many. Look like he just punches everybody. I don't know how that happens. Like, man, shut up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I love when Lennox Lewis there to balance out all the bullshit. They were over there arguing, you know what I'm saying, about, you know what I'm saying, did it look like Errol Spence Jr. winning the Danny Garcia fight? And Goosen had the damn school Brian Kenny, you know what I'm saying, because he wouldn't listen to damn Lennox Lewis, who was telling him, you know, Errol Spence Jr. was jabbing the shit out of Danny Garcia. And Goosen had to tell him that you can look at the fight and tell who's winning. You know what I'm saying? It was like damn. You know what I'm saying? That shit be tripping me out, but Goosen be having me rolling, bro.
But they all do it though. They all do it. I mean, we saw this in the Ennis Villa fight just recently. Mm-hmm. You know, like I'm sitting here like, what fight do you like? If you there's very few times recently. I mean, now I pretty much when there's a live broadcast, I roll with you. But for that Ennis Villa fight, I forgot what happened. And I had to just listen to, and I was actually listening to the broadcast this time, and I'm like, man, are you sure you're watching the same fight as I'm watching? You know, what are you looking at? Like, Ennis is just piecing these guys up, and I think to some extent, like, they have to be catering to either some executive or some sort of ideal. Maybe they're just following the what's the guy's name that Ali used to always have the interactions with, the announcer? I'm forgetting his name right now. Howard Cosell. So I wonder if they're just trying to follow that mold or something. Like, I really struggle to understand it. And I had a chance on Broadway Joel's channel maybe a month ago or two ago. He interviewed Jim Lampley, and he allowed us to call in. Yeah, he did, and I had a chance to talk to Jim Lampley for a little bit, and now he's a professor. But you know, I kind of felt bad. I feel bad in some sense, but I don't, because the stuff that was coming out of his mouth towards the end of that HBO reign of boxing was horrible, he was real man. Bad. Yeah, he was so biased, and I had to ask him. I'm like, that whole scenario, I just wanted to know for myself. I said, is that because of you, or is this because of some executives? And he pretty much, he didn't say it directly, but he pretty much said, he was getting front office pressure. That's why these guys are talking like this. Mm-hmm. You know, these higher ups with these suits with all that money. I mean, you think that like the Lampleys and the merchants got money? No, man, there's guys that are way above them, and you know, just like the fighters, man, they're not trying to lose that bread off their table either. And for them, they're not punching nobody in the face, but they damn sure will say whatever the hell that they think wants to be heard in order to keep the bread on their table. So,
look at Max Kellerman. I mean, you see his tune change. He used to speak facts. He used to be the you know what I'm saying, the dude that talks the real talk in boxing. Now he's the dude that capped the most. You know, look like you got to toe that line, you know what I'm saying, if you're going to be, you know what I'm saying, if you're going to go anywhere in boxing, you know what I'm saying, to get your own show, to become the man, you know, you got to do that narrative stuff, you know. You got to paint the narrative. Now he's saying all kind of stuff, you know, because, you know, Errol Spence Jr., you know what I'm saying, to have 3 belts, you wouldn't think that Errol Spence Jr. is the person who got the 3 belts. You would think he's the person with the 1 belt. The way they push the fight and the way they push these narratives, you think that he's like they got EJ the underdog, right?
Right. Like he came out of nowhere. Right.
Like how?
Yeah. Paul, let me tell you the moment.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you the moment I knew Max Kellerman was done for me. And I follow we've been paying attention to boxing for years. I remember how Max Kellerman started on ESPN, and it wasn't on TV, just on TV. He used to write articles on their website, and I used to read them. I remember going back as far as Mayweather versus Corrales. I remember reading his stuff, but I knew he was done when he after Mayweather fought McGregor. He said McGregor accounted well for himself versus Mayweather. When he said that, I was like, man, this dude's done. Because it was clear that Mayweather carried him the whole fight. You know, when he said that, I was like, it's over, bro.
That
It's
I
over.
remember. I think it was what Stephen A. brought him on to the Skip. Him and Skip Bailiff was going back and forth, and they brought Max in there. Then Stephen A. got jealous of Max. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Kind of like signing him on the boxing knowledge and stuff. He got tired, and he got.
Yeah,
and he got rid of Max. He got rid of Max ass and stuff because Max was just too good for him.
No, it was Owens. Terrell Owens did it. You remember he said that he told Stephen A. Smith that Max Kellerman was blacker than him.
yeah.
That's what did it, bro. Oh shit. Oh,
that
man.
was too funny. Oh, that was too funny, bro.
Yeah. I used to watch, I'm not going to lie, I used to watch First Take during that period. When Max first got on First Take, I'm not going to lie to you, man. He was schooling Stephen A. Smith on basketball. I'm telling you. I mean, this is just on a small park. I mean, nobody's going to care. He was killing, in terms of like, I don't think that they at that time, they weren't role playing, like you be the bad guy, I be the good guy type stuff. They were just really talking basketball. Actually, Kellerman was schooling his ass. I kid you not.
But
that
you
was
know,
when,
but Stephen A. is a casual when it comes to boxing. You know what I'm saying?
I'm talking about basketball. It was basketball.
No, I got you. Yeah, he knows his basketball. He knows his football, but he don't know shit about boxing. You know what I'm saying? And that's when when Max started schooling him on that boxing, that's when he had to go. And then because people really like Max, so they really like Max. They don't like Stephen A. like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't like Stephen A. Stephen A. got the other demographic, you know what I'm saying, backing him. Because they see he's he's a sellout pretty much. Michael Ray 2 says Max changed up when Mayweather left HBO. Yeah, that's true too. But Showtime numbers went through the roof when Mayweather showed up. You know what I'm saying? He had those 6 fights over there at Showtime. He says those gloves did him in, fam. Mm-hmm. He says no evidence say. He says Don Jenkins facts. He says messed up that man's career, and he's good for boxing because. What time the fight come on, y'all?
Which one?
This Fulton and Inoue fight. What time that come on?
I think it's somewhere in the morning, man. Last time I remember watching Inoue in the morning, it was like, I mean, the card started like 5 a.m. and like the main event started around 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. somewhere around there.
So it's not coming up tonight.
No, it's not tonight. It's Tuesday. That's a Tuesday morning fight. That's when we all want to watch boxing. Clearly, that fight is for the Japanese audience. So, yeah, it's gonna be Tuesday morning, early, probably between 6 and 8.
Mm-hmm.
You there, Paul?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I was just.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So.
You said 4:30 a.m. Oh my God, bro, are you serious?
Yeah. No, spare yourself. Don't get up that early, man. You're gonna be watching those undercards mad at yourself because you don't know who these guys are. Don't do it to yourself. Try to find out, when it starts and time the main event.
Oh man.
Yeah, don't do that to yourself. Just try to get the schedule and see how many fights they got on.
So they're not even fighting. They fighting on a Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday. Yeah, it's Tuesday. Tonight is Kambosos versus George Kambosos versus Maxie Hughes, and Keyshawn Davis is on that card. I think he's the co-main event. So that's tonight. I don't know what time that is, but usually those start about I think they start at 7 on ESPN Plus.
ESPN. I did pay for my ESPN. Man, I had to let go of the zone. It's like shit. I'm paying for so much shit, man. It's ridiculous, bro.
Man,
the zone. Mm-hmm. What'd you say?
Yeah, the zone. I mean, who do you have to look forward to on the zone? That's the question.
Just when they have a good fight, they make you pay for the damn subscription shit, and you have to cancel the shit.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't do it.
Tuesday at 4:30 a.m. Eastern time, bro. God damn. It's like he should have had that. I mean, over here, man. See, he's gonna really have to acclimate himself. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, I hope he's over there, and I hope he's, you know what I'm saying, sleeping and getting his rest. You know what I'm saying, and acclimating himself to the time. You know what I'm saying, difference, the time zone difference. You know,
Yeah,
because
Fulton's been there for a few weeks. He's been there for a few weeks now.
because that could really affect you.
Yep, sure could.
So how you think the fight's gonna go, Bully?
I've and you know it depends. You know, if the hand wraps are, let's pretend the hand wraps are not an issue or whatever else. Let's just say it's an even playing field. Let's assume that. I like Fulton, man. I think Fulton's footwork is something special, and I'm gonna say something controversial on here. Some of you guys are probably not gonna like it. I think Stephen Fulton is everything that Devin Hayden wants to be. That's who they talk about. That is Stephen Fulton. Stephen Fulton doesn't display the most power, but damn, his footwork is something different. And I haven't seen anything like. I think he's just really special when it comes to that. You know, I feel like when
that's that Philly footwork, baby.
Yeah, when these guys are that good, you know, we got to give them credit. And I didn't know I just learned this today. His trainer is the brother of Zahir Rahim. And I remember what Zahir Rahim did to Eric Morales in that fight. And ironically, some years ago, I met up with a guy that knew Zahir Rahim, and he told me that the guy loved the streets too much or something, and that's why he couldn't follow up on that. And I don't know, that's just hearsay. Nevertheless, that was a masterful performance, and I think that we're going to get something similar from Fulton. I like that Fulton fought Danny Rahman in his last fight. I think while he's not the monster in terms of his punching power, I think that his movements and what he's looking to do is very similar, and that was a really good lead in. That's a really good lead in to the fight with Monster Inoue. Nevertheless, Monster Inoue has the athleticism. He is very fast. He does punch very hard. It's shocking to see somebody so small punch so hard. And looking what he did to Nonito Donaire in those 2 rounds, damn, he destroyed his ass. Like I'm still believing that Donaire is going to win his next fight. I'm hoping because I got him in a parlay. But damn, what happened? What happened to Donaire in that fight was something different. And Paul Butler didn't stand a chance. He was running around and getting beat up.
And let me tell you something. Donaire is I'm going to let you go. Donaire is the kind of fight I like because he win or lose, he coming back to fight. Go ahead.
Yeah. Donaire is something different, man. I remember when I thought Vic Darchinyan was something back in the day, and then Donaire stepped in and made Darchinyan look like dirt for that fight. I don't know do you remember that fight?
I'm sorry, which one was it?
When Vic Darchinyan versus Nonito Donaire. I think that was Donaire's first belt.
Yeah, I remember that. Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, back when that fight was on Showtime. If I remember correctly.
That's back when he was. That's back when he was a real big. He was a big star back then. You know, he was like really climbing up in popularity. Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, at that point, I didn't know who Donaire. We didn't really know who Donaire was, and I was surprised what he did to Darchinyan was a really good puncher, and you know, I personally, in my mind, I think that Inoue is going to get schooled. I think that he hasn't seen anything like this in terms of Fulton's movement. I think Fulton is, if you believe that Monster Inoue's power is special, and I'll tell you that Fulton's footwork and mind in the boxing game is just as equal on that level. As great as his power is, that's as good as, if not better, as to Stephen Fulton's mind in the ring and his ring generalship. So I expect big things. If both of these guys collide at the same time, it's going to be something special. And I don't think we would have seen a week like this in boxing where we get 2 top pound for pound fights in the same week. Monster Inoue versus Cool Boy Steph, and Bud Crawford versus the Truth Errol Spence in 1 week. Are you kidding me?
I know, man.
I love this. What are you doing to me? How does it? This is like what happens after this? Is boxing ever going to be the same? They got to keep making these great fights because this is what I'm gonna expect every time. This is what I expect every time.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine how fast the rounds are going to go by when we're watching the Errol Spence Jr. and Terrence Crawford fight? Can you imagine how fast that fight's going to go by? I was talking about this last night. And I said, man, I mean, each minute is gonna just fly by like 2 seconds, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, because everybody's just gonna be anticipating a knockdown. They're just gonna be anticipating, you know what I'm saying, who's getting the best of who won that round. I mean, we're gonna be in the fight for 5 minutes, and that's gonna eat up 6 rounds, bro. And you're gonna be sitting there wondering, where the hell did the rest of the fight go, bro? It's like that shit gonna be over just like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna milk it for all it's worth. I'm gonna be watching for everything. I mean, I want Showtime to really pull out all the stops for this fight. I want to know everything that's going on in both corners. I want the best trainer tracks ever. If Bomac farts and Coach James bristles at something, or he sees something he doesn't like and he gets all riled up like he's been getting in the corner, man, I want to see it all. I want to see it all. Put a camera on their footwork, damn it, and show it to me later. This is how much and I feel about this fight. I mean, this truly is a Super Bowl of, if there's a Super Bowl in boxing, it's this. It's this, without a doubt. And it's tough to say that in the same week as Fulton versus Inoue, because that is a huge fight too. Damn, I love it. I love it too much, man. Much respect to these guys for taking these tough fights. I mean, I hope they get, you know, everything that they're looking for in terms of the payout. They deserve it. You know, they deserve it. We talk that shit on here, and I hope it gives them credit. I know I could tell from both camps that they listen to us on YouTube and they hear what we say, whether it's positive or negative. I think you're hearing a lot of the stuff that Errol Spence is saying. He's only reflecting his fans, and man, the guy's doing a good job of connecting with the people. And the Terrence Crawford side, they do the same thing. They focus a little more on the negative, but I'd hope that they hear the positive stuff we do say as well, even though it's okay to be critical. We're not making fun of you personally. If we're critical on both ends. So I can't wait, man. I can't wait. The 30th, also from a personal standpoint, man, there's going to be hell to pay on these YouTube pages. One side or the other is going to get it.
Yo,
all
man.
that shit you've been talking all those years, you're going to have to pay for that. We need to hear that. There's retribution coming. That's all I'm saying. One way or the other. We're here for it.
We're going to be talking to ourselves because, you know, all them fans of his going to disappear. They're going to disappear, change names. They're going to do all types of shit to get away from being able to, you know, have to pay for that.
Well, I mean, and it's crazy how, you know, Bomac is coming out, you know, saying, talking about, you know, like it's some kind of conspiracy that you know, Bud is going to get the short end of the stick. He's trying to kind of like imply that it might be some funny stuff going on with the judges because it's PBC. And I don't like his camp. I don't like Bud Crawford camp. You know what I'm saying? It's just like they just low class. They're just low brow motherfuckers, bro. I mean, even just, you know, just the tactics they use, you know what I'm saying, to cast doubt on the fight. You know, it's like some Trump shit. You know what I'm saying? Just go out there and say the thing is rigged and shit before they even get in there.
Oh, you just reminded me of something, man. Tell me how this makes sense. Nobody has complained more about promotion and getting paid and all his money than Crawford. Why was he working out in the UFC gym advertising UFC when there's a UFC card the same night as your biggest fight in your career? God help me, I do not understand you. I don't understand this guy sometimes. I don't.
Yo.
And he's gotten to where he's gotten and he's doing what he's doing. But man, I
tell you why, because on some like real humble, like on some little backdoor shit, he's making money from promote. This is the most publicity that Bud Crawford has ever gotten. So there's all kind of people throwing money at him right now. Hey man, come train over here, man. We're gonna give you 150,000. You know what I'm saying? To a little time nigga like him, be like, yeah, I'll come over there and get that. I'll go train in your facility. I'll go wear this shirt for the day. They're throwing money at Crawford right now. This is the most publicity he's ever gotten. And he just got offers coming to him everywhere. Hey, just wear my hat on this interview. You know what I'm saying? Just wear, you know what I'm saying? So that's what's happening. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to see him capitalize on all the money. You know what I'm saying? This is low class. Yeah, man. So it just kind of, you know, Bernie over there, you know, yelling in the corner, you know, just all this bullshit, saying all this bullshit while Bud's working out. Can you imagine? He probably do that shit every time they train, bro. You know what I'm talking about? When he was over there yelling in the corner while Bud was hitting the pads and best of work. You know, it kind of remind me of that whole Ali, that dude that used to a hype man for Ali. You know,
Bandini Brown.
And Rumble. You know what I'm saying? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. You know what I'm saying? You remember he had the one with the bald spot. What's his name?
Bandini Brown.
Yeah, Bandini Brown. Yeah, he used to just sit there and just talk shit for Ali, you know, while he trained or whatever he was doing. Float like a young man rumble. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But you didn't hear. Did you hear Bernie? Did you hear Bernie say put him in the dirt?
Yeah, I didn't hear that, but they say that.
Yeah. Yeah, he said put him in the dirt. You can't be. That's EJ copyrighted. That's Errol Spence copyrighted. You start saying that stuff. No, man, he's in there. Spence is in their heads anyway. He's been in their heads for a long time, man.
And that's for sure. And he in their head so much. Now he got the twisties. You know what I'm saying? That Earl Smith Jr. guy. I'm like, what kind of shit is this? This dude is
he got what?
Twisties. You know, like the way Earl Smith Jr. got the twisties in his head. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He got the little the mini Afro twist.
Yeah, he got the twisties now.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, come on. What? This is some weird shit right here. This is like some Sybil shit, you know. But when motherfuckers is going in there with some mental illness and shit, like, you know, this nigga coming in there, he think he Earl Spence Jr. The pressure is real, y'all. The pressure is unreal. I'm just saying, you know. He might.
But, you can't judge.
If he beat Earl Spence Jr., he might come out with Man Down Promotions. You know what I'm saying?
Man Down, yeah, baby. You can't judge Crawford's camp off their words because, you know, they go back on what they say a lot of times, and you know, I think part of it is just a little nervousness about being in front of the camera. Like, I noticed that, like, a lot of times, like, Crawford he'll emulate the stuff that Spence has said. He'll just match it, you know, like, and that's okay. Right. He's good at what he's good at, which is throwing punches. He's hella good at that. He's hella good at that.
Even his nature is a counterpuncher, you know, just talking shit. Yeah. He's a counterpuncher.
Absolutely.
He's not good with leading, you know what I'm saying? He's good with countering. You know what I'm saying? A copying ass nigga.
Yeah, I'm trying not to be too critical. I'm glad he took the fight. You know, I can't wait till the 30th, man. It's gonna be something special.
No, I mean, it's good. You know, it ain't really so much Bud as it is his camp. You know, his camp. You know, Bud ratchet, but his camp is definitely ratchet as hell. So, and they show it. I think the problem was they were trying to hide the ratchetry. You know, in front of the world, because they got more exposure, and they had to be careful of how much of the ratchet, you know, to hide. Now they're getting more comfortable with the camera. You can see that ratchet is starting to come out again. See what I'm saying? So now he's getting more comfortable talking about Bomac, talking about Bernie. I don't think Bernie really give a damn. He's always government cheese and powdered milk every day. You know what I'm saying? That's just what he is. You know what I'm saying? That's just Bernie every day. You know what
did Errol say? He said, what did he say? He talked about the hype man that sweeps floors. I was like, oh, damn. And then he called Big Mac Big Cheeto. I was laughing. Oh, here we go, man. Because you know it. And I think Spence been holding back. He didn't want to say it, but he said somebody beforehand. It was a woman. I want to say it was Cynthia Conte. I think she asked him about all the stuff. What Bomac said. He said, no, I just use. He said, I don't have any response to what he said, but I use it for motivation. And that's the guy. That's the fighter that I know. You know, I was listening to I was peeking in on the Fight Hype Live with Sean Vittel. He said, man, this dude said, man, Bud Crawford is like Michael Jordan. And you remember what Jordan did to that guy on the Bullets? He's talking about LeBradford Smith. And I'm like, are you comparing Bud Crawford to Michael Jordan and Errol Spence to LeBradford Smith? Man, I didn't even know what the stats of LeBradford Smith was over his career. No disrespect to the man, but I had to go look it up. I'm like, hold up. LeBradford Smith played 4 seasons in the NBA, averaging like averaging like probably around 7 points per game in total. I'm like, please, bro, just show a little more respect, dog. Like, cut it out. You want to build up Bud? That's cool with me. That makes the fight bigger. We need to tell it as it is. The man is 39-0, just like Mikey Garcia was. 30 KOs. He deserves it. But MJ, Michael Jordan, are you old enough? Did you watch Michael Jordan live and how he destroyed the wills of people? That's more Spence, if anything. Michael Jordan destroyed the will of players over time. Slowly. He took over games. Like, that's not like, to me, if I was to compare Bud Crawford to a shooting guard, I'm like, he's Mitch Richmond. He's been sitting in Sacramento for a long time, and we sitting here wondering what would happen if he was on a better team. Mm-hmm. That's what we're about to find out right now. Anyway, man, I've enjoyed it. We're gonna soak it up, man. We like guys that have been working out the whole year, waiting to get to the beach and show off our abs. Damn, I can't wait for this fight.
I know, man. It's just like time is just dragging on. Time is just dragging on.
It's all good. Yeah. We got plenty of work to do, though. So
he said, Michael Ray II says they think Bud is the best thing since Sugar Ray Robinson. I mean, look at how many fights Sugar Ray Robinson had, man. That dude had like 129, maybe I think 174 fights. I think all in all. I mean, 129 knockouts, something like that. They're incredible, man. That dude record is on a whole nother level, bro. You can't compare no Bud Crawford. I don't think you can really compare any of those fighters from that era to these because they don't fight enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sugar Ray Robinson, I think, was like 179 and like 19 or somewhere in that range. It was like almost 200 fights. I think it was like 180, 179 wins, something like that. We could look it up, but yeah, man, you can't compare.
Sugar Ray, yeah, you can't compare it,
Like, you got to pump the brakes on a Jordan comparison. Like, I obviously wasn't alive when Sugar Ray Robinson was doing his thing, but I remember Michael Jordan very well. That's when we were in school and I had time to watch the NBA. Literally, like, we were watching those games, man. He destroyed people. Come on now.
Yeah, and Kobe took after him. You know what I'm saying? Kobe, tried to get into people's heads and, really like psychologically. Yeah, he had 174 fights, 19 losses, and 109 KOs. You know what I'm saying? 109 KOs. Man was 5'11" with a 72.5-inch reach, out of Georgia. Yes, sir. 54% knockout ratio. He's a bad motherfucker, man. He was bad.
Yeah, absolutely. That's incredible. That's incredible. That's a different type of conditioning. That's a different type because you gotta be in shape to take all those fights, and then you have the mental wherewithal to not let your guard down during that time. That's very impressive.
Hey, B, what's up, Billionaire Box? He said, yeah, he compared him to Mitch Richmond.
I'm just saying, yeah, Mitch Richmond makes more sense to me. It's not a diss because Mitch Richmond was a good player, but like he was playing in the same era as some other really good players, but he was kind of stuck in a corner in Sacramento, right? I mean, Bud from Nebraska. That's why they weren't giving Bud a chance really early on because he was from Nebraska. It's the same. I mean, you're gonna compare him to somebody. That's what it is. He's a really good player, but we waited so long to see him in meaningful games.
Right.
That's what it is to me. I don't know. We waited a long time to see a fight of this caliber for Bud Crawford. I can't wait. I'm excited. Like, as if we're not boxing fans. Yes, we want to see Crawford in meaningful fights. If he didn't have the Spence fight, I'd love to see him take on Thurman. I'd love to see him take on Ugas or Boots or whoever. I was excited for the Kell Brook fight because to me, at least by name, it felt like a step up. The Porter fight felt like a step up, but it wasn't what we were looking for. This is what we're looking for. There's no excuses after this. If he beats Errol Spence, man, you got to give this man his credit. As long as we're talking legit, none of this funny stuff going on. Absolutely, you're gonna have to. We have to sit here and eat it. It'll be a painful meal as an Errol Spence fan, somebody who's been watching. Yes, I'm a fan of boxing though. we're always going to like certain guys over certain guys. That's part of being a fan of the sport.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand it myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, you like who you like, and it ain't nobody gonna change that, no matter what the argument is. So, Billionaire Boxing TV, y'all subscribe to Billionaire Boxing TV. Great interviews. He's a man that goes behind the scenes and get these interviews with the fighters, talk to him. Then he gives his great analysis on the different fights. So I love his channel. You know what I'm saying? You guys, please subscribe to Billionaire. Do yourself a favor. Subscribe to Billionaire Boxing. But yeah, man, I'm like, I thought the fight was going to be on tonight for some reason. I forgot that. I didn't think about the dynamic that they were going to be over there in Asia, and the shit was going to be 4:30 in the morning. So that was kind of like, damn, I just kind of blew past that. I was kind of like gearing up to get ready for tonight.
Well, you still got your boxing. You still got some fights. You're gonna enjoy that high level Cambosis versus Maxie Hughes live from Oklahoma, baby. Yeah.
Yeah, I might tune into that. I gotta see. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, you'll say, well, Keyshawn will be fighting. It'll be good to see what he looking like. Who Keyshawn fighting?
I don't even know. I'll be honest with you. I
don't think.
I just expect him to win.
Even when you look the nigga up, you don't even know who he is. It'll be like, it's time for him to start stepping it up. It's time for him to start stepping it up. You know what I'm saying? And either, I want to see him face like a Dula Mason level of opponent.
Oh, they don't do that on that side. Come on now.
I know. But I'm just saying.
I'll see what's being reported on Stephen Fulton.
No, what are they saying?
Yeah, he's saying that he's not going to fight unless they address the hand wrap situation going on with Inoue.
Yeah, we saw that part. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, somebody call in. Let me see how this thing works, man. I want to see if this thing works. I thought I'd get some call-ins by now. People don't want to call in.
I just learned that that's slick. That's real slick. I didn't know they can, that's how that works. Like,
somebody call in for your boy. Call in. I want to see if this thing gonna work with the system, and we can start some call-ins. Then we can get some different opinions up in here. You know what I'm saying? Get kind of broaden the base of say what we're looking at with these fights. You know what I'm saying? So the numbers right there. It's 405-643-0561. Y'all call in, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't be scared. We just dudes having a conversation about boxing. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, if you got an opinion, man, just call in, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you want to say, you know what I'm saying? Get it off your chest. So, Don Jigsy, he said that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? So, but man, I don't think a lot of people realize, man, this is how big this fight is, the magnitude of it. And let me see. Nah, this shit's ringing on my phone. Hello?
Man, you got a chopped and screwed ringtone.
Hello?
Yeah, well, at least we know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay. It's a delay going on. That's me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what you got? Oh, okay. Let me see. Can y'all hear that?
No.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a delay.
Right.
I hear you just fine, though. Let me see.
Somebody talking
let me see if there's anything I could do on my end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you good.
I can't hear myself on the broadcast, though.
Oh, now I hear it. Now I hear it. Yeah, I hear him now.
Okay. All right.
Let's see. All right, I appreciate that, bro. Let's see. So it's coming on my phone. But let me see. It's just like a delay or something. So we'll work it out, though. We'll work out the bugs. I'll work it out with my old lady, see if I can get that thing fixed.
Are you paying for that, or is that like something free?
No, that's free. No, that's free right there. That's just a Google voice.
Oh, G Royal says Troy Isley is fighting as well. Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna try to.
Oh, Troy Isley in it? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We definitely got to see that. Oh, let me see. I missed the super sticker. Where is it? Did I get that $1.99?
I don't even see it.
Yeah, I don't see it. They must have. I can't reach it. Let me see. On here, but I think that was Hallelujah. Thank you for that $1.99 super sticker, bro. I know that's you.
Who was it that brought that up? That when they was looking at Earl in the media workout, that he had like a 4-pack on his back.
He had a what?
Who brought it up?
A 4-pack on his back.
He had abs on his back. You remember who brought that up in You remember?
Shit, I don't. 4-pack on his back.
His back, his lower back above where his shorts is, he has 4 muscles developed right there. His lower back is developed. I watched it earlier. I seen it earlier today because I remember somebody talking about it, and I seen a little short of him. I wanted to see him sparring in the ring with Derek. I wanted to see him moving around, and he wasn't lying. His back has 4 muscles on each side developed in his lower back above his shorts. You can see him. It's no bullshit. You can actually see the development in his muscles in his back.
What's the significance of that? Well, he got a extra strong back. I mean, what's the significance of it? You know, saying him having
waist control, with power at his power punches. Power punches. When he plant his feet, he has no issue of being able to generate power in his arms coming from his waist. So whatever his training is he's doing over there, he's generating power.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
I barely ever see anybody with muscles in their backs like that, other than bodybuilders. And for him to be really small like that and compact like that, for him to have that type of definition, it's he's doing it purposely. It's a reason behind it.
No, I never heard of that. You know, building up your back muscles.
I think it might have been upper echelon that said that. It might have been up that said that. Maybe.
I mean, he look overall. I try not to look that closely into the guy's condition, generally speaking. But he looks like he's in good condition. Like, you know, when you're an athlete, like, you prefer, like, anytime I ever worked out seriously and really trained, like, my body looked more smooth than anything. And then when you stop training is when you start getting all cut up and whatnot. But when you see them, when the guy's active, usually it has that nice smooth look like Spence has right now. So to me, I think he looks like he's in the best shape I've seen.
Hold on, Bowler. When did that say Bud was wearing a sauna suit? When did that say that?
Might have been last night.
I said he was wearing a sauna suit?
Yeah, he might have said that. Well, we was talking about it last night.
I mean, I might have said he looked like it. I mean, obviously he wasn't wearing a sauna suit, bro. He was wearing some kind of T-shirt or something. You must be got me mixed up with one of the other people that were commenting. I didn't say he wearing no sauna.
He had on a sauna suit. He had a sauna jacket on and the shorts.
I thought he had a T-shirt on or something.
Yeah. During the workout, you mean?
Yeah, during
the workout.
No, he was wearing a T-shirt, but I mean, I took away from.
If you watch those All Access, he's wearing a sauna suit in it.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. I done so many live streams. I don't know which one.
That's not a cotton hoodie that he has on. That's a solar jacket. That's a sauna.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he did. But
I got on the pants right now that he was wearing. You know.
No, I don't remember. I don't even remember talking about his damn whatever you were wearing and shit. Usually, I don't talk about shit like that. But you know, what I'm saying, it is whatever you need to do. You know, what I'm saying, to make the weight. You know, what I'm saying, go ahead and make the weight. I mean, I don't see why that's a point of contention. I really don't.
Yeah.
To be losing weight right now, going into the fight in this time frame, it's physically taxing on your legs. Like I was saying, like, to go up, like, I'm trying to lose weight all over, everywhere I can lose it. But when it comes down to when you actually start losing it, it's taken away from your legs first. Like your legs, your calf muscles, and all that stuff start to shrink. Your leg size start to shrink and stuff like that. You know, because I'm actually focusing on my legs to try to get some of this extra weight that I got on, because I don't ride bicycles no more, nothing like that. So yeah, it takes away. It takes away from that, and you need a little bit of recuperation to in order to get back to that. If you're exercising that, and he shouldn't be doing that at this time. At this point in time, he should be resting his body. He shouldn't be putting no more strain on it, because you can have muscle cramps that develop in a fight when he got to move around when he don't want to. You can have all these different types of issues once you start, shedding that water out of your system once you jump in that ring. That's another good reason. That's another good reason why Earl is down there in the hot ass heat training, because it forces you to be able to deal with that when you get into the ring. All that training your lungs and all that shit that the people be going up there to Big Bear Mountain, that's for to go over a period of time, to train your lungs to be stronger, to go the distance. It's cool if you need that. That's like what Canelo needed to do. Like he was exhausted earlier on. He would give gas out earlier on. So he goes somewhere where he can get some training on his lungs, up in the mountains, high altitude, and all that stuff. If you need that, that's cool. But looking at Bud, he doesn't really look like he needed to be up there doing that. The heat, the environment would have been better off for him to be training in somewhere where he has to deal with a lot of heat, a lot of exhaustion, a lot of body weight, water weight burning off of him and stuff like that, to test his legs to see how he would feel. But yeah,
I think he goes there to get away from Omaha, to be honest with you, because that's a little bit of a smaller town. I mean, comparatively, like let's say if he was in New York per se. Right.
Mean, he can go somewhere that's hot too, though. He's going up into the mountains. He's running up steps.
Yeah, it's summer. It's summer. Yeah, it's summer.
He's running up steps to build his endurance. You seen him running up the steps. He's doing a lot of running around. He's doing bicycling. I seen him doing. So like he's trying to build up his endurance and everything.
Yeah, don't look into it too much deep. Don't look into it that deep. He's 39-0, 30 KOs, baby. He's right there. They said he's the man. We saying Errol's the man. Let's go.
But he's
a pro. I'm not criticizing too much.
You gotta kind of look into it and analyze it, because
he looked focused as fuck though. I mean, he looked focused as fuck. Looked like he really put in there. I mean, look at them combinations on it. I mean, he's that uppercut is man.
He just ought to be focused.
I mean,
that's just the nature of his business that he in. But for him to overtrain or to not have the right education behind him, getting himself to where he needs to be, he looked like he's pushing himself to go beyond whatever limits he was at before. And that's what I'm addressing. Like, you have to look at him, because this is the first time we actually getting a clear look into what's going on with him. And if it looked like he's getting the wrong information, you got a better idea of how this fight is going to turn out. That's like how Manny Pacquiao used to get on a treadmill to loosen up his calves before a fight and all that type of shit. You have to understand, if you're watching this and you're a pure boxing fan, you have to understand the physicality of these guys that's going in there, to know exactly if he got a good chance, to give it a better analyst, better look at it a little bit different from a different view to see what's going on. If you don't have all the full information, you can go in there and say he got his ass whipped and don't know none of the reasons behind why. So I like to find why this, why that. So when he do go in there, and if he put on a great performance, then I can say, okay, cool, he knew what he was doing. If he put on a bad performance, I say, okay, just like the people say, like the narrative that they're trying to put out about the judges and all that, ripping them off and all those weird ass things. Just like the narrative about Earl being a weight drain right now. They got that narrative out there right now. If you're not looking at him and you don't know what you're looking at, then you can say, okay, yeah, that might be the case. But no, that's not the case. The man has been putting himself through camps since last year sometimes. So I can say, oh, they bullshit.
Look how big Bo Mac is, man. He got titties on titties, man. Jesus Christ.
He got back muscles too. Yo, he got back muscles too. You see him in the ring with his back muscles? He got those same back muscles that Earl got, but he got overdeveloped back muscles.
My God, bro.
Come on, full stop, man. Damn. We got to respect the trainer, man. Respect the trainer.
Nah, man.
World class. He's a world class trainer.
And he should not be that big.
I'm gonna tell you what. He don't move like a 35-year-old. I'll tell you that right now. You know what I'm saying? He's getting it in.
Who you talking about, Bud?
Yeah, I'm just looking at his footage right here. That's his dad. You know what I'm saying? This is what, look at Brian. They be with him everywhere he go. Really getting it in.
Terrence Crawford doesn't want to lose this fight. He doesn't want to. I mean, we only get a small glimpse into what they do. That's why I can't really look too deep into what they're showing us. Like, I like the narratives of it, just to get me hyped for the fight. But I mean, these are just very small windows to see what they look like. I'm a judge him based upon what he's done previously, and he's done really well for himself to bring him to this point. And he should be glad and fortunate that he had a guy like Errol Spence that had the vision, and maybe they both had the vision to call each other out and say, I want this fight, I want this guy, bring him to me. You got to love that. And we'll wait till after the fight, and then we can maybe criticize. And, that's what guys do. They lose, and maybe they change trainers or whatever. We'll see. But I can't wait. Damn, I can't wait. How many times have I said that? Woo!
But the thing about it, what I want to be educated on is, I know he don't want to lose, but I don't want to see you also out there having your team setting up excuses for you to lose. You may not want to lose, but you don't let your team go out and say the shit that they saying. You check those guys if they're saying that stuff. Don't be putting that out there. People can say stuff about me later on because he may not have been in the past watching what's been going on in the media, but he's understanding what's going on in the media, and he knows the media is saying that he had bad. He got a bust up resume. He said that. He said that's a narrative that they're putting out there now. Recently in an interview, so he sees what's going on. So if you see that, you also see that these guys are out there talking about the judges and all this other weird they're saying. You don't let them say that if you don't want to lose, man. You don't let them pick that out there. You go into a fight with the number one guy in your division. You say win, lose, or draw. The best man wins. That's it. I don't hear him saying that. I just hear him, well, he ain't really saying too much of nothing, actually.
Yeah, that's because he in that gym, baby. He in there trying to get ready.
He's saying all the opposite type of shit. Like, I'm taking this fight because my kids asked me to. I'm getting paid. The motherfucker said something about getting paid just recently, once again. And I was like, well, why you keep talking about getting money, man? You just constantly keep talking about getting money. And I know you rich as all hell. He ain't like no normal fucking dude. This dude owns property. He's in boxing, making millions of dollars for like the last 10 years at least. So why do you keep on bringing up money? He brings up money a whole motherfucking lot.
Yeah, they prize fighters, and that's what they're fighting for. You know what I'm saying? They're fighting for that money. Because you can only take these punches for so long and stay the same, and fight on a consistent level.
We don't want to hear that, though. We don't want to hear nothing about issues, especially when you're a guy talking about you will take less than 50-50 because you can count on your skills and all this other weird shit he even put out there. So he contradicts himself all the goddamn time. Man, be one way, be straight with it, and get you a consistent story and stick with it. He's all over the place all the time. That's just not a good sign. So you had some of these weirdos talking about how Spence looks like he's punch drunk already at he's like 33. He's punch drunk at 33, right? You had
that's why you
spreading.
That's how you can tell the new guys. You can tell the new guys because Spence. They say, man, Spence is talking slow. Man, Spence always talks like that.
But even if he is punch drunk, man, if he is punch drunk or whatever, like you judge the man on his performance. Like you see what he go out there and do. He may be punch drunk. He may be suffering from early symptoms from Parkinson's or whatever, from getting punched in the head. That's the nature of their business that they're in. But you still got to judge the man on what he out there doing. I looked at him. I seen him one day, and he looked a little cross-eyed. And then I realized what I was watching. Oh, this dude just got finished fucking training. And I said to myself, that's the reason why he looked that way. And then when I seen him, he was sitting down for a while, had his T-shirt on. He wasn't sweating or nothing. His eyes was straight. It's like, how you wake up in the morning and you look a little weird to yourself. And then you get that cup of coffee and you wide awake. It was just like that. So I was like, yeah, that was a nothing. Because at that same time, I heard the punch drunk stuff coming. And so I was, aware of when I saw him next to see what he was looking like. And he looked just perfectly fine to me. Face was eyes all open. So I was like, man, yeah, these people's out here doing all types of storytelling now.
Here we go. LV2, please click the link, bro. If you got this much stuff to say in the comments, I wouldn't say anything bad to you, man, honestly. I'd love to hear your perspective more in depth. Come up here and talk with us. Let us hear the other side. We all fans of boxing. I think all three of us believe Spencer's gonna win this fight. The LV2, man, you can click the link and let us know. Is it okay that I invite him, Paul?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
There you go. He said he called him Spence. I want to ride my horses, Junior. Just enlighten us to what you see. Forget all that stuff. Personally, I'm gonna tell you, LV2, from a fan perspective, 39-1 is a hell of a record, and you can still make it to the Hall of Fame with 39-1. I just want to let you know that.
Yo, listen, right? He said, "This dude is out here." Easy route Spence, huh? You don't remember Bo Mack saying they took the easy route when they fought Jeff? What the fuck that dude name was?
No, they don't hear that. They don't hear that, bro.
Yeah,
they don't hear nothing. They don't hear nothing negative. You know what I'm saying about Crawford? That ain't happening. So I think what's interesting to me is he's training with this with what is it, Von Miller? I think. Let's see.
Yeah, that's his classmate. Von Miller is his classmate.
Yeah, he's training with Von Miller. I was like, man.
I don't know why you over there making fun of riding on horses, because I would love to be able to have some land where I can ride on some goddamn horses. That's living a really good fucking life, man. What's wrong with you? Like, this city life is ridiculous. Give me some land, some property where I got some animals and some horses, man. I would love to go out there riding on some horses.
This is Von Miller Instagram page. He's got his strap Caesar shirt on. You know what I'm saying? This is Von Miller. That's, like you said, it was his classmate.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? This dude, he looked like he's a beast.
Isn't that the one brother who said had the interview where he talked about what Spence was going to do to Crawford?
Mm-hmm.
I think it looks like him.
No, that was the guy from the Cowboys, man. What's homie name? He's
it was this guy right here. He had an interview also. He's wearing a baseball cap.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, Von Miller. Well, yeah, he did have an interview.
He had on a black top. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about on the All Access. It was the Dallas Cowboys on the All Access though.
Yeah, he didn't give his opinion on who he thought was going to win. He started talking about some 50-50 shit though, didn't he?
No, the Cowboys are backing Spence. I didn't hear any of them. All of them believe, I think, that he's going to win.
Well, he's in the gym. This is a guy in the gym helping EJ prepare. You know what I'm saying? He's lifting weights and, you know what I'm saying, doing all the fitness shit, you know what I'm saying, to help him get ready.
Yeah, another dude with muscles in his back. So there you go. Two dudes with muscles in his back. Yeah,
come on. Where's LV2, man? You disappointed me, bro, with all this talk.
Yeah,
I got
dropped the link
for you too.
I dropped the link, man. If you want to come up and say something, bring it on.
LV2, man, the ladies love 39-1. They're gonna still let you in the club at 39-1. I promise. They'll pop bottles with you at 39-1. Don't worry, bro. Just be a true fan and support the guy after he loses. That's all I'm saying.
You know what? Now I thought about it. I just thought about it. It's like when I first started coming on here, I didn't know how to operate this thing. Maybe he don't know how to operate it, and he's trying to figure it out. So, you can hide your face and everything, man. If you want, you can hide your face, pull you into the studio, and he wants to see you, and then I'll get you a little picture thing there. Hide your face and talk your shit. You got something you want to say? Body protect your boy. You can do that. That's fine. We'll appreciate it.
Yeah, we're nice guys, man. As long as you're respectful. Yeah, he says you want to join. Yeah, just click the link, and then if you
gotta log in.
Yeah, just click the link, and then you got to sign in with your Google, or I think with you can sign in on Twitter or something like. Or you can sign in on multiple accounts, and then you just come in and then talk your stuff, man. It's not that hard.
Yeah, that's probably the reason why some of these guys don't come on, because they Bud fans.
You think so? You think
they don't have no education on how to go onto a live stream? Educate yourselves, man. It's easy. I didn't know how to do this shit until I did it. Don't be scared. These brothers. I made a mistake on Knockout Boxing one night. I'm sitting in my bedroom and I got my camera on, and I got tape over my camera so they can't spy on me. But Knockout asked me to take the show my face on a camera. So I didn't bother to put my T-shirt on, so they made jokes of me being butt naked, not having my T-shirt.
Come on, man. Yeah. that's a pet peeve of mine. You gonna come on a live stream, at least put a shirt on. Damn.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking. He said that to me. I was just doing it for the first time, and I wasn't thinking. I pulled the tape off, and I had my shirt all off, hair all wild.
Have you ever noticed that? Like, you notice Errol Spence Jr. look big on TV, but when you look at him against, like, I think Kobe's like 6'7", right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's like 6'7", and you look at how small he really is, you know what I'm saying, compared to regular folk, you know what I'm saying? That's like, damn.
Regular folks.
Yeah. Damn big. You know, just, you know what I'm saying? People,
Earl 5'9", I'm 5'9". Kobe Bryant's the biggest all hell.
Now here he is working out. This is a Vaughn guy. This is that Vaughn guy working out with us.
He pissed me off, man. He really pissed me off. That pissed me off to find out. He's from my area, and when I found out that he had jumped in a helicopter because they wanted to travel across the city or some old weird shit, and that helicopter went down, man, it just screams to me foul play all day. Like, man,
Kobe must have taken a lot of pictures with people like that, because I knew a swimmer who was just swimming one event from that Olympics, and she showed me a picture years ago, and Kobe took almost the same exact picture with her. Man, what do you do, man? We all have our time, We all have our time.
What's going on? What's going on, Ron? What's happening, bro?
What's going on, bro?
Oh, nothing much. Just talking a little boxing, bro. Who you got?
I got Crawford, y'all boys.
Oh, here we go.
I got Crawford, y'all boys. Can I ask why y'all? Well, y'all got Spence, obviously. So, what do you think to be the method of victory? It'll be unanimous decision or a knockout, or what y'all think?
Can I go first?
Yeah, go ahead, Kareem.
Win by pain.
Pain. Yeah, pain.
This is gonna go. Yeah. But be honest with you, yeah, his body of work is just better. You see that? Hey, check out his muscles in his back. Look at this motherfucker got muscles all the way around his motherfucking back hips.
Oh yeah, he's strong now. He's strong.
Yeah, real strong. Real.
Well, who he done actually knocked out though?
Who he knocked out?
Yeah.
Who you talking about, Spence?
Yeah, Spence. Who is he actually knocked out? I ain't talking about broken eye, Kell Brook either. I'm talking about
I'm not focusing on him knocking TKO in nobody. I could care less about
But that's mostly that he TKOs people too. But most of his knockouts are TKOs, bro.
Yeah, that's all y'all saying over there is TKOs. Him hitting you with one good shot and stunning you, and he runs right over the ring, top speed to try to haymaker you with that. That's easy.
What do you think is like more brutal? Do you think it's more brutal to get bashed up, beat up, or just get TKO? Which one is worse? In your opinion. I'm not judging. But I'm just,
let me ask him right after this.
Which one you prefer to get?
Well, I guess the beating would be worse.
Exactly.
The beating would be worse. I'd definitely say the beating. And mind you know what I'm saying? I done sparred and boxed before too, so I understand a little bit about what's going on.
Let me ask you this, right? You asked me about who has he knocked out, and I told you I was really focusing on who Spritz is knocked out. His body of work is just a better body of work. What happened?
Campbell's the last knockout.
What? Yeah, I know. But what happens if you get in that ring and you can't knock a dude out? What happens then? What's your B plan? You got your A plan? You got your B plan?
Mine personally or Terrence Crawford?
What should be Terrence Crawford getting there?
But both. I want to hear both because he used to box. I want to hear both since he got experience in the ring.
So I'll speak for myself first. When I'm in there and I'm trying to touch somebody and I can't get a firm touch on them because they just, you know what I'm saying? That usually is the only reason I can't get to somebody is because I can't really get a firm touch on them. Everything is kind of like grazing a little bit. Go ahead.
I was saying, so that's like what Bud Crawford may be able to figure out when he in there that he can't get his hands on somebody. Go ahead.
Right. So if I can't do it personally, then you know what I'm saying. I'ma just, you know what I'm saying, keep him on the jab. You know what I'm saying. But I ain't no prize fighter. So I think what Bud would do if Bud can't get to him, I don't think Bud gonna necessarily go in there looking for the knockout either. I think he gonna try to accumulate rounds and win rounds as well. But if the knockout is there, it's there. Like most of Bud's knockouts don't come till later anyway. So you know what I'm saying. It'll be a download. I think he'll be downloading Spence, and then you know when he see a clear opportunity, you know if he hurt him, he gonna get him out of there. You know.
Yeah. So no real.
So let me ask you don't think EJ gonna be able to keep the pressure on Bud or keep it up?
I don't. I think EJ jab a little overrated too. If you ask me.
What?
Whoa!
Yeah, I think it's a little overrated.
Oh, God.
Let me ask you this, right? You seen the earlier part of Kell Brook and Terrence Crawford going at each other, right?
Right.
Who was getting the better of those exchanges? Because they got a short clip online right now, showing that exchange between the two of them for like a good. I think it went all the way up into the knockdown. So who was getting the better of those exchanges with jabs?
You say it with Kell?
Kell Brook and
Kell has a phenomenal jab.
Okay,
and Errol.
So Kell Brook was getting the better of the exchanges with Crawford, right?
Right.
And that's all he was able to do. They was just jabbing each other back and forth for a whole bunch of rounds.
Right.
Errol Spence's jab is better than Kell Brook's at this point in time. Errol Spence.
I'ma disagree just because I feel like Kell Brook.
Body of work.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Kell Brook gave Errol Spence problems the majority of that fight too.
I said at this point in time, and we're not talking about Kell Brook no more. We're talking about Earl. At
Errol. Okay.
At this point in time, Earl's jab is better than Kell Brook when they met in the ring.
But you know that's really a bad example to use because.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
So his body of work with his jab over the last few years has been improved from the time he fought Kell Brook, and he just didn't go in there and fight Kell Brook with jabs. He didn't go in there and exchange jabs like what Bud did. He went in there and exchanged jabs. He went in there. And
he fought Kell a whole lot longer than Bud fought him too. You see what I'm saying?
That's not a good reason to throw that out there. But
no, I'm saying you can't
doesn't really mean anything.
No, what I'm saying is they fight only went 4 rounds. You see what I'm saying? It's a big difference between what him and Errol actually had a battle.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
But it was a mix. It's a mix between punches. We're talking about one guy going in there and exchanging jabs with Kell Brook and getting the best of them. One guy's jabs is elevated over the time frame since he fought that one guy. His body of work. Remember Kell Brook and Terrence Crawford. Wasn't that Terrence Crawford fight right before David Avenesian? That was his fight right before David Avenesian, right?
No. Who's that? No.
Was it Khan?
I think.
Was it Kell Brook, Khan, and then Avenesian?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
No. He fought Porter in between. You forget about Porter.
Was it Porter? Yeah, it was Porter, right?
Yeah. Porter was after Brook.
Porter, then Kell Brook, right?
Okay, yeah.
So that's recently. So recently, you see Kell Brook being as old as he is and now worn out as he is, going there and land all types of crazy jabs on Terrence Crawford, right? So now you got Errol, whose jab has been elevated, or his jab has evolved because you see him using it in fights against Odanis Ugas. You see him using it where he mainly used it all fight against Mikey Garcia. You see him using it to bust up Danny Garcia's eye, Ugas' eye.
Right.
So his fight, far as his jab, has elevated. So you mix in the body work with that. His body of work. I mean, hopefully you can see it if you've seen those fights.
Yeah, no, I've seen all of those fights. I just don't.
What have you seen from Terrence Crawford to see him elevate since the Kell Brook fight? As far as him being able to get out of the way of jabs, not take punches to the face, because Avenesian was hitting him and shit. Sean Porter was hitting him with jabs.
Let him get in his, what he got to say, Kareem. Go ahead, Ron.
Well, this is what I was gonna say. One, we bring up Kell Brook. Kell Brook got stopped in the 4th round. Let me finish.
Let him talk.
I let you
Let
finish.
let him cook. Let him cook. Go ahead, bro.
Please. Kell Brook got stopped in the 4th round. Okay. All right. I let you talk though. Kell Brook got stopped in the 4th round, right? Kell Brook got stopped in the 4th round by countering the jab, if I'm not mistaken. Terrence Crawford made an adjustment, switched to the southpaw position, took away the jab, and countered him and stopped the fight. Okay, so that's what happened during the course of those 4 rounds that you're talking about. Okay, and then you bring up other fighters as if Terrence Crawford didn't stop them. Yes, they were landing the jab, but ultimately he got the stoppage. Errol Spence doesn't have, in my opinion, Errol Spence is too predictable. Right, he has a great fundamentals, of all of that, going to, establishing his jab, which I think is a little overrated, but hey, that's just me. But he does establish it. You feel me? And then he goes to that body. He's a body snatcher. Okay, that's great, but you
kind of went out wrong.
I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you kind of went out.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was just saying, I don't think you're going to be able to use that predictable style that Errol Spence has against a versatile fighter like Terrence Crawford for 12 complete rounds. It may work to begin with, but eventually he going to figure it out. And I don't know if Errol has a counter for that counter. You see what I'm saying? I don't think Errol hasn't really shown me much versatility. Like when he was in the Sean Porter fight, it was a good fight, and I think Errol won the fight. You feel me? Now, one judge actually had Porter winning the fight, but that's neither here nor there. I think Errol won the fight because he did, and he got he dropped them one time. But at the same time, that was a slugfest, and he was in there getting caught very clean against Sean Porter. So it's like he didn't make the adjustments, in my opinion, that he needed to make to take away anything that Sean Porter was doing. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't see Errol Spence being able to overcome Terrence Crawford's versatility when it comes to that, even with his good jab.
Could I cut in for a quick second?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, bro.
So for me, I'm a preface this because Paul knows this, and the people who are here that are normally here, they know that I swore off on going with X's and O's, so I'm not going to do that because of I'm not giving nobody any extra, minds of bole. No. I'm not helping anybody out. But I will say this to counter your point. Mayweather fought Mayweather and Pacquiao had similar opponents. They had Pacquiao, they had Cotto, they had Marquez. I might be missing somebody else. But Mayweather stopped Hatton in 10. Pacquiao stopped him in 2.
Right.
Pacquiao stopped Cotto in 11. Mayweather went the distance with Cotto. There's another one I'm missing and I'm forgetting, and it's a big one. But essentially the argument is like, styles make fights. Like you can't really go off of, well, this guy did this. The triangle theories don't ever work. We can go back and talk about the Vernon Forrest, Mayorga, and Mosley triangle effect. Like that in itself proves a lot. Thank you, Oscar. I forgot about Oscar. Oscar went the distance with Mayweather. Pacquiao stopped him in 8. So these things don't equate, especially when you have fought those guys first, and they had belts. Like when Mayweather fought these guys, they had belts, and it takes a lot to get that first loss off of them or to take away that belt, as opposed to fighting them down the line. The Roy Jones that fought Montel Griffin is not the Roy Jones that fought Joe Calzaghe.
No, he's not.
It doesn't even make sense. And then also, like I said, styles make fights as well, which I'm not going to even broach that subject with a week to go. I can't wait. You're going to find out. And please come back on the 30th, my friend. Please.
Oh,
I won't rub it in
I'll
because you're a respectful guy. I like the way you talk about it, man. I love it. I can tell you're a real fan, and I'm not going to ridicule you for your opinion because Crawford could win that fight. That's why he's in it.
Right.
That's why we excited.
For sure. And I just like talking boxing, y'all boys, you know. So
Oh,
I
you got to
just
come back through, man. You got to subscribe. You got to come back through. That's all we do, bro. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
It's always, in boxing history, is always that one fighter that I don't care if it's Bud Crawford or if it's Earl Smith Jr. that you lean to. You like their style. You like how they look in the ring, and you want to see them fight. Like we had Sweet Pea and Oscar De La Hoya, Sweet Pea and Bertie McGirt.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So and Marvin Hagler, Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler, Hearns. You're gonna pick a side, bro. It don't matter who you pick. You're a boxing fan, so
That's
you know
a
what I'm saying. It don't matter, bro. People, with this Earl Smith Jr. and Bud Crawford thing, what I'm saying, people are just getting really involved because we don't have a lot of good boxing matchups going on. And so now we got more matchups, you know what I'm saying? People get used to seeing them, you know what I'm saying? So they don't have to be so passionate about one side, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, will it be surprising if Bud beat EJ? It'll be devastating, but we've seen worse. We've seen Mike Tyson get beat by Buster Douglas.
Buster Douglas. That was crazy.
We've seen amazing shit happen in boxing. So, since for the new fans, it's all about the bragging rights. But for the older fans, saying that no boxing, anything can happen in boxing, bro. Anything can happen. Anybody can get beat. You know what I'm saying? But, in my opinion, I think EJ fundamental style is going to really get Bud the pressure that he brings. I think he's going to be able to get to Bud's body and bang him. I think the pace is going to wear Bud down. Not just the mental pressure that EJ is going to put on him, but the body work. Nobody really hits Bud to the body. He don't take a lot of damage in fights.
That's true.
And when he do get hit, you know what I'm saying, he don't react well to body punches. He don't. Jose Benavidez hit him hard, boy. He damn near shitted on himself. And I was like, but they never able to keep up the pressure. They never able to keep up their work and to to complete more damage on Crawford. And I think EJ has that ability. He's able to take a punch to give a punch. And I think that's the key to really beating Crawford, to keep the pressure on him for 3 minutes of every round, no matter what he dish out. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's going to be different for Crawford. That's something we got to see if he can adjust to that. And I think that's going to be interesting. I think EJ, with his conditioning and everything, I think that's what he's going to need to press Crawford out. You know what I'm saying? Make him slow down, all the lateral movement and feints that he's doing. He's not going to be able to just hit EJ and get him up out of there. You know what I'm saying? It's going to, if he hit EJ with something, it's going to be something that he don't see, and he's going to have to be able to follow up on that. EJ recuperation ability is awesome. You saw him in the Ugas fight when he got hit flush. And he just kept it moving, and he was beating Uga's ass at the end of that round. So
definitely,
his durability is an intangible that a lot of people don't talk about. He's almost got like that Marvin Hagler durability. You know what I'm saying? Where you can get off on him. Hearns got off on Hagler. You know what I'm saying? And he had power, but Hagler adjusted to the power. You know what I'm saying? Through repeatedly getting hit, he adjusted to that power. And he was able to get Hearn up out of there. And I think it's going to be similar with Bud. You know what I'm saying? He's got the flashy movement. He's got the unpredictable versatility, but that's not going to help you if you're not as durable as the guy that you're fighting, if you're not as powerful as the guy. And I think Errol Spence Jr. is the natural welterweight in this case. And he's probably going to come in, heavy, a little heavier. And I think he's going to be able to wear Bud down. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, and I just think that Bud, in my opinion, he gonna make the adjustments for Spence. In my opinion, I think Spence is I think I only see Spence winning one way, for me, and that's if he got to make it nasty. You feel me? I feel like Spence gonna have to go in there and really, you know what I'm saying, mix it up with Bud. And just like do what Sean Porter was supposed to do.
That's basically his style of fighting, though. That's his style of fighting. He forces you to fight.
He definitely does. He definitely does. My only, and with saying that, Crawford, he got to not make.
Told us how Spence is going to win.
Right. That's the only way.
This fight.
But that's predicated on Crawford not making any adjustments. Spence comes in one way. Spence comes in one way, He comes in behind that jab, which once again I think is a good jab. I just think it's they done hyped it up a little bit, like it's got darn like he
That's the reason why I pointed out Kell Brook, because if Kell Brook comes in behind his jab instead of exchanging with Bud Crawford, he's to his body. Kell Brook hasn't worked the body. I haven't seen him working the body. Like he fought Sean Porter and was hitting him with jabs and just grabbing Sean Porter after that.
Right.
So I haven't seen him working the body. But if you add the body work that Spence is legendary for, you have him coming in behind the jab, like you just said. You're right on top of Crawford to stop him and smother him from doing anything but grabbing.
It's just easier said than done, man. When you in there with a dude like
but you
Crawford,
just explained it though.
I know. Look, I got you. It makes sense. If all I got to do is run 10 miles, it's a simple mission. I still got to go run them though, right? You feel me? So it's like you got to look at it like, okay, it's a simple enough process, but you in there with somebody who is constantly making adjustments, and Bud hits hard. He might not hit quite as hard as Errol, but he does have a whip. Sean Porter said he has a whipping type snap to his punch, man. So it's discouraging. It's just because Sean Porter fought a different fight for a reason. Because
Sean Porter said Errol hits harder than Crawford, right?
No, he definitely did. I predicated this on Errol hitting harder. Okay, so I already know Errol's the natural welterweight.
You also talked about him having not knocked out nobody also though.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't knock because he doesn't have that cracking whip like rotation.
That's not his style of fighting.
I didn't say it was. That's why he don't knock stuff out though. That's what I was saying. That's the point I was making.
Like you apply, him trying to knock you out. It's a waste of time.
Right.
His fundamentals dictate his style of fighting.
Definitely.
Like if he's pressing you like you just said, and he has a good jab, he has spectacular body work.
Bud has amazing feet, though, man. Bud has amazing feet.
And Earl cuts the ring off on you, and he cut the ring off on everybody that he's fought.
He couldn't even cut the ring off on Mikey Garcia.
He didn't fight Mikey Garcia.
Yes, he did fight. He didn't what?
You seen that fight, right?
Yeah, I saw it.
So when he came in to work Mikey Garcia to the body, was he not close to Mikey Garcia?
He could not cut Mikey Garcia off. He said himself he was trying to stop him a couple times and he couldn't. He couldn't cut Mikey off, and Mike was coming up 2 weight classes.
What I just said, you just neglect basically what I said. Did Earl hit Mikey Garcia to his body?
Yeah, he hit him. He hits everybody he fights to the body. I thought the point was cutting the ring off.
If he's hitting Mikey Garcia to his body after,
and not stopping him now, mind you, he ain't slowing him down.
That doesn't even mean anything. So not
okay.
Because Bud Crawford fought Mikey Garcia.
Hold on, fella. I think. Hold on. Let me get this thought in. One thing you're not taking into consideration when you talk about the fights that everybody judges Errol Spence Jr. on is that he wasn't 100%. Saying when he was fighting Danny Garcia, he wasn't 100% when he was fighting Sean Porter. He was still, saying in the streets, he was still partying, and he was still, making, just he thought he could come in without strengthening conditioning and beat these guys. So
that's true.
You didn't get you didn't get like a 100%. See, what's so exciting about Errol Spence Jr. is how he's rededicated after the car crash, and he's really stopped the partying, he stopped the drinking. So now you're getting a better quality Errol Spence Jr. So when we saw a better quality Errol Spence Jr. against Ugas, that was him full power after the eye retina surgery. After so we saw what he did to Ugas. So we saw what he really could do. So this is another camp with him not drinking, none of that stuff going on. Just him dedicating himself to nothing but boxing. And so those fights that we're talking about, say he like. When he went in there against Mikey Garcia, the thing was that they questioned his intelligence and they questioned his boxing skills, right? So he really didn't want us. I think he wanted to stop Mikey Garcia, but because he wasn't in the shape that he needed to be in, he couldn't get there. But Mikey Garcia couldn't do nothing. He was in survival mode, and as a fighter, if a fighter wants to survive and not engage you, it's hard to knock them out.
That's true.
Especially when they're just trying to block your punches. They're they're not really trying to come forward. They're not really trying to open themselves up by throwing punches. That's the only time you can like really knock somebody out is either in between the punches or, you know what I'm saying, you catching them slipping on their footwork, out of position, catching them out of position. So if you're a pro, you're a 4-division champion, you know how to survive in there, probably against heavyweights, because you just all he was doing that fight was looking to see what EJ was throwing and preparing himself for the impact. So that fight there was kind of a bust for Mike Garcia. He kept tooting his little horn after every round. He survived, looking for a moral victory, right? So when you look at Sean Porter, he just recently came out and said that, you know, the fighter you are on Monday, you're not that same fighter on Thursday. So basically, he's coming through the back door saying that he wasn't in top shape, or he wasn't in the same shape that he was in the Bud fight like he was when he was in EJ fight. He had like 6 or 7 trainers and working on his footwork with different fighters, you know, preparing for EJ. Against Bud, he worked out at his home in the backyard. You see what I'm saying? And he didn't stay there for training. So he wasn't motivated to go in there and attack Terrence Crawford. He really wanted to give EJ his first loss. His dad said it in training. You saw all the drills and you saw how they really went to combat. They really went to war against EJ. They didn't do that against Terrence Crawford. And now Sean Porter is coming out and starting to say that, you know what I'm saying? Like he really didn't, you know what I'm saying, train the way he should have trained, because he was trying to start his podcast. And even Bud Crawford came out and said that a YouTuber would never beat me. And that's because Sean was into other things. You know, he was trying to, you know, and we know he could have gave a better effort, but, you know, against Bud Crawford, you got to be at your best because he's slick. He's super slick. And I think that's what people really give him credit for, is being slick and having great footwork. But, you know what beats, you know what I'm saying, a boxer? A fighter. You know what I'm saying? You box a fighter,
he could fight
and you
too.
fight a boxer. Say what now?
Fight too.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
he
saying,
can
we
fight.
done seen Crawford could fight too. He get mean too, especially if Errol touch him. If Errol go in there and actually hurt him to the body, and you know, like take a little wind up out of him with a good you know, straight left to the body on something like that, the pace picks up naturally for Terrence. So we gonna see fireworks regardless. You see what I'm saying? Because
who does that benefit though? If Errol hit,
in my opinion, Bud, because Spence is not a natural counterpuncher. So Spence has a tendency to go into a high guard shell when he gets touched up.
So you think he's gonna? Oh wow.
Well, I'm just telling you, this is what I've seen in past fights. When he gets hit with a good shot, he usually goes into that shell. He's not a really elusive type fighter. He's more like, okay, you bang it out with me, and then I'm gonna return fire later. But he's not a counter puncher. So if it gets into something like that, you know what I'm saying? He goes to
what EJ does, he catch. Hold on. What EJ does for his defense is he catch and shoots. He catch punches on his gloves. Even if he half take a shot, he'll catch your arm and then he'll come in behind the shot that he just caught. He's a catch and shoot type defender. You know what I'm saying? So so that I think that gives him more of an advantage to be able to block your shots with his arms. If you know, even when he go for the, people say he take body shots, but he'd be blocking that shit with his shoulders, bending over. You know what I'm saying? Catching your arms and stuff and getting on the inside. So there's a lot of nuance to his defense. So, you know, people miss that, you know what I'm saying, when they watch it. He just looked basic, but he be doing a lot of shit that, people miss.
I respect Errol catch and shoot ability. I ain't want to say, I just meant counter punch. Like, he ain't no make you miss and make you pay type of guy. Terrence Terrence has that ability. And he also, you know what I'm saying? Let me ask you a question when you finish. Go ahead.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I was just saying he you know, Terrence, you know, he has that counter ability, that natural elusiveness, and it's like I just don't know if they get the going back and forth. If
how do you say? But what I want to ask you is, how do you say he's elusive? You know, he don't like really slip punches. You know that, right?
No, he does. Well, Terrence does
slip. I mean, think about it. He don't slip.
He'll slip some.
He's more his defense.
Terrence has a
Mhm.
elusive style. Like he'll slip some punches, he'll catch some punches, but like a open hand, like you know what I'm saying, like you
Mhm.
parrying a punch. Like Errol actually catches it on the glove,
Yeah,
like on the,
that's
you
I
know what
seen
I'm
that.
saying?
I,
Yeah, and so like I
yeah.
just feel like Errol is more, and to be honest with you, I don't think he got the speed either, man. Because Terrence is natural 140, 135er. You feel me?
They full.
He's so he's got that speed, and speed kills, man. Especially as if they're going into fast exchanges. So I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't know if
I
Errol gonna
think
be able.
Full.
I think both of you should. I think both of you guys. I like the back and forth, but I would like to hear both of you guys comment something positive about the other man. That's the point we're at right now.
Let me
Like,
let me
and even just for fans in general, I would say like,
Well,
go back.
let me ask you this real quick though.
All right.
well, I think we know all the positives of each
Yeah.
fighter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why we try. When you go into the X's and O's, we know the positives. I mean, they're the two
Yeah.
top
Right.
guys in the division, so we already know that Terrence Crawford, you know what I'm saying, speed, his combination punching, we know his footwork is like his timing is what a lot of people don't talk about
Right.
is
Right.
his timing. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's impeccable. That's one of the most dangerous thing is his timing, you know what I'm saying, and his punch selection. So we know the positives of the guys, you know what I'm saying? Earl Smith Jr. power, you know what I'm saying? Earl Smith Jr. durability, Earl Smith, so we know all the positives of the guys. So when you go into the exit, it seems like it's just negative. No, it's just that we're
But
trying to
Right.
break it down.
Right.
We're trying to really
That's
break
my
it
point
down.
though.
so let me
Mhm.
ask you this, right? So
Oh shoot,
where he at?
cut you off.
Where he at? Is he here? Still here?
I'm still here.
No.
I don't know if
Yeah.
I can't.
I don't
Repeat
know
what
why
you
my
said.
internet, it's kind of choppy for some reason. I don't know why it's choppy now. It's
Yeah.
strong, still strong.
Which one
Mhm.
of these guys have the higher landed output, landed punches in 8 rounds? Which one of these guys had the higher landed punches in 8 rounds? Which one?
Errol.
It probably would be. It probably.
So
You
do
know what
you
I'm
know
saying?
the percentages?
Percentage wise, it probably would be Crawford because he throw less punches.
It's,
You know what I'm
Right,
it's
saying? And the
but
lesser punches
but
you
Errol gonna
throw.
touch you more because he's a volume puncher.
so you said it was Earl, right? You know the percentage is
I don't.
35-3.
I don't. Me neither.
35-3. It said that Earl has a 35% and 75 punches. So he put out 75, he hits you 35% of the time. Earl,
Okay.
except with the same numbers, Crawford hits you 3% of the time. And this is in an 8-round fight. Just 8 rounds.
Okay.
The CompuBox numbers.
Well, can
75.
I?
Well, Crawford, you know what I'm saying? Crawford don't throw that many punches. You know what I'm saying?
He
EJ,
counter punches
you
you.
know what I'm saying? He said to be throwing. Say what now?
Yeah, I said he counter punches you and wait for you to, try to trap you. Earl throws punches through your traps.
Mm-hmm.
They say he actually throws
Yeah.
75 to 100 punches around.
I,
Landed
be, I
Right.
35,
believe. I believe in that.
landed 35 to 100, 35 to 40% of his punches on championship fights. Earl, Udanis Ugas holding the belt. Sean Porter holding the belt. Danny Garcia, he didn't have no belt, but he had to get his ass whipped. So there you go.
So
Are you more?
so let me ask Ron. Why you think Bud never unified? Why he never went after any of the other belts? Why you think that?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a
I
real
don't.
good
I
question.
don't even want to speculate on it, to be honest with you.
You got no opinion on it? You can
Well,
give us
I mean,
well,
but
my
as a
opinion.
boxing fan, but hold on, not being biased or nothing. As a boxing fan, you know what I'm saying, when you have like somebody who's considered like pound for pound number one, or you have like a Sweet Pea, or you have like a Oscar De La Hoya, somebody who's been pegged the top guy, don't you judge them on them going to unify the division or going to beat the other champions, right? See, I'm just trying to show
Not.
you why people really criticize Crawford.
Yeah,
No, you
no,
said no,
not. I would say not necessarily, just because Floyd was never unified, and ain't nobody dispute whether he was pound for pound. You feel me?
but you think Bud is on the level of Floyd?
No, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that's not all that people look at. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to pound for pound, in my opinion.
So you know the reason why Floyd wasn't unified, though, right? You do know that, right? So you don't know?
No, I don't know his particular reason. I'm not saying that he wasn't able to, or he didn't want, or he couldn't have.
There was reasons behind him not being pound for pound.
Oh, what did he say?
I mean, I ain't gonna explain that, but go ahead, Paul Cook.
Can I ask a quick question?
No, what I'm trying to get you to say, traditional boxing, right? You look at the top guys, and they go to fight the best, right? They go for the other belts, and they go to unify so they could take over the division, right? So he did that at 140, right? He did that at 140, right? He did that at 140, and we give him credit for it, right? Why didn't he do that at 147?
If you ask in my opinion, I don't think those fighters wanted to take those fights. Nobody was calling out Terrence Crawford's name at all. Sean Porter did not want to fight Terrence Crawford. Keith Thurman, when he had the belt, I'll show you the interview. Keith Thurman straight up said, that fight don't interest me. I see what Crawford could do. That boy toyed with him. I don't want no business with Crawford. Okay, so that Errol, and I'm gonna just straight up tell you, Errol in these past years, you know what I'm saying? He's been talking out both sides of his mouth. Okay, it's been easy route. It's been, I don't come to his fights. Why he coming to my fights? It's been who. I got receipts. Don't worry about it, because you ain't the first one who didn't hear that. So I got receipts. But
I didn't hear that. But,
he said that. He said all of that. Errol, when he came to Terrence Crawford, he didn't want no type of conversation until recently, and I'm telling you, that's a fact.
Ron, Spence called him out from early. Spence called him out a long. I mean, he's been. I mean, if you give somebody credit for making the fight, I mean, Errol Spence he set this up years ago. I mean, you're talking about around that time that they had that confrontation in Oklahoma. Like, he always called out Crawford. That's what built up the fight and made people believe that it was a possibility. I mean, there's videos after fights of Max Kellerman interviewing Crawford where he says, what we'd really like to see is you to fight Spence. He's like, no, I want Pacquiao. Yeah. I want Thurman. By the way, Thurman at a certain point, you're not wrong. Early on, when before Bud got to 147, Thurman did say some awkward things, but after the fact, he said, he said, I want 10 million, or that's a starting point. Give me a reasonable offer. Give me a counter offer. That's what Thurman asked for. I'm not trying to backtrack now to that, but I just had a quick question for you. Were you more impressed with Spence versus Ugas, or were you more impressed with Bud versus Porter? What's the more impressive victory? I'm just curious. I just want to hear your opinion.
The more impressive. You want me to be honest with you? Both of them were C+ fights to me. Who? Both of them were C+ fights to me.
What? Yeah, the win. Which is the better win, though? I'm just asking you which is the better win.
Better win?
Right.
Well, Ugas, I suppose, but Ugas was already done. But
Ugas just got finished beating Manny Pacquiao. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he just got done beating Pacquiao.
Hold on. You said Pacquiao? You talking about the same dude Jeff Horn
had just got done beating? Y'all. That's his opinion.
I'm just saying though, like,
listen, right? Let me ask you
a real staple or something.
Well, Ron, y'all, hold on, y'all. Don't jump on him for his opinion, But I mean, we got to be real here as a boxing fan. Come on, hold on, y'all. Let's keep it under control. Our passions, I mean, some of those assessments is just kind of wild, bro. Those are wild. I mean, we know Danny Garcia, we know Ugas, we know that these guys are the top guys in the division, even if you see them as C fighters from what you say. You know what I'm saying? These guys are at the top of the division. They went on to prove that they were top guys in the division. Hold on, don't cut me off. Let me keep my train of thought. So Danny Garcia, these guys were champions. You see what I'm saying? These guys were at the top of the division. Jose Benavidez was not at the top of the division. You know what I'm saying? Jeff Horn had a controversial win against Manny Pacquiao. They didn't run it back. He just had a controversial win and he moved on. You know what I'm saying? When you are a champion at 147, you know what I'm saying? Jeff Horn did not go on to defend his belt. You know what I'm saying? He was a title holder. You see what I'm saying? He did not have a reign as a champion. You know what I'm saying? And, you know what I'm saying? He didn't beat anybody that was big enough, you know what I'm saying, for him to be considered, you know what I'm saying, a top guy. You see what I'm saying? I'm just using logic here as we watch boxing, right? Manny Pacquiao had proved his bones. You know what I'm saying? Even though he lost to Jeff Horn, but we could say that that was controversial, right? Because Manny Pacquiao knocked down Jeff Horn in that fight. You know what I'm saying? And I think that was just to teach Manny Pacquiao a lesson for leaving top rank. And I think we all figured that out. So
Right.
when you look at the top guys, you know, Danny Garcia was in negotiation. He wanted more money to fight Bud Crawford. It just to you, it just don't seem curious that when it came to fighting the guys that was considered dangerous at 147, that none of the negotiations, you know, panned out. None of them. Even the Manny Pacquiao negotiation with Bud Crawford never worked out. Anybody that was dangerous.
Can I say this?
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Let me
I'm
finish.
sorry. Go ahead.
Let me finish. You know, any of the negotiations against the guys we wanted to see Bud against, not saying that he would have lost against those guys, but any of the fights that we wanted to see him fight, none of the negotiations worked out, bro. But you know who did work out? Jose Benavidez worked out, who was shot in the leg. You know what I'm saying? What's his name? Kell Brook, who hadn't fought at the weight in 3 or 4 years. You know what I'm saying? That worked out. I mean, he was able to jump on those. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, yeah, he moved up, but people don't talk about Kell Brook. Coach didn't train him. You know what I'm saying? He was in drug rehab. You know what I'm saying? The dude, he hadn't made 146. He said he could never make the weight, but for that money, he came on down to make the weight. So he's not fighting dudes, you know what I'm saying, in their stride of their careers. You know what I'm saying? He's not fighting dudes, and that's why he's getting the kind of criticism that he gets. You know what I'm saying? It's not that people dislike Bud Crawford. They love his style, but it seemed like when it came down to it, to get those guys in the ring, people make the narrative that these dudes were running for him, but the business never worked. You know what I'm saying? When it came to Bud Crawford, and we seen in this negotiation with Errol Spence Jr. how hard the negotiations were to get Bud Crawford in the ring. EJ had to give up all his shit to get Bud in the ring. So the negotiations never worked out with Danny Garcia. The negotiation never worked out with what's his name, Manny Pacquiao. So I don't think those guys were afraid to get in the ring with Bud. Bud is hard to negotiate with, bro. And
You know what? And that might be true. That could be true, but I don't think that it Bud's you know, his drive to fight or his will to fight was in question for any of those fights. You know what I'm saying? If anything, it was some out of the ring stuff that maybe is difficult on Bud's end because he's not PBC or whatever the case may be, because he was top ranked. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, even with Bob Arum coming out and saying, even Bob Arum came out and said that Bud never asked for these guys.
Hold on. We can't trust nothing Bob Arum say, period.
No, that's a narrative. That's
not a narrative. That ain't no narrative. That everybody knows that.
Fans use that every time somebody say something about Bob Arum. He was offering fights, and it wasn't Bob Arum offering him them fights. Bob Arum had people working for him that offered Bud Crawford fights, and he turned those fights down.
But we're quoting Bob Arum, and I'm saying you can't trust nothing that Bob Arum say. Bob used to talk bad about Floyd. If we're going to put things in perspective, I wasn't even going to go there. But Bob used to talk crap about Floyd.
Okay, so do you believe Bob Arum didn't put Manny Pacquiao in the ring because he
I don't
Manny
believe
Pacquiao?
nothing Bob Arum say.
But the same way you saying he talked crap about Mayweather, everybody wanted Bud to leave Top Rank in 2018. Remember that? Everybody was saying, man, you need to get up out of there.
What do you do?
And go sign with the PBC with all your competition at. You wouldn't have a problem.
You was right. You're absolutely right. And that
I did. So he stayed with Top Rank.
Terrence believes.
Wow, this is a monumental point in history. We had a Bud Crawford fan that actually held Bud Crawford accountable. I love this guy. You know what I'm saying? This guy got to come back right. He actually held Bud Crawford accountable.
Now we talking about something different.
Oh, he's perfect in the ring. So he perfect in the ring.
The record at 147. He's a perfect 7-0 with 7 knockouts. Yes, sir.
So okay, let me ask you this. Okay, so So Bud, you know, saying he knocked out Green Machine, right?
Uh-huh.
He knocked out Green Machine. So do you consider Green Machine A-level elite fighter?
Absolutely not. But I know Mean Machine hits harder than anybody Errol Spence's face.
Oh wow,
Yes, sir.
wow! Hey, that's his opinion. I'm not gonna hurt him for his opinion. That's what he said. That's what he said. You heard what the man said. He said what he said, right?
Mean Machine looks like a
He
monster
said
for
what he
about
said.
4 rounds. He looks like a monster for about 4 rounds. I'll give you that. For about 4 rounds, the first 4 rounds of a fight, Mean Machine looks good.
Mean Machine was in there laying that wood, boy. He was in there.
He's good for the first 4 rounds, but he gasses.
Well, you know, I mean, he laid out. I mean, he knocked down Virgil Ortiz. You know, the man got power. You know what I'm saying? But you know, most people that really, let me finish. He said most people that late, you know, that wobble, Bud Crawford, they can't finish. They can't stay on top of Crawford. They don't have that ability. And what I'm saying is, he is raising the level of quality of fighter in Errol Spence Jr. You know, unless you call Errol Spence Jr. a C-level fighter, you know, like Green Machine, or unless you call Errol Spence Jr. the caliber fighter that hits. See, he had the ability. If he hits Bud and he wobbles Bud, he's going to be able to follow up. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, if he gets hurt, if he hurt Bud, you know what I'm saying, or if Bud hurt him, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be trouble for both of them. But, you know what I'm saying, you know, he's not, you know, Bud can finish these dudes that got issues, you know what I'm saying, that not trained by their, you know, properly preparing in the ring, right? These guys that's you know, near retirement. These guys that really haven't been at the top of the division fighting the top guys. You know what I'm saying? He can finish those guys. That's what I'm trying to get you guys to see. These guys are not top dudes, so you can style on them dudes. You can get in there. You can use your footwork. You can back step and high step, and you can do everything on them guys because they're not on your level. What I'm saying is, Bud Crawford is fighting the best guy that he ever fought. And EJ, I think, going through the gauntlet of you know, Danny Garcia, you know what I'm saying, Sean Porter at his best, Kell Brook at his best, has prepared him for the war of attrition that's coming ahead. So, you know what I'm saying, I think he's going to be able to pull it out due to all that experience, you know.
All that good experience.
Damn, that was a mic drop. God damn.
Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to cut in, man. I thought for a second, I didn't know what happened right there. Maybe is it just the two of us?
It was a mic. It was that's what they call a mic drop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think you hit him too hard. You hit him too hard.
It couldn't deal with that one. You know what I'm saying?
Right on time.
Go ahead.
Huh? Oh no, I was gonna say right on time, as you said, as you mentioned the Mean Machine thing. I see Champside dropped a little short video of when Mean Machine hit him in that 3rd round. You remember when he knocked Crawford down and it wasn't called? Man, I remember exactly what I was doing. I was driving around that night. I totally forgot about that fight, and I had my phone on and I had ESPN on. I said, oh, that's right, Crawford's fighting. I pulled over. I started watching, and I said, man, Mean Machine seems to be moving where he wants to move. Next thing I know, oh shoot, he got rocked. And my reaction was what Andre Ward said. Man, that looked like he got knocked down. But I mean, credit to him, he sure did get back up and school the hell out of Mean Machine. But hey, we're about to find out. Part of me questioning why when people say they believe Crawford can win this fight, you know, a lot of it has to do with what we've been talking about, the opponent choice, man. This is a big, huge championship fight, a lot of pressure. Think about all the celebrities that are going to show up for this, the bright lights of Vegas. You know, like when the fight gets tough and both of you know exactly what you're going to do, who's going to pull this fight out, man? Who's been in that position many times, over and over? I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, man, I think it's going to be tough, and I'm interested to see, regardless of whoever wins this fight, how quickly the rematch clause is, you know, how quick somebody pushes that button. That's going to be real interesting. That's going to tell you a lot, or if it gets pushed at all.
Yeah, well, you know,
I think Ron, he must be had some issues with his internet or something.
You've seen the same stuff that I've seen, so you should know about that rematch, right?
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we know about the rematch, but I'm saying like how quickly is someone going to say I want that fight again? That's gonna be real interesting to see.
It's a
And then
one-sided
also,
rematch clause, though.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's a one-sided rematch clause, though.
For the loser, yeah, the loser.
Yeah, one side saying if he loses, he ain't gonna fight again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I heard Crawford say that.
Yeah,
I heard Crawford say that. But that could be meaning that he going all out in this fight. He's not interested, and he want to think about no rematch. He want to think about winning the fight. And then they got like 30 days, to activate that rematch. Whoever loses, they got 30 days to activate that. So I mean,
right.
This depends on what kind of damage, each fighter take. If you get too beat up, you probably might just go on into retirement, or, you might have enough, enough toughness to come on back and try it again. So that's, like you said, that's going to be really interesting to see how they take it. Who can take the most punishment?
Also, outside of the fight itself, and forget about what happens in the ring. Probably more importantly to the rematch happening is, how does it do at the box office? If it's box office and people love the fight, if it's critiqued well and they think people will come back, for sure you get the fight again. But if it's a flop, then there's a good chance it might not even matter whether a guy wants to fight or not. They might not put up the money for number 2. That's a factor as well.
Yeah, that's true too. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just looking at, if you look at the age, how much do y'all think age gonna factor into the fight, or will it factor into the fight at all? The age between these guys.
I'm back. Am I back?
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Yeah, you back. So, hey, do you think age will factor into the fight at all?
No, I don't think. Not too much.
Age always factors into athletic sports.
Well, not at this point in their careers. I don't think
either one of these dudes is superhuman.
No. I'm saying I don't think either one of them are too old or too young in the age regard. So
one is going on 36. One is 35. You got a 35-year-old and a 33-year-old.
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
Earl already said he speaks about aging and his body development over time.
Let's see.
Yeah, no, I just don't think for this particular fight it's gonna play a factor. I could be wrong though, but I don't think 33 and 35.
Do you watch Bud Crawford's fights?
Yeah, I watch Bud fight.
Age been playing a factor in his latest fights.
With all them knockouts, huh?
Since he can't, I mean, even if you're knocking a guy out, that still don't mean age don't play a factor. Floyd Mayweather changed up his whole style of fighting based on age.
Right, Floyd used to be knocking stuff out, and then when
he changed up his whole style of fighting based
Terrence
on
hasn't changed up yet.
on his body.
But Bud ain't changed up yet, so I don't think age is a factor because he's still knocking stuff out. So I can't say if age was a factor and he was.
So if you're knocking a person out, that doesn't mean you're aging.
No, I'm saying I don't think. No, you're always aging. We aging as we speak.
That's the factor. You're always aging. His age is showing up in his last fight. His age is showing up the fight before that.
What do you mean age showing up? What do you mean by that?
Okay, I'll explain it to you.
Like turning old overnight. Like turning old overnight, you know what I'm saying? Slowing down, reflexes, like Roy Jones Jr., basically.
Since he's been at 147, he's been fighting in a different style. He slowed down. He's more cautious with what he throw out there, and he's more more of a counterpuncher now than just wilding out, throwing all types of haymakers and everything. You can see that when he goes to finish you off, he just starts throwing haymakers. But prior to that, he's more strategic with his output and his punch selection. He's slowing down.
Well, he moved up too, so you got to think when he moved up from 40 to 40.
At 47. Yeah. Since he's been at 47, he changed his style of fighting.
Well, yeah, I think you have to as you move up.
That's not due to him just moving up. That's just due to him his age. The people that he's been in there with, he can easily whitewash those guys at 140. David Avenesian, if David Avenesian fought Kell Brook at 140, I mean not Kell Brook, fought Terrence Bud Crawford at 140, Terrence Bud Crawford would have been beat the shit out of David Avenesian bad. From my
I believe that.
But he was in there with a David Avenesian that was able to get all shots to Bud's face. He hit him in the face. You know, he's walking in with a high guard, which you said, you know, Spence covers up in. He walked in with a high guard, was able to get off his shots on Bud to the face. You know, so if Bud athleticism isn't aging, then you shouldn't have the likes of David Avenesian being able to get. You should be able to move out of the way of these punches. Is what I'm trying to say. Sean Porter,
you saying he getting touched more?
Touched more by guys who shouldn't be on. Had the same.
Well, I think that David Avenesian fight was, you know, he had a little time out of the ring. I think he was just trying to, you know what I'm saying?
Just trying to stay active.
Yeah, he was just trying to stay active and get back in there. You know, he got touched a little bit, but the man ended up with a mouthful of blood on his back. So I can't really use nothing to say that I've seen as far to say that Crawford's showing me signs of real aging. You feel me? And
but let me ask you something, Ron. You're not concerned with the quality of opponents that he picked, though? None of that crossed your mind, like the quality of dudes.
It doesn't, and I'm just gonna say, in my opinion, it doesn't. Because, for one, I don't think they're bums. I don't think they're tomato cans. I just don't think they're the very top of the division.
Yeah, that's the quality. That's the quality he's talking about. We're not
right. But once again, I've already said I think the top of the division was trying to avoid him. Now we'll just differ in opinions there.
But you had what's the name straighten that out for you though. You had somebody come on.
We still differ in opinions about that. You feel me? I agree he should have left top rank, but I don't think that it's an actual fact that they were trying to fight him and he wasn't trying to fight or whatever. However the bro put it.
If they wasn't trying to fight him, right, we wouldn't have never had a Sean Porter fight.
Sean Porter didn't want to fight him until he lost his belt.
You said Sean Porter
money.
You think Sean Porter need money?
I think Sean Porter didn't fight Terrence until he lost his belt and needed the money. Yes, that's what I believe. That was just going out.
Well, how did he lose his belt? How did he lose his belt? Oh shit! That's cause.
So you know what I'm saying? You don't remember?
Do you think? Let me ask Ron.
A split decision fight against Errol Spence. Like
I mean, do you think? I was just about to follow up a question. Do you think that's the same? You think the same Sean Porter that fought Errol Spence Jr. You think that was the same Sean Porter that fought Terrence Crawford? Let me ask you that.
No, I do not.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got a good Bud. This man here is honest, man. Y'all don't jump on him for his opinions. This man is honest. See, that's all I really require for my channel. You know, when they start capping, then you know we can't get no resolution because you know motherfuckers is capping. Yeah, that was the same Sean Porter, that was the same Kell Brook. You know what I'm saying? No, bro, we're boxing fans. We just want to see the best dudes fight each other at the best time, at their best. We don't want to see nobody fight who got an advantage. That's it. I know, you know, you could be a fan of a fighter and keep it real. And this man is showing us that he's a little delusional on the other side about the way we disagree. But you know what I'm saying? For the most part, he's keeping it 100. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
about what he
thinks. I ask y'all something about Errol Spence? Well, one. Do you think you say he got knocked down in the Mean Machine fight? Everybody keeps saying that, even though it was not ruled in the.
It did. I mean, well, yeah, that's right. That's true.
It was not ruled in the official knockdown.
You ain't gonna use no technicality on that.
Okay, I won't use one. I will go ahead and say he got knocked down in Mean Machine, right? But you're gonna have to say he got knocked down. Errol got knocked down in the Ugas fight because the ropes cannot hold you up. He got sent clean into them ropes. So if we gonna say that's
fine. I mean, what does it hurt? So he knocked him down. I mean, the dude went to look for his mouthpiece. Hold on, look how he knocked him down. Hold on. He went to look. No, I'm just saying he went to look for a mouthpiece. He had a mental lapse because he thought his teeth fell out his mouth, and Ugas took advantage of it. So I mean, yeah, he knocked him down. Okay, so but it wasn't due to the fight. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't during the fight. It was because this man thought his teeth had hit the canvas, and you know, so he hit. You know, but if you're talking about just the quality of the fight, was Ugas just so good that he knocked EJ down? No.
And
But he did. Let's say that he did knock him down.
So that's all I'm saying. They
I
both been
mean,
knocked down. Then, if we're gonna say that.
Yeah, but one got knocked down because he was going at. It's context to it. That's all I'm saying. It's not the same as they were just knocked down. You know, saying, you know, when EJ, when Bud gets hit, you can see it. You can see him. You know, he be hurt like a motherfucker. It's just the guys that he fight. He's so much more superior than, you know, saying that he can recover. You know, saying that he don't have to engage those guys. That's one thing about Bud Crawford. He don't have to engage the guys that hurt him because he was coming to those guys when they hurt him. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
See, what's interesting with Earl Spence Jr. is he's going to be able to stay on top of Terrence. See, those guys wasn't good enough to follow up. And see, Terrence, he gets a lot of his knockouts by accumulation of combinations and punches. See what I'm saying? He don't just hit you one time. You know what I'm saying? Those guys be so damn hurt. You know what I'm saying? They don't have the durability.
Sometimes he stops you with one punch. Sometimes he'll stop. Like the Kell Brook fight, that was a one-punch stop.
That wasn't a one-punch stoppage.
That wasn't.
No, that was accumulation, bro.
Out on his feet when he hit him with that over the.
I mean,
when he countered. Hold on, wait one second. When he countered,
hold on, y'all. Hold on, let me talk.
When he countered Kell's jab, and Kell got wobbled into the ropes, and Tony Weeks stepped in and gave him a standing 8, right? Because he went into the ropes, and that's a knockdown.
Mm-hmm.
So he gave him a standing 8. He wasn't out on his feet right then and there. That fight wasn't over right then and there.
You just said
no.
Don't be.
The fight
I mean, you kind of changing up. What do you think a knockout is?
Accumulation
You know,
of
let's kind of.
So you mean So you mean one punch? You mean out cold?
A knockout.
You just said one punch. We're talking about one punch knockout power.
That's what I was talking about. That one punch stopped the fight.
That one punch didn't stop the fight.
No, accumulation of punches stopped the fight. When he was all through the ropes,
okay,
Terrence was punching the shit out of him.
What happened? He countered Kell's jab. Kell went back into the ropes. He was completely out of it. Tony gave him the standing 8.
You keep on adding that this man was out of it, man. He's still
I'm not.
If he was out of it, he would have called the fight.
I won't even say he was out.
Wait, y'all. We all saw the fight, and Kell didn't get knocked out with one punch, bro. He didn't get.
But he was out of it. Out of that one punch, right? After that one punch,
he was hurt. Was he hurt?
The whole
fight he
was after that fight, right? After that one punch, the fight lasted.
Yeah, but it's not
longer,
one
right?
punch.
20 seconds longer. The fight lasted, right?
So you consider that a one punch knockout?
I consider that a one. Okay, we won't call it a one punch knockout.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. That's what we were talking about.
One punch game changer. Then
take Kell Brook out of
there.
No,
we're gonna call it for what it is. He accumulates. He shocks you with one punch, and he's got the speed. He's got the agility to stay on your ass and get you up out of there.
Stay on his ass after that one punch. That's what.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He had to stay on him because that's not what happened. That's not what happened. We're not going to speculate what could or should have happened. We're going to say what happened in the fight. So you know, I think Bud has shocking power, so he can go ahead and take you out. You see what I'm saying? So you know, he don't have like Tyson can hit you. Even Tyson sometimes he could hit you with one punch that really fuck you up, but it's the follow up that do you in. You know what I'm saying? It's not very many people got one punch knockout power.
Right.
You know, they got to hit you at the right time.
Right.
Let me cut.
There's not a lot of people who have one punch that just hits you and you gone. You know what I'm saying? Like Julian Jackson. Julian Jackson had that kind of power. That's one punch knockout power. Yeah, Ernie Shavers. You know, and that's just being on the technical side of it. But Bud, he has the speed. He has unusual speed. He has unusual power, and he has enough. If he like Roy Jones, if he hits you, you know, what I'm saying, he come behind that. He got the speed. You can't stop him with the speed that he's going to stay on top of you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul, let me cut in real quick. Ron, where Ron at? Ron, what you doing?
I'm sorry. Can y'all hear
me? That's one of them good cars. You heard the beeping.
So you said
Lincoln Town car.
Mm-hmm. I love them things.
But what was y'all saying?
You said that Bud stopped Kell Brook, right? I say take Kell Brook away. Take Kell Brook all the way out of it. But I'm going to explain something to you real quick. It was Tony Weeks who stopped that fight. Kell Brook
you think he could have continued?
Kell Brook got hit with a good shot. He was stunned after that. Tony Weeks steps in and give him an 8 count. Kell Brook goes back to fighting. Bud does what he normally do, run across the ring and flurry on you, forcing a stoppage by the referee. Kell Brook didn't get knocked out like y'all guys be sitting here saying. That he didn't never touch the canvas on that. Earl made that man take a goddamn knee. So come on, man.
Okay, can we all right, since we're putting things in perspective,
y'all counting a knockdown for something that Bud been doing for the last few of his fights. He gets you with a good shot. He haul asses across the ring to try to flurry you because the referee job is to stop him if you can't throw punches back. If you're not throwing punches back or because you're trying to block or whatever reason, it ain't like this other guy don't know that. That's a technique. That's just all they train for, that type of stuff. It's called finishing you off. If you finish a person off with technical knockdowns, knockouts, or forcing the referee to stop the fight, that's all fair in the game. He didn't knock out all these guys that y'all said he knocked out. Majority of these guys, the fight was stopped because of the flurries that he was throwing when the referee steps in. Goddamn, Sean Porter got hit off of balance for the first knockdown. Then he got knocked down again. And you see that he was not hurt. The only person I can give Terrence Bud Crawford credit for knocking out is David Avanesian, because he knocked him out with a great shot, and that man never got back up. That's a good knockout. I have no problem with that. If he would have did the same thing, I'd be calling it the same way. A flurry of punches, forcing the referee to step in and stop, it's fine and dandy. There's nothing wrong with that. Cool. But y'all making it seem like he's knocking these guys out the goddamn ring, sending them to Mars and all types
I wasn't trying to make it seem. I wasn't trying to make it seem like that. I'm just saying.
You keep on bringing up knockdown, not realizing that stoppage was TKO. Knockout and TKO are two different things.
Trust me, I'm fully aware of the difference between a knockout and a TKO. I promise.
But then y'all compare that man's fight against Kell Brooks back to Errol Spence.
No, I don't compare Errol Spence's fight to Kell. I think
we was talking about that earlier, though, wouldn't we? No, we was talking about that earlier.
No, I didn't make a comparison.
I just wanted Crawford to fight them guys at the top of their game and see if he was able to do the same thing. I think that's the only reason why he gets criticism, because he didn't fight none of them guys at the top of their game, and that's why Canelo get a lot of criticism too, because he didn't fight nobody. See, when he finally did fight somebody in their prime that could put some combinations together and had a high boxing IQ, he lost badly. You know what I'm saying? Against Bivol. See, everybody just assumed that Canelo had such a. Too. Me too, and I thought he lost. I thought he lost against Trout. You know what I'm saying?
And that first Triple G.
That shows you how.
So what I'm saying is, we real boxing fans. So you know, even though you like a guy, you gotta admit, you know what I'm saying, if they don't fight the best, then you kind of gotta question what's up with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, you know what I'm saying? I don't think no fighter is afraid to fight Spence. I don't think there's no fighter except for maybe Keith Thurman.
I think when it came to 147, I think except for Keith Thurman, exactly.
Except for Keith Thurman, I don't think none of them dudes were afraid that they look at him as a payday. Danny Garcia moved up to 147 to make money, to make paydays. Right. He wanted to make as much money as he could. Same with I think Keith Thurman would have fought Bud if they would have paid that his ransom. Just like Bud, he didn't want to fight this fight with Errol Spence Jr. until he got a certain amount of money. See what I'm saying? But nobody said that Bud was pricing himself out like Danny Garcia or Keith Thurman. They never keep the same standards, and I do. I keep the same standards.
So can I ask, you don't think that you don't think, I think politics played a huge part in why Bud hadn't fought the best at 47. You agree? Or you think it's just Bud not wanting to fight these guys?
I think Bud is apathetic when it comes to. I think after he won his undisputed, I think he returned into a businessman. I think he felt like, he says it all the time, that I would have been retired. You know what I'm saying? I would have been retired because I don't think he has the love for boxing. I think his boxing is something that he can do well, I think he really was passionate down at 140, but moving up to 147, I don't think he was the same mentally when it came to wanting to be the best at 147. I don't think he wanted to be undisputed. I think he just wanted to make money, most money. I've heard Bob Arum says this, that he never asked for the fights. He just wanted to fight whoever was in front of him. He never wanted to pursue or promote none of the fights. I just don't think he was in love with the sport like that, to where he really wanted to pursue those guys. You know what I'm saying? But I just hated the narrative that everybody was afraid of him. And I said, man, the man ain't fighting top fight competition. How could you be afraid of somebody who's not trying to fight the best, right? You know what I'm saying? Not that he couldn't. I don't think he would have lost against Danny Garcia or Ugas, but we'll never know. That's the problem. We would have had a golden age of welterweights. I don't care who win or lose when you're in a golden age of talent. I just want to see the talent mix it up. And what pisses everybody off about Bud is that he never gave us that opportunity. He never gave us that whole welterweight division, like when Sweet Pea and Roger Mayweather and all them guys were fighting, and you know what I'm saying, we didn't get to mix it up like that. You know, despite who win or lose, everybody's pissed with Bud because he got the talent that he has. He's a top guy, and he just kind of fucked up the era. You know what I'm saying, by not putting his talent.
But to be honest with you, there's only 2 fights I wanted to see Bud fight, and this is one of them. The other one was Keith Thurman. I didn't care about Sean Porter, and I didn't care about Ugas. So I mean, that's really the only 2 fights I feel robbed of.
To be honest with you, out of respect for boxing and the respect for the amateurs that they come out of, he should have been calling on Ugas based on the fact that Ugas beat him in the amateurs. You gotta get your get back. Do you not?
Right.
Do you like Blair Cobb?
He all right.
Do you think Blair,
shit?
Do you think Blair Cobb needs to be? Yeah, that's crazy as all hell. But do you think Blair Cobb need to be anywhere in the ring with a Bud Crawford?
No.
Do you not know that Golden Boy was purse bidding a Blair Cobb and a Bud Crawford fight until they found out what the purse was going to be?
No, I didn't know that.
He was in negotiations to fight a Blair Cobb with Golden Boy. Purse bid was 230 something thousand. Bud stepped away from the negotiations because it wasn't enough money.
I told you he's a business. When he came to 147, he looking for money.
I believe that.
This man was trying to fight Blair Cobb, knowing that he would have dusted Blair Cobb's boots all the way back to the WWF. He should never been trying to fight that dude. That's embarrassing.
Well, here's the thing, guys. We got to get used. We got to get out of the old school stuff where fighters are going to go in there and look for the best to beat. You know, they're more like real prize fighters now, where they're looking for the money first. You know, so they're not looking for if you could fight Blair Cobb for $5 million, or you could fight Ugas for $5 million. Which one you gonna pick? Which one you gonna pick if the money the same?
I'm gonna pick Blair Cobb personally. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. It's not fear. It's taking the path of least resistance, being a businessman. And we're expecting the guys from the old school, you know, saying going to prove to be the best, and it's not that anymore. And I think some of the old fans like myself, it's hard for us to adjust, because when you do see a guy like Crawford who's talented, you want to see him go all out. You want to see him fight all the dudes, you know what I'm saying, and just to see where he at with it. You know what I'm saying? And we're not living in those kind of times now. And I think that's why he's getting a lot of pushback. That's why he's getting a lot of hate. You know what I'm saying? Because they do see how good he is, and we want to see him tested.
If I had my choice and I was a boxer, I'm not fighting Blair Cobb. At 30, what is he? 39 and 0, 39 and 0. At this point in time, you making big money fights, and you know where the big money fights are at. So there's no reason where he should be choosing Blair Cobb over Danis Ugas. The money's going to be with PBC. The money's going to be with the Danis Ugas at this point in time, because he got that belt from Manny Pacquiao, and that adds on to my legacy. So he got the money, the legacy, and everything. $5 million. There ain't no way in hell he was going to get $5 million ever for fighting no Blair Cobb. Golden Boy,
But
Oscar De La Hoya was never gonna go for that type of percentage. So I mean,
but if you're used to fighting, making your money by, and you can fight lesser competition, you don't have to go in there and risk your life.
that's like that's
You know
like
what I'm saying?
that's like saying he need to go back to what's the name of that guy? What's the name of Top Rank? That's like saying he need to sign another contract with Top Rank because that's the only way he getting that type of money.
Well, I mean, we're switching eras, you know what I'm saying, and we're switching. Everybody, they're like really, because you hear Keyshawn already talking about calling himself the businessman. So I don't think we're going to see him. I don't think we're going to see him in pursuing nobody. I don't think we're going to see him in with a Medulla Mason. I don't think we're going to see him in with of course not. He's not going to fight Shakur Stevenson. I think Shakur Stevenson will fight him, but I don't think he would fight Shakur Stevenson just because of the talent level. And
and they so-called friends too. So.
Right. But I think Shakur will turn on his ass in a minute.
For sure.
And try to get that money. You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of, let me get the super chat. Javier Lua, or how you say Hayu, or somehow you say that. Thank you for that 199 super sticker, bro. I think you just do that so you can hear me mess up the name. You know what I'm saying? I think you do that. I appreciate that though, brother. Thank you for supporting the channel. What's going on, 2 Cent Boxing? You know what I'm saying? 2 Cent Boxing in the building. What's going on? What's going on?
What
Jay?
up, Paul? What up, chat?
What's up?
What up?
Much just hopping in.
Yo, let me ask you a question, right? What is YouTube over there doing with your channel? Because ain't none of your content ever popping up on my page, man. It's like they're not letting me see anything that you post. She's still there?
Hey, Jay.
Oh, you talking about me?
Hear?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, you can. Oh, I don't know. You can't see none of my videos?
Man, none of that stuff is coming up, man. I don't know what the hell they got going on.
Did you click the notification and the subscribe?
I got all that pushed all the way up.
I don't know. I haven't heard that. Just unsubscribe and resubscribe and see and let me know.
Yeah, maybe that'll be a ticket. Yeah, that's weird.
So if Bud win on the 29th, from real boxing fans, I ain't gonna have no excuses.
What do you mean?
We don't know. We got to see the fight.
What do you mean you ain't
my
going
God.
Your man won.
No, I'm saying there ain't gonna be no excuses, no retroactive old car accident shit. None of that, right?
No, then we gonna want to see the rematch. That's it. No excuses. Let's do it again.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen, right? There ain't no chance of Earl not fighting that man again if Bud win.
Depends on how he win. If he gets if he gets technically knocked out, not knocked out, but if he gets technically knocked out good enough, it might change his mind.
Ain't no technical knockout ever stop a dude from taking a rematch for millions of dollars.
I don't know.
Listen, Bud is the only one said he don't know nothing about taking no rematch.
Ain't gonna be no rematch for Bud. Listen, Bud finna be undisputed. He's gonna go ahead and collect them belts. You feel me? He gonna have knockout number 8, or technical knockout.
So if Bud win this fight, what I'm expecting him to do after that, if Earl don't challenge him again, like you saying, like it may happen, I need to go see Bud fight Charlo, like he said he would.
But Charlo
is going to retire.
Yeah, I know
Bud's going to retire.
He's gonna retire because he's gonna be forced.
Yeah, I believe that too.
But any of these fantasies that these brothers got, remember this man said out his own mouth he wanted a piece of Charlo. So if Earl don't take that rematch, you need to be going to fight Charlo, like they would do with Earl, or you need to be fighting Boots Ennis and all this other weird shit that they would do. Man said he wanted to fight Charlo. Go fight Charlo and let's see how that work out for you.
I would love for him to fight Charlo.
I know you fans want to see that, but I want to see what he gonna do. That man gonna be out of boxing after this paycheck.
He might knock Earl out and go on ride off.
I don't think that's gonna happen, but I definitely do see him leaving out of this.
So if he wins, do you still see him leaving boxing?
I don't see him winning. I can't figure out a fantasy.
Hey, 2 Cent. Hey, put your link in the chat. Somebody asking for it.
I can't figure out how he wins based on what I've been seeing him in the training videos. And I'm not talking about the all access shit. I've been watching him post videos of him training for a nice little while since he got back into the gym. But I also have been watching Earl Spence training in sparring with heavyweights and all since last year. Last year at the same time while Earl was training, Bud was also off in New York and all different places trying to sell himself off for a promoter or get somebody that was going to help him.
Hey, don't worry about Bud. Don't worry about Bud workout. Spence just need to make sure he ain't in the clubs, dancing with men and carrying on stuff like that.
Where you hear all that?
And he in the gym because Bud ain't never had no problem staying in shape. That ain't Bud issue.
Where you hear Earl is dancing with men and in the clubs and all that? Where all that come from?
Oh, they talking about when he was dancing with Yellow Beezy. You talking when they were dancing with Yellow Beezy and I mean they're just young and having fun. I mean it's like they just take it. I mean I don't understand that part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't understand it. These guys we watch these guys grow up, all of them. You know what I'm saying? Like they super young. And they wilding out. And so what happens when black people get money. You know what I'm saying? They become millionaires. We saw it with Tyson. We saw it with a whole bunch of guys. You know what I'm saying? They grow up and they just be wilding out. And sometimes you got to get rid of people. You know what I'm saying? When you become a professional, so whether you become a professional business owner, whether you become, you start progressing your life and you're getting out of that party lifestyle, you got to get rid of people that's not going to help you progress.
That's why I'm asking. When was that, and what would that matter right now for him to say, as long as Bud is Earl is in clubs and stuff? Why would
they talk about when he kissed Yellow Beezy and they just took that and ran with it.
Wherever he was and whatever he was doing at the time he was doing it, how did that affect his performance in the ring up to this point? No effect on his performance up in the ring until this point. So how does that matter? It doesn't. Like for you to say,
it's just an insult,
It's another narrative that they put out there just to try to insult the brother and say that whatever. Okay, cool. He get in the ring. We watch boxing. He beating people the hell up, breaking eyeballs and hips and ribs, and some sort of how him being in the club, doing whatever it is that he's doing on his time off. It's affecting me watching him do what he do when he get in the ring. Oh hell no, nah, man. I can say, Ron, you back? I can say,
I'm back.
I can say as long as Bud is not at barbecues and shit, eating pigbacks and out fishing in the woods, he need to be having his ass in the gym because the same thing what you just said, I can apply to Bud last year for him trying to shop himself around and not being in the gym to get this fight done. The same thing applies to him. Earl was in the gym getting himself together for a fight that was supposed to be happening from the middle of last year all the way up until the end of last year, and
building some more too.
The fact that he was about to make a fight with Blair Cobb should let you know he about to lose this fight.
Yeah, that's ridiculous in itself, man. Like, come
on.
Alex
Rocha, I mean, that would have been a better fight, but I think he would have got rid of Alex Rocha too. Coordination, man.
Just the embarrassing stuff that the dude has done since last year, signing with Black Prime, lying about $10 million and all that weird shit that they was doing, the whole falling apart of Blue Blood based on all those lies. I'm pretty sure now that seeing all that the LDBC then fell off because Black Talk fan don't even pop up no more on lives. Like, man, they
been stopped going live.
Did it have anything to do around all that shit last year? Because if it did, that makes me even mad because now you're taking away from my television.
I think that happened before. I don't think it had nothing to do. I don't think the two were correlated. Not that I know of.
Yeah, man, that shit.
I think Black Fight Fan them trying to promote motherfucker. I think they're trying to get into promotions or something like that, or maybe they just got tired of it,
But no, I think you had a good point, man, when you said we used to the old school. Everybody fighting everybody. That's why I love the UFC. Obviously not more than boxing, but because they all fight each other. You know what I'm saying? So that's.
Yeah, I think that's the transition. The difference between the new fans that's been around for a while and the difference between the old fans. The old fans are used to seeing the best in the division try to go after, all the challenges, and that's not what it's about nowadays. It's about fighting big fights and making the most money you can and ducking up out of here. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Yes, it's like everything is excusable when money's involved.
right.
So if you got good skill and you're not challenging the best people, like, oh, well, he making the bag, he getting the money, and it's tough because, like, let's say Tank in Tank's position,
Mm-hmm.
people can say he's not fighting the best people, but who is the best people? Who are the best people? There were best people you could name for Crawford. You could legitimately be like this person, this person, this person, this person, and he was just refusing to fight him.
Mm-hmm. I think, hey Ron, you was on Best Fight the Best, wasn't you? Was you on Best Fight the Best?
No, I never been on his channel.
No. Ron, I'm talking to Ron. Oh, he just ducked out. I think he's seen him on Best Fight the Best, but yeah, I think I see Ron on Best Fight the Best channel. But you're right. It's like that's something that's different for the old school boxing fans. When you see somebody like a Floyd, when you see like a Floyd Mayweather, or you see like a Roy Jones Jr., or you see somebody who's considered like a special talent in boxing, you want to see them pick their skills up. See, Roy, he had Bernard Hopkins, he had Lights Out Tony, and that kind of solidified him as a top guy. So we're looking for those fighters that's going to make Bud a top guy. He finally got Errol Spence Jr., but he never had like a Bernard Hopkins type fighter or a Lights Out Tony, and that's why we had the questions that we have, and they call it hate when we want to see him go against those top guys like that. He ain't got to fight but one or two. You know what I'm saying?
Like, you never even had a step. He never even had a step up fight. Like, what was Crawford's step up fight?
What do you mean step up?
Exactly. Like this fight with Spence.
This is his step up fight.
Yeah, this is Spence step up fight for me too, though, in my opinion.
But that's for you. But I mean,
Spence was fighting the best available though, and he was fighting the best available, the champions.
Right, and I feel like those champions were more willing to fight him than they were willing to fight Bud, i.e. Keith Thurman.
That's a narrative. That's a narrative.
No, Keith Thurman's a fact. Keith Thurman said that out of his own mouth.
So you telling me no quote unquote top welterweights wanted to fight Bud, but he could fight Gamboa and all. None of the top people in the divisions that he was in wanted to fight him at the time while he was there because he was just that good.
Absolutely, that's my opinion.
Bud was in the doggone witness protection program for Top Rank.
Absolutely.
He wasn't fighting nobody. What's up,
That's funny as fuck. Well, nigga said absolutely.
Hey.
Okay, well, what about when he re-signed with Top Rank instead of going to PBC?
That was his fault.
Because he was going to be forced to fight the best fighters.
My brother said absolutely. That's what's up. That's what's up. Well, that's my nigga right there. That nigga don't give a damn. Absolutely.
Hey, that's how I feel. But I feel like the 29th, we're going to have all our questions answered. You know what I'm saying? When Errol around here looking for his teeth like he was against Ugas and like he was against Danny, you feel me? You ain't going to be he called him. No, it's going to be done. It's going to be out of there. You feel me?
And if you notice, the closer we get to the fight, the more Sean Porter is saying, y'all, I was a better Porter in the Spence fight. I was kind of bullshit. He basically saying that because Crawford running around here pumping his chest and beating his chest like I stopped Sean Porter, and Porter really like, come on, dude. Like, you know damn well you basically pulled me out of retirement to fight me. I wasn't listening to my daddy. I wasn't training hard. I was the better fighter when I fought Spence. He's literally saying that right now.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
So the whole thing is, though, Ron, is y'all not acknowledging that the quality of opponents, the quality, bro. I know y'all looking at his style. I know you're looking at, his reflexes. I know you're looking at all the flashy things that he do in the ring, but you're not looking at the quality. Don't you think that the quality of opponent helps build you as a fighter as you go along and move along? Yeah. And that's what's being questioned.
I don't feel like resumes win fights, though.
We're not talking about resumes. We're talking about the quality of the guys that you fought. They build you. Iron sharpens iron. And what we're saying, see, even though I don't know why you don't look at the guys Spence fought, they were the top of the division when he fought them. They had belts. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the man had a car crash, and you know what I'm saying, before the Danny Garcia fight, he had a 14-month layoff. He had to recuperate. You know what I'm saying? He didn't even use no therapy. You know what I'm saying? No personal therapy. He came back of his own will. How can y'all not get behind a motherfucker like that? You know what I'm saying? I mean, y'all not even. Hold on, hold on,
Himself to the
hold
hospital.
on, bro.
I'm behind that too.
Hold on. Let me finish. That don't equate to when you fighting, bro. He wasn't fighting in the ring during that time. I'm talking about this man has a Rocky story where he got fucked up in a car accident, hit the concrete, and he willed himself back to world class. Because a lot of people and a lot of Blood fans were saying that he would never fight again. They were putting narratives out like that. And it's like, how could you hate on somebody that fight the top guys, somebody who goes snatches belts? You know, how could you hate on that dude? It's like, what's the dislike? Let me ask you a question.
I don't hate on him. Go ahead.
No, but what I mean, all the extra narratives. This guy is the quintessential champion, don't you think? He's the quintessential. The man came back from so much adversity to go win belts, to go beat ass. I mean, how can you not like that as a boxing fan? How can you not love that and cheer that on? That's what I'm saying.
I do cheer it on until he faces Bud. And when you face Bud, I got to get off of the good for
it ain't no get off. You're a boxing fan. It ain't.
And I got to look at it like I think this guy is better than that guy. You feel me? That's how I'm looking at it. I feel like Errol's style is tailor made for Terrence Crawford. For me, I think think Terrence is too. Huh?
I think it's the opposite. But go ahead.
No, I was just thinking. I think Errol just a little too slow, a little too predictable to deal with the versatility that and the skill that Terrence got, and not the pop. You feel me? He don't hit as hard as Errol. I'm not saying. I know Spence fans hate when they say he hit hard or as hard. I'm not saying that. I'm saying he hits hard though, and I think he hit a little too hard, a little too fast, a little too versatile. Spence is just, you know what I'm saying? Spence is great. But he done met his match.
Have you ever
He
heard
has to be
anybody?
great. I don't think people, when people say he's too predictable, I don't think y'all realizing what y'all are saying. You're saying people know what he's going to do in the ring and they still cannot beat him.
You're saying people. I'm talking about Bud. I think he's too predictable for Bud. I don't think he was too predictable for Ugas. I don't think he was too predictable for Sean Porter.
But they all said the same thing though. That was all of their analysis. He's predictable. He's slow. He's this. He's that. And that's just like being on the court with Michael Jordan. He's like, all right, I'm going to dribble twice with three hands, then I'm going to cross over and shoot a jump shot. And then he does it. It's greatness.
Listen, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. But that ain't going to work against everybody. And Terrence Crawford is just too versatile, too mean, too
against who? Against who?
Against his last 7 opponents.
Okay. Well, we should.
But none of that is going to overcome greatness. He hasn't done anything in his career to be able to be great, in my opinion.
Okay,
and that's why it's not going to happen.
I don't think Errol's done anything to be great either. I think Errol's really good. I don't think
What do you mean? You just heard this man's story. You just heard.
I heard the.
So you telling me him coming from a car accident like that and not taking tune-ups and continue to collect belts and to be in this position is nothing great.
Danny Garcia is a tune-up at 147.
What I'm asking is, we don't care about Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia is a world-class fighter. So you're telling me, so what you're telling me is seeing those pictures of how that man looked in the hospital, and for him to come back to a contact sport like boxing and do what he did to be in this position, you tell me there's nothing great about that.
A violent sport like boxing. And yes, I think that story is beautiful. I don't think that story is going to get him a W against Terrence Crawford. And I don't think it makes him great. That's just my opinion. You feel me?
Okay. We can appreciate your opinion. I just know when I go back and look at the film with Avid Nation, Terrence Crawford got a lot of holes in his shit too.
He
You know,
got a lot of flaws, and I don't
he
understand
got
why
a lot of
nobody
flaws.
mentions them. Nobody ever.
Hey, did you see how that Avenesian fight ended?
Yeah, with busted gloves. With busted gloves. Yeah, we saw how it ended.
No, I'm talking about a
I told
busted
you,
lip and a busted jaw.
neck bones in them gloves.
Hey, he ended him like Foreman ended Michael Moore when he came back. I'm talking about
I'm-
blood pool. Ain't nobody care about him losing all them rounds. He said, I'm trying to hit him. And when he did, he was up out of there. I'm telling you, this Bud is a different level of man, bro. He ain't nothing to be played with in that ring.
Against Avenesian? Are you serious? You can't be serious.
That's 7 of 7. You can go back 6 or 7. You go back 5 or 7. You go back 4. You go back when he stopped Jeff Horn. You can go back to any of these. It don't matter.
Okay, we gonna see.
I didn't know Jeff Horn was that special.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we gonna see.
Well, I guarantee you, had Errol got that Pacquiao fight and beat Manny Pacquiao, they would be talking about the Manny Pacquiao fight. So Jeff Horn beat Manny Pacquiao, and Terrence came right on in and took the belt and been had it ever since. Matter of fact, Terrence got more title defenses than Sean Porter and Ugas combined. Like, Terrence ain't nothing to play with, man.
Look, you heard that on another channel, brother. Now, come on now.
I ain't hear nothing on no other channel. I'm a Bud Crawford fan.
I just recently heard that same narrative.
I don't requote nobody.
I'm telling you now, somebody else has said that same damn thing.
Well, Bud Crawford fans say a lot of the same things.
Come on, man.
You say what?
I said I heard that same quote from another person that's a Bud fan say the same exact thing you just said.
Okay, well,
there's no reason for you to bring that up.
There's no reason to bring up his championship title defenses.
He fought Jeff Horn because they were saying that was the easier route to go to. It ain't no other reason, not because he fought no Manny Pacquiao.
Man, he went and got a belt. You talking about it was easier? He went and got a belt. That's what he went and did. And then
he could have took the IBF route and went straight to him.
Then he went and ran down Errol and said, "I got a belt." He said,
Thurman want to go over there.
What was Errol's response? Why wouldn't I take the easier route and go fight Sean Porter? Why wouldn't I take the easier route and go fight Sean Porter? Ain't that what he said?
Ron.
All he had to do was take the IBF route.
How he run down Errol at a top ranked event?
It don't matter what event it was. Errol wasn't.
How he ran down Errol? How he ran down Errol and Errol went to a top ranked event?
You talking about specifics. I'm talking about he confronted.
I'm talking about
that specific matter. You can't run a nigga down if he can't do your event.
Errol. I don't care if it was a Golden Boy event. It don't matter. He confronted Errol and told him, and Errol said, "I want Sean Porter."
I leave 3 hours out of my house to come see you at your event, and you running me down.
You ran me down, right?
Hey, did y'all see Errol Spence after the Sean Porter fight? After he fought Sean Porter and stopped him, you seen Errol Spence's response?
Because everybody in the crowd and on social media thought he got stopped premature. Everybody thought that.
Okay, but did you see Errol Spence's response?
And all Bud had to do when he left 140 was take the IBF route, become Errol mandatory, and fight him off the rip.
Exactly.
That's all he had to do, literally.
Did you see Bud Crawford after he knocked out Kell Brook? It's
a whole video about Errol talking about that,
What's
bro.
the first thing you said after he did what to Kell Brook?
Just like you saying Errol left that fight early. Did you see the fight with Kell
after
Brook?
he knocked out Kell Brook? Oh, okay, I saw his eye after he knocked out Kell Brook.
Did you see his face? You seen his face? You seen his face though, right?
Did you see the fight? You saw the fight though, right?
That was in 4 rounds.
But you saw the fight though, right?
Hey, bro, can I ask you a question though?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a real question since you like a Bud fan and you say he's just so much more skilled? When you go down to all the boxing abilities and shit like that, what does he necessarily do better? That's like maybe more than 2 or 3 things in the sport of boxing. I give him feet, counter punching, and Bud got better feet, counter punching, and speed. Besides those 3 things, what else in the sport of boxing does he do better than makes him more skilled?
Oh, well, those
only 3 things.
Hey, those 3 things are a lot. You said them like they.
Those are the only 3 things. He don't have the better jab, not the better body work, not better on the inside. He don't throw as
many jabs. I think he do.
You don't have a better.
He doesn't have a better jab.
I think he has just as good a jab as Errol Spence.
You don't control no fight with it.
He don't what?
Not at
Yeah,
all.
he hasn't. I haven't seen him dominate one fight with his jab.
He don't
Not
need
one.
you. What you mean dominate a fight with the jab? When you knocking
Earl
people out, you ain't
dominates.
got to dominate a fight
That
with the jab.
see,
Earl
that's the
dominates fights with
fallback.
his jab.
That's the fallback thing to say when people say that. Of course, he knocked him out, but you wouldn't be getting touched in the first place if you was able to dominate with a jab.
Hold on,
Exactly.
Errol gets touched more than Terrence Crawford. So what are you
No, he
talking about?
Based
Go
on
check
what?
go check the box office. Go check
Send
the
me the
copy box.
receipts.
I will send them to you.
Go check the opponent.
Errol Spence last 5 fights, he's been touched more than Terrence Crawford in his last 5 fights. That's a fact.
His last 5 fights, he's been with better opponents too.
Yeah.
Hey, we ain't talking about that. I'm talking about
Now the rest of the
about who
context
getting
don't
touched
matter.
more. We get talking about who's strictly getting touched more. Let's take the names out of it.
All I'm saying is they say Earl's an inside fighter. They say the boy IQ so smart. You shouldn't have to get touched to get hit to be aware of when to switch, when you down on cars, or what you should be able to do. It shouldn't take you rounds to figure that out if your
But when
IQ
he
and bounce is
does
so
get
high.
hit, and when he does realize he's down on the cars, what happens? Out of there.
That's the problem. What if you do that with EJ and that shit don't work, brother?
Oh well, I don't think
that's the thing.
I don't think EJ gonna be the one to stop him from doing that.
Why not? Why? No, I'm gonna tell you exactly why.
EJ's way too stationary for that.
Watch some more fights. Watch some more fights. I'm telling you. Watch these fights now.
Let me get this in. When you're a pressure fighter, you're gonna take more hits because you're making the fight, so you're coming forward. You know what I'm saying? The fighter that comes forward, you know what I'm saying, they're gonna take more punches, bro, because he's making the fight. He's more aggressive. You see what I'm saying? So it ain't a thing of, Crawford's better because he takes less punches. It's Errol Spence Jr. is pressing forward. He's the aggressor. He's making the fight. So, Bud is a counter puncher. So he's going to take less punches because he's moving backwards instead of forward. You see what I'm saying?
Don't treat it like it's such a big gap. Like EJ get hit way more than Bud, and it's not.
He's sitting there lying about that because that stat is wrong. Bud gets hit more than EJ. That's
I know the stat. I know.
I know the stat wrong too. He's just repeating what he heard.
Wherever you're repeating that from, you're wrong. That stat is not right.
EJ defense is way better than Bud, bro.
Defensively
forward and making the fight, to be moving forward and pressing the fight. You know what I'm saying? With that high guard catch and shoot style that he got, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's going to be big in this fight. That's going to be a big problem for Bud.
Man, Terrence Crawford only have it's funny. He only got a puncher's chance in this fight. If he cannot hurt Errol Spence, he's going to get beat up so bad. And like looking at the media workouts, this is one of the strongest I've seen Errol Spence hit the bag in a long time. I noticed also them working on his defense, getting his hands back up really quickly. Man, Terrence Crawford gonna find himself in a world of trouble, man. And Bomac is the reason why too. Because if you keep listening to everything Bomac say, Bomac just made that statement about him being a media fighter. He was built for the media. This is how I know that they don't have no real game plan for Terrence Crawford. They are depending on Terrence Crawford intelligence and ring IQ. Terrence Crawford is going to be in there by himself, and is when he gets in trouble, because he's going to get in trouble, he ain't going to have no one to help him with no right analysis of how to help that man. They piggyback off that man's intelligence in the ring. That's what they do. We going to see. He going to be in a situation he ain't used to being in. I'm telling you.
It ain't going to be like Bomac. He don't give you real strategy. Go in there and fight him. So you got to fight him. Get behind on the cards. You know what I'm saying? So it's the coaching is going to be big too.
Yo, Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got the twisties in his head.
He got what?
He got the twisties in his head. Go check out that Terrence Crawford.
No, I talked about that today and last night. I said, yeah, man.
You should see him now. He got him twisted all the way down to the scalp.
I saw him. Trying to get EJ style going.
Unless he's trying to grow his braids back or something. Man, this is crazy. You looking crazy as those things.
It's gonna be a good fight, man. Hope it lasts.
Got the twisties on. Where Ron go?
I got the 10th round.
I don't need to understand what people don't be understanding when they be like, oh, he just straight up and down the stationary. When you get ready to throw them looping shots by EJ bringing his guard straight back to his face, he can just short shot you all damn night. Exactly. All night long. It's going to be there.
Yeah.
I ain't saying it's just going to be the easiest, but in my opinion, I got a 65-35, man.
Who got more rings? Tim Duncan or Shaq?
Can y'all hear me?
Tim Duncan.
Mm-hmm. Who's more basic and straight up and down? Tim Duncan or Shaq?
Tim Duncan.
Okay, so this guy talk about because Earl straight up and down, that's supposed to take away from how effective he is.
Hey, go look what Shaq did to Tim Duncan. Go look what Shaq did to Tim Duncan.
Look how many times Tim Duncan beat him, though, man.
He embarrassed Tim Duncan. What you talking about? Shaq 3-peated on Tim's time. What you talking about?
I seen them sweep him too.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that too. You feel me? Air Dog got his day, but they ain't fighting 4 times.
I really think a lot of Bud fans confuse the athleticism with skills.
Facts.
Yeah.
Because when you can only name 3 things and be like, oh, them the only 3 things you need, it's way more than 3 skills in the sport of boxing.
He's got better head movement. That's 4 things. What does Errol do better than Bud?
Jab, body punch,
and what
hand
else?
placement. When he moves his feet inside the pocket, he's never out of position to punch. And his offense to defense transition is one of the quickest in the game. That's why it's all straight up and down.
Who got better timing?
That's debatable.
Oh, it ain't, because Bud got the best timing in the game. That's one. Bud got the speed. You've already conceded to that. Bud got the feet. You've already conceded to that.
I don't say he got the feet though.
Yo, hold on. Somebody said he had the feet.
You got a slight edge of speed. It's not dramatic. It's not a dramatic difference.
Right. When we start comparing the attributes, they fight different styles. That's why style make fights, right? And who can impose the style on the other, right? That's going to be the interesting thing, because we know EJ, he's used to imposing his style on other fighters. You know what I'm saying? And Bud, he imposes mental pressure. You know what I'm saying? He intimidates you with his speed and his power. He's not going to be able to intimidate Errol Spence Jr. He's a dude that grinds it out. So that's the one thing that's different for Bud Crawford. He's not used to somebody who's willing to bang it out, who's willing to grind it out, and willing to box him to get to that point. So, you know, he don't take a lot of damage in fights. I think in this fight, it's going to be a first for Bud, you know what I'm saying, to take the kind of damage to his body, and that's going to slow him down. He's not going to be as fast around the 5th round. He's not going to be as fast around the 6th round. He's going to be slowing down, and that's not something y'all going to be used to seeing.
You're gonna have to move a lot to even give yourself a shot. EJ gonna mirror everything he do, every step he take. He right in your shit the whole way.
He gonna get popped.
Bro, if you have to move the whole fight to keep this nigga off your ass, you're gonna get tired, dude.
I promise.
You don't understand that?
I promise.
He's never been in that position before. Never.
To that Deontay Wilder high guard nonsense he be doing when he get hit. I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be tee off time for Terrence Crawford. And it's gonna get vicious. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. If you had to bet your house on Errol Spence chin or Terrence Crawford chin, who chin you gonna bet on?
Oh, I'm gonna bet on Errol Spence chin every day.
Okay. So when you stay in that Errol Spence, he's gonna be in his face and he's gonna get popped. So is Terrence Crawford.
See, he gonna have to eat some of the gills on.
See, the thing is, what I notice about Terrence Crawford fans is that you guys love to talk about what Terrence Crawford could dish out, but you guys never talk about what he's able to take.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah, I'm here.
Interviews?
Yeah.
Say that again.
You think you can play those interviews?
No, not on here. They'll shut it down.
I went on my YouTube. I couldn't even find a link in the chat when I was looking for it.
Yeah, the question about this, I think the big question that Terrence Crawford fans got to ask themselves for this fight is, what can Terrence Crawford take?
What can he take?
what can he take? You guys talk about what he dishes out, but you guys never talk. You guys never look at it from what is he able to take.
Well, you're right. He got, he's proven he can take a good hit. You know what I'm saying? Arrow gonna be a different challenge, but he's proven he can take. I ain't saying his chin is better than Arrow's because I feel like Arrow the natural bigger guy. You know what I'm saying? And he naturally just a bit more sturdier. But Terrence can take a punch. You feel me? And
yeah, but I don't think it's just about chins though, because Arrow doesn't do the damage he does to fighters by testing their chin. It's about the overall accumulation of punishment that they take, even behind guards, even behind their guard. Ugas had a high guard up. Lamont Peterson had a high guard up. These guys are getting crushed behind their guards.
Them guys are actually staying right in front of them too. But you're right.
Not the whole fight. Can I get to that? Like, I wish people would quit saying that all the time. Yeah. If somebody's in the ring punching you in your damn shoulders and your hip flexors all night, by the 5th, 6th round, nigga, you gonna quit moving. You gonna quit moving.
I'm just saying, Ugas don't even move that much to begin with. He ain't no big mover to begin with.
I'm saying he was moving in the beginning though, until like maybe the 4th or 5th round.
More. Yeah, for sure. But he. Go ahead.
You don't think that these coaches, the opponents of Earl Spence coaches, tell them don't just stand in front of him? You think these guys go into the game plan, go in, because most guys say that Spence fights the same way. So how come no one cannot stay from in front of him then?
He ain't here. He got kicked out.
Yeah, I saw.
I better say it ain't even there, bro. It's like, dude, if Errol gonna mirror you all night, you got the anxiety of that pressure being in your face all night long. That's gonna make you exert more energy than you want to use. And I would never bet on somebody that has to be more perfect than the other person to win a fight. I'm just not doing that. Not with two elite people. Bud got less room for mistake.
Earl said it. He said, "I'm gonna be in his face all night."
So, make you run. Is it gonna make you run out of gas, or you gonna be like, "Damn, I'm tired of fucking moving. I'm finna just bang it out with this motherfucker, bro."
Exactly. He gonna make Bud fight.
You gonna get tired of moving, bro.
They're gonna bring, unless Bud got another level, another gear, and he bring out some kind of unique greatness that's been laying dormant inside himself.
Yo,
you know what I'm saying? He's gonna lose this fight.
Yo, man, this guy is making up excuses for him losing the fight already.
Who making excuses?
In this interview, he's talking about how he has no control over the judges, how he has no control over the refs.
Oh man, ain't nobody worried about that.
You shouldn't have no control over.
Is worried about that because the interviewer is asking him questions, and he told the interviewer that he don't have control over none of that stuff.
Well, do y'all get aggravated by? Because I know I get aggravated with some of these Bud fans. I'm a Bud fan, but I feel like I'm a bit more realistic than most of them too. You feel me? Y'all ever get aggravated by these Spence fans? Because some of them just a little ridiculous too now.
Hey, yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. Some are crazy. Yeah, some are crazy, bro.
For real.
We could disagree, but some people just like take it like the land and no beyond, bro.
Nah, for sure.
Man, this Crimson Blood, man. This Steelers and goddamn Ravens, Cowboys, Eagles.
Facts.
Nigga,
I think it's gonna be a good fight, man. It's gonna they gonna bang it out, boy.
Man, a fight gonna break out, but man, a fight gonna break out in the crowd by the 4th round. I'm telling you that now. You look at a Tank Davis fight or Earl fight or something like that. When niggas like them fight, it's gonna be a fight at that fight.
You might be right.
Yeah, I said the same thing. You know, so them Tyson fights. I remember them Tyson fights where they used to go at it.
It's too much hostile energy on YouTube for it to now overflow in the arena when niggas start getting drunk off that look at they high as hell. And, what? I'm telling you.
Somebody gonna be in Vegas holding pen. Watch.
Shit, that's why I'm gonna buy this pay-per-view and cook and watch it at home.
Yep.
I ain't gotta pay for $1,000 to see it for me to be looking up under the roof. See,
I'm gonna get a better view at home anyway.
I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm 5'8". I'm not trying to sit behind Steven Jackson tall ass and try to peek around him and see it. And I just go ahead and pay this 93, 94, whatever it was after tax.
I work for Comcast. I get 20% off. I ordered that shit today.
Oh, perfect.
Damn.
Yo, man.
Over mine yesterday.
Yeah, and then you're going to be watching the fight on the Jumbotron. You know, so on the big Jumbotron, you're not going to be able to see all the angles you're going to see from TV.
Facts.
Yeah, so, I ain't doing that, man. One thing about it, boxing give me the fights that I want to see. I pay for it.
Yep, me too.
Exactly.
But I ain't paying for no trash though.
What y'all think about that? What y'all think about Frank Martin taking on Inoue?
What? How Frank Martin?
Frank Martin, or you mean Stephen Fulton?
I mean Fulton. Not my bad. Not Frank Martin.
They talking about the hand wraps. The only thing I can say about them hand wraps is if they ain't gonna like do it a different way, you might as well go ahead and wrap your shit the same way, man.
For sure.
At that point, go ahead and make it an even playing field.
Sound like some nervous energy to me. That's what it sound like.
Sound like mind games for me.
Yeah, sound like some nervous energy.
Might have that nigga in his feelings before the fight. Cause Fulton looking at his trainer like, nigga, what you talking about?
Right.
Yeah. He looking like, boy, I did not come all the way over here for you to be trying to pull me out no damn fight. Hell no.
Yeah, I'm trying to get paid, nigga.
Right. You know what I'm saying? But you know, if you attack those advantages that they have, they don't want that smoke. They don't want that smoke now. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you have to hold them to being natural, you know what I'm saying? They just going on their own natural abilities. You know what I'm saying? They don't have that advantage. They ain't gonna have that confidence to win that fight. And you know, a nigga that's coming up from 108. You know what I'm saying? Nigga coming up from 108, he shouldn't be knocking out shit up at 122. You know what I'm saying?
It only explain why he never. It's only explain why he don't fight in the States like that.
You know why?
He only fought in the States a few times.
He on that Canelo Pacquiao cocktail.
Hey,
I heard that VADA. Is that true? That he like delayed VADA or some shit like that?
Man, he made a tweet about being frustrated with random drug testing. That was Sean with Fight Hype was talking about. You like, yo, what the fuck you mean? Yeah, random drug testing. What you talking about? Then out of nowhere, this nigga got an injury in training camp and they get pushed back too much.
Jeez.
Wow.
I ain't saying the man dirty, but it is a quite a damn coincidence. It is a coincidence that happened.
I'm just saying, hey, wasn't Manny Pacquiao scared of needles? Didn't he delay the Manny Pacquiao fight for being afraid of needles?
Yeah, with VADA, don't you just piss in the cup anyway?
Oh, they draw blood too. They draw blood.
I'm just saying, like, if you clean, what you tripping for?
Exactly.
He said he ain't like needles, and nigga had like 4 tattoos. I was confused.
Hey, are we gonna talk about the gloves that Bud gonna use this fight or what?
What he gonna use?
The gloves he gonna use. The gloves. I ain't talking about them ripping at the same, but the gloves that he be using is the same gloves that Mayweather didn't want Madonna using. It's the same ones.
He ain't gonna have that option.
No, he ain't gonna have that option. It'll be nice and square for this fight, I'm sure.
James was talking about that already.
Yeah, this a PBC event. Let's not forget that. So he ain't going through there with no bullshit ass gloves.
They said the ones they talking about, the Everlast XD, and the ones that got all the pad pushed towards the back and not so much towards the front.
Let me ask y'all something real quick. When Wilder was rematching Fury, who'd y'all have?
Wilder.
Okay.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. After he didn't get the first one, I was like, man, I don't know if he's gonna be able to get him twice. I ain't gonna lie.
No, I thought Fury was gonna beat him that second time. Yeah.
Man, I feel like that shit should have got weighed off when Wilder laid his ass out. Yeah, anybody else that was out cold on the way down to the floor, they would have waved that shit.
Only thing I think about those previous fights is that he shouldn't have fought him after that first fight. After that first fight, you get a draw, and you see how they work that out. You ain't fighting that man. I'm not fighting that man no more.
That's what I said.
That tell you that money was really, really, really good, and all his confidence is really, really high going into that second fight. All that weird shit they talked about, man. Tyson Fury was doing all types of weird shit. This is the same dude. This is the same dude who said he had some boar testicles that caused him to have anabolic steroids in his system. The UK did a whole investigations on him, and they got that the old dude farmer to testify on Tyson Fury on what Tyson Fury had did. They had all that. They didn't let none of that shit come out when it came to that fight. They let all that shit slide.
Hey, at least he had a better excuse than Conor being on them damn eggs.
Oh. No, that's not that's just bullshit.
But look, the nigga is fighting right now. The nigga is ready to fight right now. He's ready to fight right now, bro. I was like, how does and EJ spoke out on? I'm glad he spoke out on that because it brought attention to it. You know what I'm saying? This man got busted for everything. You know what I'm saying? So come on, man. It's like they let some guys slide, and some guys they don't. You know, Canelo, he probably going to load up on roids against Jermell Charlo.
When I was betting against Wilder in that second fight, you know, it was a lot of little Fury, well, especially the third fight, it was a lot of little Fury fans. They went to talking about how, you know, he was one of the all-time greats. You know, they get carried away with that shit. They start talking like, oh, he could beat Lennox Lewis and these. I'm like, bro, y'all got the game messed up. These is tomato cans heavyweights we got today. If you talking about them old school 90s, 80s, hell, even 70s fighters, bro, ain't no way he lasting against no Lennox, no, you know, Larry Holmes, no, none of that.
No,
Man,
now, they were smaller back then and they had more stamina, so they threw more punches. You know, these guys nowadays, they don't throw as many punches, you know what I'm saying? They're not as active, you know what I'm saying, as those guys. They had more skills too back there.
Definitely.
You know, so they did more things in the ring, those heavyweights back then, you know. You know, these heavyweights, you know, they don't show that kind of skill that they used to have, you know. I mean, slipping punches, ducking punches, and being fast. You know what I'm saying? They're just too big nowadays. Goddamn 6'5", 6'6". Everybody's 6'8", 6'7".
Shit, my favorite heavyweight is highly underrated to me. I love Lennox Lewis and Riddick Bowe when he was in shape and focused.
Yes. Lennox Lewis was that dude.
Oh, yeah. You know, we didn't appreciate Leonard until he got out of boxing. Until he got out of boxing, he wasn't really appreciated because he came up during the Tyson era, and everybody loved Tyson, and he wasn't appreciated. You know, high class. He's a class act, man.
I have to agree with that because I'm from Brooklyn. It hurt my heart when he beat Mike Tyson, and when you look back over Lennox Lewis' body of work, man, he's definitely underappreciated.
Riddick Bowe is my dude too, man.
Riddick Bowe was mean, boy.
You know, I mean, he met his match when he met Evander. They really brought some good boxing. They really raised the status. But I think they ruined each other too. You know what I'm saying? I think they ruined each other because after that they were just a little bit, you know what I'm saying, a little bit lesser than than they were before. You know, Holyfield Hart, he started having heart problems and couldn't finish matches and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That just shows you that the wear and tear those fights had on him. You know what I'm saying? And he a little heavyweight too. So, you know what I'm saying? So you know, you fighting bigger and bigger guys getting bigger, stronger. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we fighting giants now. They like Nephilim in the damn ring. You know?
Yeah, he heavyweight being to the point where dudes like Jerry Anderson and Big Shot Shaw is undersized now.
Right.
Even though they like 6'4", 6'5".
Right.
Yeah. What's going on, Cab? You up? You got? I didn't hear you yet, so that's why I'm hollering.
Hey, what's up, bro? What's up, bro? First time. What's up to the chat and everybody on the panel? I just got a quick question. Chilling. I got a quick question for the brother for Bud Crawford. My question is, all right, we said we're not going to talk about resumes because we know offhand that Kell Brooks is not the same Kell Brooks back when Earl fought him in England. We know that Sean Porter was more worried about his podcast on YouTube than actually training and fighting. That's why his father stopped the fight. We know those different things, but without looking at the resume, has Bud fought enough competition in different forms to get him ready for Earl Spence? Has he never been in a dog fight for 12 rounds? It's different than sparring. Sparring, you get the breaks, you got on all the pads. But when you really go fight in a ring, your muscles are so tense. Your adrenaline is going. You're getting hit harder. You swinging harder. And the stamina and endurance, I think it's going to wear on Bud. Do you really believe that Bud fought enough good competition in their prime in order to deal with what Earl and Derrick James is going to bring? That's one question. The second question, the second question is, if it is a dog fight and we get to the 6th and 7th round, we know Earl has Derrick James in his corner. To me, I don't think Bomac will be able to come up with a game plan on the spot to stop Earl. I think it'll be the same way when Adrian Bronner fought against Madonna. He had to tell his own corner to calm down, and it's all right. Will he have the support when he's really in a dog fight? Because everybody look good in the G League until they get to the pros.
So, as concerning Bomac, I got my reservations with Bomac. You feel me? I don't think Bomac is anybody's idol. You feel me? Bomac I ain't impressed with Bomac in no way, shape, or form. I feel like he got a prize fighter and stuck with him. But as far as the dog fight, I don't have any question about Terrence endurance. I haven't seen it, like you said. I ain't seen it. You know what I'm saying? Him go 12 in a dog fight. I haven't seen that because he be stopping shit. But if it do go 12, I think he got the win to go there. I think he has the I don't think he gonna wither away like, he ain't got the, endurance to deal with it. I think he has you know what I'm saying, enough experience combined, because he may not have fought the top level welterweight since he's been at 147 besides Horn, because I'm gonna call Horn a top welterweight because he was a champion. Lord have mercy. Well, if we're gonna call Ugas top level, I'm gonna call Jeff Horn top level.
Man,
Ugas actually beat Pacquiao with no contest. People say that Pacquiao got robbed fighting Jeff Horn.
He did, but they also did you see the CompuBox numbers, bro? Manny landed like 300 to Jeff Horn, 100 punches. My nigga, stop that shit.
I ain't got nothing to do with that. The belt was given to Jeff. So Jeff, hey, I would have liked to see Bud fight Pacquiao too. You feel me? That was the plan. But hey, it didn't work out like that.
Top level fighters are the 5 top contenders for the belt. It ain't Jeff Horn. Jeff Horn was nowhere near the top 10.
He just had the belt. Because we just talking about belt holders, right? Because the only two impressive
We're not talking about belt holders. We're talking about the 5 top guys. The 5 top guys, Jeff Horn was nowhere near that.
So you think so if Ugas didn't have a belt, he'd still be a top guy to you?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so.
Ugas is a good fighter.
Okay. Well,
the reason I would say that is because first we have to look at Ugas' pedigree. Opposed to like a Jeff Horn. Ugas is an Olympian.
He holds a win over Sean Porter, who's in the top 5.
And then when he fought Sean Porter and they were both in their prime, I had Ugas winning that fight.
I was about to say that could go either way.
Yeah, it could go either way, but that's my point of what I'm stating is that at the time Ugas performed like that against another top level fighter, as in Sean Porter, I would have to count him as a top level fighter. Ugas, I believe, is kind of like what happened to Bernard Hopkins when he first came into boxing. He was in the wrong weight class and he lost a fight early. Bernard Hopkins came in the wrong weight class. He lost a fight early. Ugas, once he got into a weight, because if you take a look at Ugas' frame, when him and everyone said Earl's a big welterweight, Ugas looked like he was bigger than him.
No, for real.
And think about a man physically that size was fighting at 140. I don't. But they're losses, but at the same time, I feel that when Ugas got into the right weight class and he fought against top guys, he showed that he was at a certain level. He showed it. He beat Pacquiao, decisively. Regardless if he was young or old, because Manny Pacquiao beat Keith Thurman is only old.
He did. Hey, he did.
The top guys at welterweight is Errol Spence, Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia, Sean Porter.
Why you including Danny Garcia at top 5 in welterweight? What wins do
those
Danny
are the top
Garcia
five
have
guys.
at
It ain't
147?
like he ever got blew out though, bro. Like
He ain't never
it was
got
always
blown.
close.
Well, Arrow blew him out.
There's no other names that you
Yeah,
put in the
that's the
top
only
5
time.
of
But
those
damn,
guys. Those guys all held belts, and those guys all fought for the belt, the championship belt. Those are the top 5 guys.
Why they hate on Danny Garcia? Danny Garcia fought some of the best motherfuckers. I mean,
Danny ain't that at 147. That's all I was saying.
what was it?
Yeah, but his fights were close,
Danny
though.
they got the same resume as damn Sean Porter, man. He ain't beat niggas, but like he fought them all.
You right.
He fought them all.
You right.
He fought them all, and he ain't never get washed until he fought EJ. But like, Evanesia ain't, bro. But Evanesia ain't even get put into the top 10 until Bud and Evanesia got into contract negotiations. Now out of nowhere, this nigga top 10.
Yo, Ryan, next thing you're gonna say is Danny Garcia win over Amir Khan was Crawford had a better win over Amir Khan.
Oh no, I don't. No,
Yeah,
I wasn't gonna
Danny
say
Garcia
that.
put that nigga in a coma.
I think Amir Khan should have never fought Terrence Crawford. You feel me?
He need Jonah Turner. He need Jonah Turner up in here to help him out.
He was looking for a payday.
Man, he had his Barry Hunter said, I didn't train him to win. I was training him to get through the fight.
Shape. What? He was trying to get bro in shape. He wasn't even really on the.
Well, if people remember the timing of that was when Amir Khan was supposed to fight Kell Brook, and they was negotiating, and Amir Khan was asking for all these rehydration clauses and all kind of crap like that. So he was on his way out the door. He just look, those two guys from England, Kell Brook and Amir Khan, they both went and sold their souls for paydays. Both of them. Let's just be honest.
And people can say, my bad.
I was gonna say, Kell Brook got his train. He didn't even have his own trainer, and he got his trainer off Instagram. The dude didn't even speak English. Kell Brook trainer. When he fought Terrence Crawford, and when he fought Terrence Crawford, I'm just calling a spade a spade. It's not. I'm not hating. I'm just telling you what I saw. Terrence Crawford, for him to be such a great top pound for pound fighter and have all this great head movement that you're talking about. When he fought in an orthodox position, his eye was almost shut in 3 rounds. He didn't win 1 round until he went southpaw.
You right.
You know, and what worries me about Terrence Crawford, I think you guys don't really take a good look at, is if he's a top skill pound for pound fighter, why couldn't he take away Kell Brook's jab without going southpaw? He was getting hit with right hands and jabs through round 1 through 4 until he switched his stance and took that away. So that tells me that there's some major defensive holes in this man's game. And the whole
it's predicated on athleticism. That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was getting ready to say. That whole IQ thing, if his IQ is so high, why was it, besides him, that athleticism of him going into, southpaw, if he's naturally an orthodox fighter, why couldn't he stop that jab? Why couldn't he make an adjustment? Because IQ is about adjustments.
Right.
Why couldn't he make an adjustment?
Isn't switching stances an adjustment?
You know why?
Well,
why do you have to take punishment and get your shit swole before you make the adjustment? That's the thing.
Oh, well, it was only punishment.
But you know why though?
Y'all boys feeling
the reason
we ended up stopping them. So there's that.
That's the thing. You can always say he ended up stopping them, but when you fight a nigga, when you
very good comeback.
When you fight, bro, if that shit, I'm just saying though, bro. If he do that shit with EJ and he can't stop him, his ass in a world of trouble, bro.
So is EJ his Tyson Fury to Wilder?
He's that nigga cryptic, but
you can't
a very athletically gifted boxer's kryptonite is somebody that's technically sound straight up and down and sticks to the game plan. When Bud get hit just hear me out. When Bud get hit with a hard shot and the crowd react real crazy, he throw the whole game plan out the window. That's undisciplined as shit.
Hey,
it's very undisciplined.
It's an effective
but you know why you do that?
Yeah, because the niggas you do it to can't beat your ass. That's why.
Talk to him.
Exactly.
Talk to him.
Exactly.
You say what now?
The boys you do it to can't whoop you.
Right.
That's right. Exactly.
Well, listen, hey, we'll see if Errol
fight.
can be that one boy who touches him hard and can deal with that firefight that Bud put him in. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, he touched him hard. He better be ready to throw them things. And I'm talking about fast. I ain't talking about that double jab left hand.
No.
Real deal.
Man, I want you to hear me. I want you to hear me loud and hear me clear. And I'll put this shit on Jesus' mama. If he go in this motherfucker try to have a fight with Errol Spence Jr., his ass take a night quill. But I'm telling you,
crazy as hell.
You crazy as hell. Bro, why would you fight? Bro, why, bro? Hold on. I ain't done talking yet. Let me. Since you want to bring that shit up, Terrence Crawford only got one punch knockout at 147. So he getting the same damn TKOs that Spence getting, and he only got 3 1-punch KOs in 5 years.
Spence ain't getting no TKO against Danny, Mikey.
He just got one in his last fight. He just got one in his last fight.
Huh?
He just got one his last fight.
Yeah, against the punching bag. What you say though, bro?
Let me ask you a question.
Bag, man.
So what the hell was Amir Khan?
Ron.
Amir Khan should have been in there. I already told you that. I ain't
nigga quit.
Amir Khan.
Easy.
Yo, Ron.
What the hell was Jeff Horn and David Avedisian?
Jeff Horn was a champion that just beat
punching bags.
Well, what you say though, bro?
Punch bag, ain't it? Yeah, punch bag, ain't it? What the hell was where was David Avedisian?
Yo, Ron.
What's up, bro?
What the hell was Avedisian?
You do know boxing analysts and boxing experts are warning him not to be exchanging with Errol Spence. You do know that they're warning him not to be exchanging with this man, right?
Everybody's telling him not to do that shit.
You better not.
Everybody's telling him that. Even people that's picking him to win. People that's picking him to win the fight is telling him not to do that shit.
They're suggesting that he box this fight.
Did you guys see the media? Sorry. Did you guys see the media workout? How Errol Spence is hitting that heavy bag? I did to go to fucking there. Go in there and go straight. Go rock and sock with Earl. We'll see what's going on.
If your best attribute is mid range and long range, why would you fight this nigga in the one area of boxing that is his absolute best in the fucking inside? That is a dummy. That is a damn dummy. That's a damn dummy. That's low IQ as shit. That's harder than anybody Errol has ever faced. Man, that's low IQ as shit. That's the same. That's the thing that separates Floyd Mayweather and fucking Adrian Broner.
But do you know the reason why Bud do that though? It's a simple reason. Bud does
athletic. He's more athletic than the other guys. Those other guys.
His biggest attribute is his biggest flaw, bro.
One mic, y'all. One mic. Go ahead.
Hey,
who was the last?
Who want to go?
I was tell you, you got it, OG.
Yeah, I'm just.
Hey, check this out. Hey, check this out. My thing is this. Let's take college football. You got the Big 10, the Big 12, the ACC, and all that. Everybody, the Mountain, everybody say they're good till they go up to the SEC. When you start going against Auburn and LSU and Alabama and all them players, you see what type of players you going against. We're not going to take nothing away from Bud because before the Ugas fight, Earl was averaging 56.301 punches around. Bud was only averaging 21.6. That means he's a counterpuncher. What do you do when a counterpuncher get counterpunched? What do you do when you hit him with your best sneaky shot and Earl take it, eat it, and keep walking forward? Earl is going to cut off the ring. When you coming forward, you use less energy. As you backing up and you trying to throw jabs, you using more energy. See, it's a lot to this. What people don't understand is that Gamboa glanced Bud and dazed him 2 or 3 times in that fight. What's going to happen when Earl really get a good shot on that face of that body? That's why I asked the question before, what is he going to do when he get into a real dog fight? Will Bomac be able to help him? Will he have the fortitude to stand there and take it and be smart? See, Bud rely on athleticism. We just watched Frank Martin get into a battle last week. And Frank, what did he say? I seen it, but it was like I was off. I really couldn't throw it. My timing was off. What happened when Earl got his timing down and he's taking away Bud time? It's a lot. It's a lot to this. And then what a lot of people don't talk about with the Asbanesia fight, Bud did not come out in the same gloves that he showed them. that he was gonna come out in. So if he got to wear, and they both wearing Everlast gloves, both of them got to wear those. They coming into this fight. They about to start fighting, and now everything you worked on, this man hit you with the kitchen sink, and it's the first round. You hit him with the kitchen sink, and he smiled at you. You can't stop this man. This man cutting off the ring. What do you do? Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Bud a fucking dog. He's a dog. We can't take that away from him. But Bud really didn't want this fight, bro, because when he was in the Hall of Fame, when they asked him a question about Earl, what did he say? Hey, I really don't need this fight in order to make the Hall of Fame. He really didn't want the fight. What did Bob Arm say in the interview after he left Bud? He turned around and he said, yeah, back in the day, we could have got Earl, we could beat Earl, and there was no doubt. But now, since Bud mind the way it is, I don't know. Well, if you could have got him and got them belts, why didn't you put it on the line to fight him? Because you knew he was still a threat. Now you know he a real threat now. See, these things are about to come forth. And now all that stuff from Bernie the Boxer, Bomac, Bud, his entire team talking all that smack. Now you got to put it on the line. What happened if Bud get knocked out? My thing for Earl and them team, watch the way he wrap his hands so he don't make it like a cement brick, and watch the gloves he in and check them gloves. I will make his ass tape up, can't go nowhere, and somebody sitting there watching him until he walk that ring. It's things that you're gonna have to do. Bud is gonna, I'm telling y'all now, Bud is gonna get so frustrated in this fight, and I'm gonna let somebody else speak. Bud is gonna get so frustrated in this fight to where you're gonna see him starting to do dirty things. The ref is gonna keep warning him, and Bud and the ref gonna start getting into it. Earl is gonna get this dude, because how do you come out of a coma and say make the fight? You ain't ask for your mama, your daddy, your kids. You say make the fight. Bruh, this dude is fighting for destiny. He fighting for himself. He know the mistakes he made. He's coming to win. Right. He's not coming to draw. He's not coming to lose. And if he lose, guess what? He man say, okay, we're gonna run it again. You're gonna get the next time. But if Earl dust him, he already not talking about fighting him again. They already talking about the PBC.
Retire, man.
Come on, man.
I think so too. I think so too.
I think you're mentally fragile right now. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Like anything can tip the scale. Like if this nigga Bud lose the damn coin flip for the damn ring walk, that bitch might cry. I'm telling you. Like that's how crazy it is. He lose this coin flip, he might cry.
You heard what he said in the interview. She said his kids was asking when you gonna fight that Spencer guy. I heard Terrence Crawford on another interview, on another occasion, speak about how he can't lose. You know, he can't lose because he can't let his kids see him lose. Or you hear about his mom, it's his mama's birthday, he can't lose in front of his mama. If you listen to the things that he says why he can't lose, it's all ego driven. It has no real substance to it. It's all ego driven stuff. Well, my mama there, I gotta win. Like the brother said, Earl fighting for destiny. For a person to sit up and say, I'm gonna collect all the belts, and through going through a car accident like that and still stay on that path to do what he said, that's a whole different mentality than somebody stating, I don't need this guy, I could be in the hall. To give this guy, like he said, a higher percentage to fight just to get him in the ring is and I'm telling you, that's all going to show up when Derek James said in the first time he was interviewed about this fight, what's going on in a press conference. He said depth. He said depth is going to win this fight. Depth. Who could go deeper with inside they self in this fight? And Errol Spence has come from that. I'm telling you that car accident is going to play a positive role for him in this fight. To know if he gets in trouble, he knows he's done it. He knows how to fight back from that. He knows when it comes to Terrence Crawford is a front runner, and what I mean by that is he knows he's gonna beat the guys because the guys he's normally fighting don't belong in a ring with him, and it's gonna be a problem when he's in the ring with somebody who belong in there and might be just as good or better, and now he got to bring it out. And if he has that dormant talent that me and Paul was talking about, there's just some greatness that's lying dormant in him that we just haven't seen yet, and he's able to pull that out, I'm gonna have to tip my hat to him. You know,
Mm-hmm.
if he has that. But I'm just the man. I'm telling you, man. I'm good at analyzing stuff, man. I'm a chess player. Like I'm really good at analyzing stuff. If this guy does not hurt Errol Spence, if he does not hurt Errol Spence, he's going to be in some shit he's never been in inside of the ring, and it's going to come down to who he is on the inside and his corner and what type of advice they're going to give him, and that shit is going to backfire on him. I'm telling you.
Man, and he got, and if he gonna hit him with some shit that's gonna hurt, he gonna have to do it before EJ catches reeling, man.
Yeah, because once he start cooking, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he be getting his way. Just like he did against Ugas, you know. It takes EJ a little minute to get that freight train going. You know, he got to wind up. You know what I'm saying? But once he get that rhythm going and he start throwing them shots and putting them together, man, he's hard.
That my bad.
Go ahead.
I was like, that boy y'all might not see it, but EJ got a David Benavidez type of engine, but more skill. Like he doesn't get tired really. You don't really get tired.
Yeah. Well, that's that pace. That's due to that fundamental pace.
Your connection, man.
Somebody got that YouTube open still, don't.
Yeah, because it's messing with everyone.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, that's better. Yes, a lot.
Yeah. Cut your if you got YouTube on, watch it. Yeah, cut your YouTube off because it's got it choppy. Yeah, but what I was saying that he's damn, I forgot what the hell we were talking about.
That boy gonna pull a damn beard out if he lose that coin flip. Ain't gonna lie to you. He lose that coin toss, he might not even want to walk out, man.
We gotta put him in the program Instapot.
What's up, DJ? What's up, DJ Blake Sean?
Bud, all that, man. Bud
lose the
come from a good family. You know what I'm saying? Olympic kid. You know what I'm saying? You know,
shit, Bud was too. Hell, he just ain't make it to the damn games.
You seen Bud, mama and daddy, boy. Bud come from that gutter.
Shit, Spence daddy used to work the little graveyard shift. Shit, but different type of life. Both of them had to work hard.
I mean, just because EJ got his dad in his life don't mean he was raised with a silver spoon in his mouth. They make it seem like my man, you know, he was still, you know, right there. I mean, I used to work around there where EJ's from, and it's not like rugged or nothing like that, and it ain't no incredible suburb either. I can tell you that right now.
It's like in between.
Right, and it's like it's a lot of gang activity, which you know was which he was involved in the middle of it. You know what I'm saying? Not that he was a gang member, but just being around, having friends, being friends with a popular rapper, a lot of shit came his way. So you know he experienced a lot of bullshit. You know, I don't know if you ever been around. You know what I'm saying, guys, when you were coming up. You know what I'm saying, and you had to fight. You know what I'm saying, with your friends and stuff like that. So EJ was he had to get away from that. He had to get away because those guys was leading him down a path he couldn't really go in his career. So, you know, a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, we don't talk much about it, but they were saying how, you know, he was into it with Mo3 who got shot down, and he was part of it. That's who were chasing him on the night he wrecked. It wasn't because he was drunk. It was because he was running from some of these gangster guys, you know, and they always trying to take people chain, and they always trying to, you know what I'm saying, punk people. And they shoot first and they fight later. They ain't trying to fight no Earl Spence Jr. They're gonna put a bullet in.
Would have shot it out with him. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
I'm gonna say for real. I mean, that's how he got shot in the head.
I'm just playing.
I'm telling you, like I feel like that boy mental in such a place. He lose that coin flip. This shit might end at 6 instead of damn 9. I'm telling you.
I mean, he
really the
is.
boy on edge already, man. You can say he already on edge.
Man. He's a prima donna. You know what I'm saying? He really
gonna get what's coming to him too.
The Bud look all dry, man. Every workout you see, he got on a damn sauna suit, man. He got on some type of box raw sauna shirt, a sauna jacket. Like he wearing shit for he's still burning. He's still burning weight the old school way and shit that take all that water and have y'all dehydrated and shit before the fight. Watch how quick he pick up that water at the weigh-in.
Oh yeah.
And people talk about EJ being tired. Him drinking all that water and that workout just showed you, like, I can drink as much water as I want to, nigga. I'm still gonna make weight. Because
That's that
he doing it a
nutritionist.
whole different way.
60.
Oh, he doing it the right way. That's the nutritionists.
Man,
You know what I'm saying? They know the science behind it.
Hey,
he probably going in the fight. He probably going in the fight. We probably about
Man.
5 to 6 pounds off, bro.
Hey, EJ just ran that 5-mile mountain out here this morning. It's called Mount Charleston in Las Vegas. He just ran that shit this morning. With about 5 to 6 fighters from other gyms. You know, they been running with him, but they say he been smoking boys up the mountain. So I think, and he didn't, you know, like you said, he didn't have on no sweatshirt or nothing today. You know, it was just, you know, a t-shirt, and then probably when it got too hot, he, you know, took off his shirt or whatever. But it's to that degree, you know. And what's up? What's up, OG Pool? I heard you cooking all day, man. You know, I've been trying to get on, but yeah, man. But thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having a panel, you know, today, man, because it's a week out, and it's you know, people like your panel is necessary, you know, and the discussion. And I heard my man that's a Bud fan, man. He was, hey, is he still on the panel?
Yeah,
you still on the panel, champ?
Yeah, Ron.
So
he holding it down though.
Yeah, he doing. I got to give him respect though, man. He's look, his back against the wall, and he throwing haymakers, right? You know, he was throwing haymakers the whole time he been on here. You know how you about to get jumped, and you know your face. Hey, OG Pooh, you know your face, so you just lean your back against the wall and try to take a couple of them out. That's what he was swinging for the fences today.
I respect it though. Shit, you standing on your squad, and then you one of the most respectful Bud fans and undelusional Bud fans I've ever seen in my life.
There's a history that's still there though.
I gotta give him credit for that. Yes.
Hey, I got something.
He got about 3% that's still there that come with it.
I gotta address the panel, man. Can y'all give me 5 seconds, please, bro?
Yes, sir.
Listen, man. We gotta stop this shit as people, man. Oh, Bud from the gutter, man. Listen, and not to even speak on myself like that, man. I've been in the gang war since I was 14, bro. I've been shot 3 different times. I'm from the gutter, and I also went to school and played football with people who wasn't. And majority of them people that I played ball with had more heart than the niggas I grew up with in the hood, bro. So can we please stop using that gutter talk like that and give you some type of extra attributes in a fight? Please, bro. I'm getting so tired of hearing that shit, bro. Because I know a lot of niggas from my hood that can't even fight, bro. Them niggas own drugs. Them niggas running around, all they do is smoke weed and use weapons to deal with their problems, dog. And I'm not picking down on them because I indulged in that type of lifestyle too before, but I know the difference. And when it comes to man, heart to heart, a young man that is raised with his father, that is taught how to be a man, opposed to somebody who grew up in the streets, getting raised by OGs who still in the streets, bro. There's a big difference in that. But ain't nobody gonna speak on that. So as some people, as some grown men ourselves, knowing that it's young men watching this show, knowing that it's young men that listen to us speak on boxing or whatever we do, can we quit using that gutter shit like that and give a nigga some type of extra powers or something, bro? Because in reality, the gutter don't do nothing but take away from you, if y'all didn't know.
No, for sure. I definitely didn't mean it like that, my boy. I just meant it like, you know what I'm saying? He from a
bro, I wasn't even trying to pinpoint you. I ain't even, you know, I wasn't even trying. It's just a narrative that's out there where people use that. And I was explaining this to my son the other day, bro. My son, he you know, you got people in the NBA, he hoop. So you got people in the NBA like, you know, let me think. You know, you got John Morant. He trying to be from the gutter, but then you got somebody like Westbrook. He ain't throwing up no gang signs or nothing. But that nigga will beat your ass, cuz. We don't need to see him beat nobody ass to know he was raised right, and he don't play that shit, bro. And he ain't throwing up no gang signs or nothing. So when it comes to man and fighter to fighter, it got to do with the choices you make growing up and the shit that's inside of you, bro. Don't nothing give you no extra heart or nothing but who you are and the decisions that you make. So this fight got to do with them two as men, because I agree with you. Bud is a tough motherfucker, but I don't think that came from the gutter. I look at his mama. That's a strong black woman that done been through what she done been through. I'm looking at his daddy. Whatever he been through, he back around, whether he was around the whole time or not. But that take perseverance itself. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. I'm gonna tell you why Terrence gonna win though. When Derrick James when Derek James said, but you're right though, bro. You're right. I don't even really like to talk like that for real. But you're
No,
right.
you good, bro. You good.
No,
I
you're
just wanted
right.
to speak my piece on that because I
No,
know
that's
y'all intelligent, man. We speak on this on this channel. We speak, you know what I'm saying, from a standpoint that other channels don't come on, man. We talk about other shit. So I just wanted to speak my piece on that because I'm enjoying hearing y'all cook with another sensible Bud fan, which is hard to come across, where we can just talk boxing without somebody being in their feelings, without somebody making personal, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but go ahead, bro. I'm gonna cut you off.
No. I was just gonna say I think Bud gonna win because when DJ told his mama on fucking All Access,
All
I was
access.
about to say 24/7 on All Access, when DJ said don't bring your dancing shoes, boy, let me tell you something. I already know that triggered something different in Bud. I already know.
Hey, you know what?
Bud gonna want
Hey,
that.
you know what, bro? You know what? You said that, and I actually grew more respect for Bud, and I could tell he has grown and matured more as a man than earlier in his career. Because the nigga would have said that earlier in his career, because he would have been
For
ready to
sure.
fight.
For
He would have been
sure.
ready to fight, bro. And he kind of just brushed it off this time. You know what I mean?
Right, he definitely did, but he didn't forget it. You feel me? He didn't forget it.
Hey, he
So yeah,
could.
Hey, you
He
must
But
be
you
could.
know
forgot. You
what
Hey,
must be
though?
forgot.
Hey,
it
but
could
look,
be a
but look.
mind game, bro. You never know.
Is that different? Is that different than is that what EJ want? Do EJ want him to fight? You know what I mean? If you feel like if you get Bud out of control, then Bud is easier to hit on that chin. And so do you want Bud to get into a firefight with you and prove he more macho than you? Is that
Like,
what Derek and them were doing? You know what I mean?
like,
Or
are you trying
is
to
it is
piss
it
him off
any
to make him do that?
exactly? Or is it any different than Bud asking Pops, "Hey Pops, you like fish?" When his son when EJ called himself the big fish, he asked Pops, "Do you like fish? Like I'm gonna cook your son." And
Oh
you gonna
shit,
eat
Right.
them. You get what I'm saying? Is that
Or Bernie speaking on
is
his
that different?
daddy and talking about him and Al him and
Yeah,
gay. It
you
ain't
get what
really
I'm
no
saying though?
difference. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it any different than Bud saying, "Hey Pops, how you like your fish?" You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah, but
Like
that was
knowing
on
his son is
All
the big
I'm
Access.
fish.
gonna say it wasn't nothing disrespectful in that. It was clean little trash talk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
Yeah,
it wasn't
but
I
I
out of
mean,
line.
said
you
though.
you don't think that motivated EJ him talking to his pops about it? Like,
Right.
hey,
All I'm
bro,
No,
saying,
it
all I'm
probably
saying
did.
is if that make Bud want to go in there and have a war, even war, that nigga already doomed.
Hey,
Manga.
listen, I'm
and that ain't
telling
gonna
you
do
That
right
that.
nigga
That ain't gonna
doomed.
work
Hey,
out because, in my
YB, you
opinion,
right, bro. YB, you
now.
right, bro. Because I think and I commend them brothers because they having a clean trash talking session. That's why people
right?
like Bernie and Bomac, they gotta hush up. People,
Right.
you know what I mean, Errol ain't saying nothing out of pocket, Terrence ain't saying nothing out of pocket. They throwing clean little jabs to get y'all to get us to promote the fight. You know what I'm saying? And I
Right.
commend them for that. But then, you got people like Bernie that been talking his personal shit the whole time, bro. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm,
saying?
mm-hmm.
And it's like I don't even see how for the person I look at Terrence Crawford as, I don't even see how that's your partner, bro. Because birds of a feather flock together, but Terrence Crawford don't carry himself like that. At least not from what I know.
You know,
Shit,
Bud and
that
Bomac
should have
got
really that should have really made people think that nigga speaking through you.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
like some coward.
yeah,
That's some
that's one
coward
thing that
shit.
threw me off about Bud, man, is that he said, "Yo, he talks for me." I would have never let nobody like that talk for me.
I'm just saying,
Man,
cause
and
like
that's the
he
Yeah.
don't come
thing.
off like that, but like your homeboy ain't pulling this shit out of thin air neither though.
One of my
Hey,
homeboys, listen,
hey,
one of my
hey,
homeboys interviewed, but one of my homeboys, he have a boxing group, Chris Kennedy, Uppercuts Boxing. He ran into Bud. I forgot what fight. It could have was it Avenesian? I can't remember what fight it was, but they ran into each other. And he's from Texas. He's a Vote Spence fan, and he told me after he spoke to Terrence Crawford, he said Terrence Crawford thinks the way their conversation went, he thinks just like his delusional fan base. Those are his exact words.
Well, I feel like you got to be a little bit delusional to be a prize fighter anyway. You
I
feel
think
Nah,
me?
you
so
you
too.
you nah you got to be a little bit crazy, not
A little
delusional.
Yeah.
that right,
No,
crazy,
no.
crazy.
I think on the delusional side is that you got to believe in yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Even if it's not warranted. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Even football players, anybody who's
like
an
Blair
incredible
Cobbs.
athlete, they say Michael Jordan used to make up shit to motivate himself, like people
Right.
done done him wrong. And he used to put it out there, this nigga said something about my mama, or
Yeah.
something like that. And he used to use that because he done won so many. After you done won so many championships, you need to be able to raise your game. And Jordan was a master of making up scenarios to make him, go out there and play on another level. And I think you do got to have some of that kind of craziness, the motivation. That's why you got Bernie over there in the corner while he's training. He's the greatest. You know what I'm saying? Look at that power. Look at that speed. You know what I'm saying? That's what he got Bernie up for. He's his hype man. You know what I'm saying? To keep his head level.
You know what I think? Because my son, I've been training him boxing since he was little, but I told him, unless you like getting hit in the mouth, you're not a boxer. Unless you enjoy getting busted in your face and that turning you up, you're not a boxer. So do he compete? No. But what I was explaining to him is boxers are born boxers. Football players are born football players. People that make combat or contact for a living, they was born that. So if this is not, you know what I'm saying, and both of these dudes was born fighters, bro, and that's what make this fight so beautiful, because not only is they born fighters, but they both could box people ears off and not get hit if they really wanted to, but they so much fighters that they willing to sit in the pocket and take one to give you two. That's the beauty of this fight.
And to prove your point that EJ and all them dudes are born fighters is that, like he started boxing relatively late. I'm not saying he started in his 20s, but, sophomore year, 15 years old. You know what I mean? It's not, usually a lot of guys start 7, 8, 9.
That's late.
You know what I mean?
And to go to the Olympics?
Deontay Wilder, he started late.
Yeah,
exactly.
I started boxing, I was 12.
But you know what, Big Pooh? The boxing, the difference between Deontay and Spence is that he got an equalizer that only God can give you. You know what I'm saying?
I got a question for the brother.
For Spence to start late and be so fundamentally sound, the things that he gets criticized for being basic, I mean, for me to be locked in so fundamentally, I feel like that's a great thing that I think people overlook, and I think that's why sometimes, depending on what you like and what style you like, if you like a guy, it all depends on what you think and what method you think works. Like Bud gets the job done and Errol gets the job done. We're going to see who's going to execute their game plan better. And I just believe Errol is going to do that. I think when all else fails, you fall back on the fundamentals. In a dog fight, you fall back on the fundamentals. The cleaner, sharper, tighter punches, it don't matter how fast you are if you're throwing loopy shots and it takes longer to get from point A to point B. Once you start losing your fundamentals, or you start getting too loose with your shots, or you start getting too emotional. And EJ, the reason why I'm behind him on this one is because I feel like he's more composed than Terrence. I feel like Terrence can be lured into something. I feel like even when EJ is in a chaotic situation, he's extremely in control, and that's something that's hard to teach. It's hard to teach somebody to stay calm no matter what they're going, no matter what situation they're in. And I feel like that's what his poise. Even when something bad happens, like the mouthpiece, he was still poised. Once he knew his teeth wasn't out, motherfucker smiled and got right back on the horse. And so when you think about things like that, and once Derrick James told him to fix his shit, he went back in the corner and listened to him. I feel like Bud got a little bit more stubborn mindset than Errol Spence, as far as not listening to Bo Mack, more willing to prove a point than stick to his game plan, which he's got the job done because he's that much better. You get what I'm saying? He's that much better than most, the 99.9% of the fighters that's out there. Like you said, Pooh, he's God gifted in a lot of different ways. So it's hard to see him losing, but it's even harder for me to see Errol losing. So that's why I'm rolling with Errol.
Yes, sir. Great breakdown.
Go ahead.
Great breakdown. You know what I'm saying? Bud, this is going to come down to mental fortitude too. Yep. You know what I'm saying? And I think EJ, he has that confident mental fortitude where, he just don't think Bud Crawford can beat him. You know what I'm saying? He think he's you know what I'm saying? He just got a real dog type mentality. You're going to have to show me. And I think Bud got that to a certain degree, but I do think he questions himself because of who he fought. You know what I'm saying? Because he was so much better than the other opponents. This is the first guy that he's going to face that's athletic, got all the attributes. You know what I'm saying? He's durable. He's got a chin. You know what I'm saying? He's got a guy that could keep coming. He's not going to be able to just shock Spence and get him out of there. He's going to have to put some shit together on Errol Spence Jr. to get him up out of there. So I don't think Bud has that. Plus he's going to be taking a lot of body damage. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. That's not something, but Bud Crawford's not used to fighting like that. He's used to being able to use his athletic ability to float on the outside and be able to get the punches that he wants. and he's not going to be able to get the punches that he wants in this fight. He's going to have to take what he can get.
Why don't you think he'll be able to get the punches he wants?
Because EJ's going to be pressuring him 3 minutes of every round. I mean, 1 minute, every second of every round. He's going to be fighting Bud Crawford.
Let me say this real quick. One of the best pressure fighters we've seen in this generation of boxing is Showtime Sean Porter. I think we can all agree with that. And while
I don't.
That's why EJ fought him the way he fought him. Because he wanted to show him
a better pressure fighter than EJ, bro.
But I don't think he's one of the top pressure fighters because he's too reckless.
Okay, all right, fine. But he is up there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he up there, but it ain't EJ though.
That's his style of fighting. He's a pressure fighter, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is now I am the first to tell you he is not the same Sean Porter. He didn't even look the same physically when he fought Errol Spence. He was much meatier when he fought Errol Spence. So I ain't even
legs, everything.
I ain't even disputing that. But what I am saying though is he wasn't on that pressure shit with Bud, and that's because Bud got that whipping power.
He gassed out. He gassed out, bro.
He gassed out towards the middle.
He gassed.
There was a lot of posturing in that fight. There was a lot of moments where Sean Porter don't do posturing.
He was mixing it up, but let me say this. Okay, so you can't do that with Bud, because what Bud really wants you to do was he gonna learn about EJ early. Bud wants you to come in there reckless, leaping around, because Bud's footwork is great, but it's calculated for people who leap in. Just think about this for 1 second. Kell Brook leaped in, got knocked out. Sean Porter leaped in, got knocked down. Jeff Horn leaped in all night and got stopped. That's what he wants you to do. But EJ doesn't leap in. See, it's a different kind of pressure. He slides in, he closes distance with his feet. See, his feet are underrated. Huh?
Incorrect. He was reaching and lunging against Ugas.
That's what we talking about closing the distance. You're talking about punching, but we talking about closing the distance, Butch. I'm talking about when he closes the distance, he is not lunging. He is sliding, he is scooting, and he's working behind his jab. He is not leaping in.
But this is my thing though, Butch. What does Sean Porter have in common with Bud Crawford? Or, in realistic terms, what does he have in common fighting wise? With Errol Spence as well. Like, you get what I mean? And because of that, because Sean Porter is such an anomaly, first of all, he's a 5'6" welterweight. There's not many guys that's 5'5" and a half, 5'6" that don't have a reach. He's at a reach disadvantage. So he has to have creative ways to get on the inside. You get what I'm saying? So he has to do stutter steps, different feints.
He reached way shorter.
You get what I'm saying? So he has to go through. He has to go through leaps, and he has to, and because of him being lower to the ground, sometimes when a fighter is that low to you, it can cause you trouble to jab a fighter that short. As we've seen before, we've seen smaller guys, super short guys for their division, give taller guys a little bit of problems when they can go up under that jab. So Sean Porter bending at the waist, getting up under that jab can cause Errol Spence to get into that type of dogfight, like you said. But is Bud Crawford going to be dipping that low with a 74-inch reach? Would that be working for Bud Crawford? Would that do Bud Crawford any good to be giving up his height or his reach in that way? Because Bud Crawford's shorter than EJ, but he has a 74-inch reach. So where do you think this fight is going to be fought at? So when we be talking about Porter, that is besides the point, because Porter has nothing to do, and his style and his dimensions have nothing to do with EJ and Bud. You got a guy with a 72-inch reach and a guy with a 74-inch reach.
The point I was trying to make was the fact that Sean Porter was. If you just look at the punch output that Sean Porter did, it was severely dropped.
Facts.
And I think I think a lot of that had to do with Buzz whipping.
Counter shots. Absolutely.
Exactly. So I'm saying
absolutely
EJ might not be so quick to get on the gas if you in there getting hit in the face with them pops is what I'm saying.
But
EJ got the boxing ability that Sean don't have.
No,
if you watch the workout, you see shades of how he's going to close the distance. It's different, man. Errol's footwork coming forward is just as good as Bud footwork going backwards. That's the misconception out there that Bud fans think is about to be so a mismatch for his footwork. But Errol is just as good coming forward as Bud is going backwards.
And
it's both calculated.
And like you said, as a Bud fan, you know, with him not fighting his fight against Bud and fighting Bud's fight, he shouldn't even, you know, when you think about it, he lasted 10 rounds fighting Bud's fight. You know what I mean?
Right.
Punch output low. This and that. You know what I mean? So if Errol is able to force Bud's pace and do something that Sean wasn't able to, I don't know why people keep thinking EJ's gonna get knocked out. That's why I be like, well, if he pushes the pace, I never seen Bud fighting the pace like that. So see that this, so it's like people say it's unanswered questions. It's unanswered questions about EJ, but it's damn sure unanswered questions about Bud. Has he ever been in a pace like that?
He ain't been in there with a boxer punch on him. He's talking about pushing the pace. If he pushes the pace, that leaves for his defense to be wide open.
It leaves you for your defense to be.
A lot of people let me say this, big. You know, see, Bud set traps. You know what I'm saying? He set traps. Everybody's seen his traps. He takes that one little step back and he try to line you up for the uppercut, right? You think EJ them don't know that? You think they don't know how each other fight? You know what I'm saying? Bud is gonna have to deal. He's gonna have to deal with calculated pressure.
Bro, there's one thing about knowing about it, but there's one thing about stopping it. It's inevitable. You can.
But you can't do that again. He haven't fought the competition. That's what we're trying to get.
You know what else is inevitable?
Go ahead.
You know what else is inevitable, Cash? Cash, if you got a good jab that you're gonna land on, Bud, because every fighter that had a good jab gave him problems. Every fighter that had a good jab landed on Bud.
But I truly believe, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Go ahead. Well, I truly believe. Go ahead, bro. My bad. Go ahead.
You go ahead before you forget. Say another thing when we compare this EJ jab to Kell Brook jab. Remember, Kell Brook wasn't a southpaw, so that's something that Bud got to deal with. That's different too. He at welterweight, he's never fought a southpaw with a great jab. You could say he fought a good fighters with a good jab, and they all got home. This coming from a different angle this time. So let's see Bud switch southpaw and try to take away EJ's jab like he did Kell Brook. See, that's another scenario that we're not talking about, Cash. But go ahead, Chad.
Well, I feel like okay, these are both two top 4, top 3 pound for pound fighters, which means that they are in position because it's certain things that they do better than other people. And one of the things that I think they do better than the opponents that they face is take away whatever you do best. So I think both fighters are going to come out initially before the fight break out, and they not finna get hit with the typical shit. Like, all right, the motherfucker say, Bud, he's going to hit you with the uppercut and the counter. Man, Errol not finna get hit with that shit off top. Now, when the fight break out, like Errol coming with the jab, Bud not finna let him just take control of the fight with the jab off top, bro. That's going.
When the fight break out, this is what I know about Bud, and this is why I rock with Crawford. When Bud gets hurt or he feels like he's been, you know what I'm saying, you got off on him, bro. The gas light comes on, man, and the dog comes out. And I know when Bud gets hit, you know what I'm saying, he turns up. When Errol gets hit, he stays composed, which is good too. You feel me? I'm not taking anything away from Errol in that regard. But I'm saying, what happens when Spence gets hit with that shot and it really hurts? Is he still gonna be that same pressure fighter?
That's what we're trying to tell you. Like Bud's biggest attribute is gonna be his biggest flaw. Like everything you said was true, but also when that fight break out and the light turned on and he tried to get his get back, he started throwing his shots wild from the hip with his chin all in the air, bro.
No. Let me explain something to you about what you just said.
I can show you about 2 hours worth of film on that shit. I ain't lying.
Let me speak on what you just said, bro, about both fighters. Now I got Spence in the fight, but I'm realistic, bro. So what you said about getting rocked and what you do afterward. Errol got rocked by Ugas and then he came back and broke his face. Bud got rocked by Kavyaskis and he came back and stopped him. So we talking about two brothers where that's not finna be part of what's wrong, what go wrong in the fight. Neither one of them is finna get hit real hard and be like, oh shit, maybe I should go to plan Z. That's not gonna happen, bro.
Right. No, you probably right. You probably right. I think Errol a dog too. I think, like I say, I think Terrence just got a few more tools, and I feel like a sneaky switch hit uppercut is bound to happen. And some shit that Errol don't see.
A few more. You got a lot more tools.
You know,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I already said. All right. For example, when Bud round 6, Sean Porter, and Bud's letting his hands go. He feel like he losing rounds, and he started letting his hands go. When Bud let his hands go, man, his hands look like Sonic. Yeah, it is. But this is what I'm saying. His hands look like Sonic the Hedgehog legs, man.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
And I said, and I had already said, man, Derrick James and Errol gonna have to have something. They're gonna have to have something planned for that. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same. And it's the same thing with EJ. And it's the same thing with EJ. When he start pressing that line and start touching you in the shoulder, the sternum, everywhere you don't even know he hitting you, bro. But I'm gonna have to have something for that. So it's like whoever. This is where the fight. There's two things to me, and I'm gonna say this real quick and let y'all have it. There's two things where that bring me to the end of who I think is gonna win. One is the camaraderie part of the fight. I know for a fact Derrick James and Errol Spence is a better team than somebody got an echo. I can't even hear myself. Derrick James and Errol are a better team than Crawford and Bo Mack.
Somebody got to turn that YouTube off.
Yeah, somebody got to turn it off. And when they that's me.
Everybody mute it.
Okay, yeah, that ain't me. And when it comes down to it, I look at it like this: they are both going to get their hands on each other. That's why this fight is pretty much a pick 'em fight. And who is more durable? Y'all can answer that for yourself.
Hold on, Nadi. Hold on. How are you saying that? I know for a fact Derrick James and Errol Spence is better than Terrence Crawford and Bo Mack.
Because you want me to tell you why? Because I went so I'm gonna tell you exactly why. Because I went to see somebody still got the echo going. I went to
everybody mute yourself. Everybody mute.
I went to the Virgil Ortiz versus McKenzie fight. And I was watching the Blair Cobbs and Maurice Hooker fight. And Bo Mack was training Maurice Hooker, and he was getting beat up, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, he was slow. He really wasn't ready before the fight started.
That's Bo Mack's fault.
No, I'm not. If you'll let me finish, bro. See, y'all get so in y'all feelings. Y'all get so in y'all feelings, bro. I can't even finish. You not letting me finish, bro. I'm not even finna be that long. What ended up happening, long story short, is Bo Mack was trying to help the man. He was getting beat up. Bud got out of his front row seat, told Bo Mack to move the fuck out of the way and start going in there in between rounds, telling him what to do, and then he came back in the fight, bro. And then now let's go to the Sean Porter fight when they told him he was down and Bo Mack was talking to him and he wasn't even listening to him, and then he went out there and stopped him. What did that tell you, bro? In my opinion, this is my opinion. Bud is smarter fighter than Bo Mack is a trainer. Did that make sense?
Big facts.
Did you not watch the Maurice Hooker fight, bro? After one round, bro, this nigga said, man, you know what? Sometimes you just can't box nobody, man. You just gonna have to fight this motherfucker. After one round. That's the advice you gave after the first round. You threw the whole game plan you had for your fighter after the first round. The nigga getting dog whipped, and this nigga had to come out the crowd to give your fighter instructions.
Bro, I watched it. I watched it, bro. That way, Bo Mack didn't even get up in the rounds no more because he just didn't know what to tell him. And Bud is smarter than Bo Mack. They just break it down like that.
You think he didn't know what? You think he didn't know what to tell him? Okay, that's fine.
Bro, we heard it in the round, bro. He got beat up in one round, and instead of say stay on your jab because you got a reach advantage by 6-7 damn inches, you told this nigga, man, fuck that boxing shit. You just gonna have to fight this motherfucker. Who the fuck tells somebody that after one round?
Well, Bob Crawford number one pound for pound fight. You know what I'm saying? Bo Mack's been with him since day one, so you know there must be a reason why he's still with him.
Maybe all three of his trainers been with him from the gate. Let's be real.
39-0, about to be 40-0. So you get me? I don't understand.
Bud has three coaches,
it's on
bro.
Video, bro. It's on video. This nigga sounded like a fucking imbecile.
Oh, so you think Derrick James has had every single perfect fight of every fight? Is that what you think? Because I can find
that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is they're more. They are more.
We said Bud don't be listening to this nigga.
They
bro.
are more in unison than Bud and Bo Mack. Yes, they are.
Okay, when he was fighting Sean Paul, he wasn't listening to Derrick James. He wasn't listening to Derrick James when he was fighting.
Yes, he was. No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't. Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't. Prove it.
How you think he got the knockdown? See, you wasn't watching.
That's right.
That's how he got the knockdown.
No, of course I was watching. Me and you just heard something completely different.
Bro, so you didn't hear Derrick James tell him to work the left hook in, and that's how he dropped him?
That fight went 12 rounds, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
And
Butch.
you're telling me in all 12 rounds he was listening to Derrick James. No, he wasn't. So I don't know where we're going.
Based on what your opinion or what actually came out of his mouth and what took place in the ring.
Hey, Cash, why are you? This is my thing. With people with this counter puncher stuff, why are you not so sure that sometimes EJ just throws punches to keep a counter puncher busy? It don't necessarily mean that he's trying. Look. Sometimes you throw shit just to throw away to make a person react. And if you hitting hard enough, a person don't want to get hit, so they still react in a defensive posture and that keeps them from punching. So like people don't understand that sometimes just staying busy
is so true.
Is a good defense as well. Sometimes your offense can be your best defense, especially when you're cracking. When you're throwing body shots, head shots, and you're mixing up your from lower upper to body, upper down to the lower body, back and forth, and you're giving somebody something to think about. Creativity takes time. See what happens with an artist. See, Bud fights like an artist, and this is a painting in a canvas, and he don't go in there with a direct game plan. And Bud just likes to think on instinct. But sometimes when you want to download, you need time to think. If I keep you occupied, I might freeze you. And that's why I keep trying to tell people, Bud is not going to be as patient and as composed as he has been against guys that don't press the pace, because they give him opportunities to see an opening. Like, yeah, I mean, it's when you got a guy that's dynamic as Bud, if you let him and allow him to sit back there and think from range, of course he's going to pick you apart. But if you get a guy that makes you speed up and keeps you occupied, you might lower his punch output, Cass. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He might be more defensive than he's ever been.
YB, let me ask you a question while you own that same hype. And what is going to happen if Bud get caught with a punch in the middle of his punches?
I believe it will happen. I believe it will happen.
Now it is, but I'm saying though, when it comes to durability and your ribs and your kidney, and your liver and all that, and your chin, though, his Bud's worst nightmare is to get caught with something he don't see. He going to sleep.
Yeah, when you hear a Bud fan talk, you never talk about what is he going to do defensively to stop this man. All you hear is catch him with a shot, hurt him, knock him out. You don't hear shit else.
I feel like Bud. King Judah. That's like you getting hit on the arm all day and you don't react. Like, man, you know what? I don't feel it. They expect Bud to be superhuman. Like, he ain't gonna feel them shots on the chest or the arm.
Oh no, it's flawless. But shit, everybody else touched Bud, and I'm just supposed to believe this nigga gonna turn into Houdini because it's Errol Spence Jr.
Well, I think that they both they both gonna get touched. You feel me?
Yeah, I would say they both get touched, but people make it sound like Bud is the nigga that's not gonna get touched by EJ.
No, he gonna get touched. I ain't got and you know what I'm saying. And Errol take that body, turn up on that body work pretty good. So you know, I definitely see Bud getting touched. Fact about it, I anticipate it. So then we can see this fight break out. You feel me? Because what I think gonna happen is I have Errol coming out strong early. You know what I'm saying? I see Errol coming out strong with his coming behind his jab. You know what I'm saying? Trying to close the distance and go to Terrence Crawford body early. What I see happening is Terrence, you know what I'm saying, sticking to his game plan, whatever that may be, trying to be calm, cool, composed until Errol touch him with something that he didn't like. And then it's gonna be all that's gonna go out the window. And it's like, I'm telling you, it's like it's rare that you see a fighter can just turn it on whenever they want to, and they can just get it so hot in there. You feel me? To the point.
That's what I'm banking on, bro.
But here's my thing. Let me get this in. Here's my thing. You keep saying when Bud turns it on. You know what I'm saying? But he's with another guy that's going to stay on your ass when he turns it on. He's not like these other guys. He's not like Green Machine hit you one time and then he can't stay on top of you. EJ can stay on top of you is what I'm trying to tell you. He's going to be fighting like that for every minute. I mean, for every minute of every round, he's going to be on top of Bud. That's what's different. The pace of the fight is going to be different for Bud. He's not going to have time to turn up and lean forward and do all that intimidating stuff he was doing to a Green Machine. No, he's going to be busy defending himself. Once he get caught, he's got to get ready for the next shot. You know, when Danny Garcia, hold on. Let me finish. When Danny Garcia hit EJ with an uppercut, boom. EJ kept coming, kept mirroring him on them ropes. He hit him with a nice uppercut. off the ropes. I'm talking about beautiful. And EJ just kept mirroring him and kept putting on the pressure. That's what I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? Y'all keep thinking that Bud is going to be able to back EJ up, and he's not. You know what I'm saying?
Bud, hey, Paul, that's why Danny Garcia said he don't know if Bud can hurt him. Because I seen that exact uppercut that you talking about, and he caught him flush, and it was no reason why Errol shouldn't have been stopped in his tracks or not coming forward no more. And see, when you got somebody on you like that, and you hit them with your best shot, man, and they don't fall or knees don't buckle, you know you're gonna have to go to another plan to get it done.
Yeah, and the sad thing is, he was on Danny even after that shot. He was throwing shots at Danny after he took that shot. That took something out of Danny when he hit him with that shot, and he kept coming and he kept fighting. Oh my God, bro! Danny was like, "This dude different. This dude is totally different." So I think Bud is going to have that moment where he realizes EJ is a whole different animal in there. He's not the same. He's not going to wilt. He's not going to be intimidated by pot shots and speed or whatever pot shots he can do in there. I think he's going to see that he's fighting a different animal, just like when Marvin Hagler was taking Hearns. Hearns was hurting Hagler when he first started. He was popping Hagler. Hagler was staggering, you know what I'm saying? But he adjusted to that power, and then he couldn't hurt Hagler no more because he had got used to how he hit. You know what I'm saying? And EJ fights.
That's how I feel Bud gonna be. That's why I feel like.
But this is how EJ fights, though. Is what I'm telling you. He even said it in the interview. He said, "I like to get in there and feel your power and see what you got."
I feel like that's every fighter. I feel all I've done.
No, bro, every fight ain't like that, bro. Bud don't take no punishment. Tell me how many fights you've seen where Bud took punishment, bro, like that, like constant, consistent punishment.
No, he don't take consistent punishment. But what I'm saying is, once he gets an assessment of what you got going on, all that goes out the window. Is what I'm saying. He don't care nothing about your. You hitting him hard. That ain't no factor for him.
No, but what I'm telling you, you keep skipping over the fact that the dudes that hit him, they don't hit him consistently and stay on top of him. That's what you're missing out on.
He's saying the dudes that hit him are not pressure fighters. Like Mean Machine was a counter puncher. Kell Brook is a counter puncher. Sean Porter was a pressure fighter, but fought as a boxer, like you said, and like you said, to give Bud credit, he was sniping his ass. You know, had but like you said though. But yeah, like a Pool is saying, man, look, the guys that hit him were fighting the counterpunching battle with him and still landing. They weren't pressuring him.
Right.
Yeah,
no,
that might land maybe once or twice, then just get off of it.
Right. Or they don't have the ability. They're not good enough to put themselves in position to stay on top of them. When Green Machine hit him with that one shot, he was trying that same shot over and over. Bud was ready for that. You know what I'm saying? Because his head placement was just in line and he got popped with that shot, but Green Machine kept trying that same shot over and over. That's not EJ, bro.
Let me ask you
EJ going to your body.
Who do you think's more? Do you think Terrence Crawford is the type of fighter to keep getting hit with the same punch?
Yeah. David Evans hit it with the same overhand right 4 times in a row in one round.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he fights on instinct.
Over and over again, bro.
See, I think they equate Bud's instinct. He fights on instinct, bro. You know what I'm saying? He got skill, but he fights on instinct.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? So you're gonna get it's not high boxing IQ. He's athletic. He's able to.
No,
Y'all mean to tell me
this man said he's not high boxing IQ. It's just athletics. What are you talking about?
Bro, can I ask you something, bro?
Right?
Can I ask you something?
Roy Jones Jr. It's not high boxing. He's faster than everybody. You know what I'm saying? He's strong. You know what I'm saying? It's not just it ain't just skill. You know what I'm saying? Because when he slowed down, he showed you where his skill level was. You see what I'm saying?
And you know what?
If Bud Crawford slows down, go ahead.
No. My bad, OG Pooh.
No. Go ahead. I was you getting my drift. They're not getting it. They thinking I'm saying something I'm not saying. Go ahead, bro.
No, you're not. Look. And then also, what you're saying is
IQ.
And no, it's not. When all else fails, he don't have that southpaw advantage he has in every other fight, man. Hey, Cash. When all else fails, he can't just fall back on being a southpaw against the real southpaw and Big EJ.
When all else fails? Wait, what do you mean when all else fails?
Hey, when he start getting tagged with that jab and orthodox.
Well, you don't think something gonna go wrong for him in that fight? You just think he gonna fight a perfect fight and he ain't gonna have to do something else?
You talking to me?
No, I'm just saying, cause hypothetically, people take his athleticism and his reflexes and be like, oh, he got high boxing IQ. All right, goddamn.
Hey, Cash. When all else fails, I know what EJ gonna do. Stick to the fundamentals, to the head, to the body. Bing, 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 bing. When Bud go, he gonna go southpaw, get binged up, go back to orthodox. Man, look, bro. I'm telling you, Bud gonna fight. When all else fails, Bud gonna fight. You hear me? That's what Bud gonna do.
Gonna get put in that high guard, the default, because when he likes to get pressure, that he goes default into that high guard, he gonna get tagged up.
Yeah, that's good. He gonna take a step back.
He gonna punch through that high guard. He gonna punch from that high guard. You don't know what time is. Errol Spence, Campos hurt him to the body. Errol Spence is susceptible to right counts to the body.
Man, Jose Benavidez got Bud to the body too, man. You pulling fucking straws, bro.
Right counters to the body.
Man, you pulling straws, bro.
Come on.
We can point out every time that both of them got caught before, bro. We could do the same.
Hey, Cash,
shit,
you said right counters to the body, but Bud gonna be fighting southpaw. So where he gonna be hitting him with right counters to the body?
We don't. Hold on. We don't know where he's gonna be fighting.
Exactly, because he can do both.
It's a well-known fact that Terrence Crawford has never fought a southpaw in fucking orthodox. He's fought every southpaw he's ever fought in southpaw.
So y'all think he gonna sit down? Hey, Judas. So he gonna beat EJ in orthodox the whole fight.
Bro, why would you fight Errol Spence in fucking orthodox when he's not used to saying southpaws in the first place? You give yourself a big advantage by showing him some shit that he never fucking sees.
This is what I'm saying.
He never sees southpaws, bro. So why not do that to him?
Whichever position takes away Errol's jab, that's what he gonna do. He switched to southpaw to take away Kell Brook's jab, because as you know, I'm pretty sure y'all done did some sparring.
But Kell Brook was out the ring, bro. He was not an active dude.
You know what I'm saying? He's not. When Errol Spence
he's not. Look, you can do that. You can do that against a guy.
Bro, Kell Brook ain't fought at 47 in 3 years by the time he fought Terrence Crawford.
Bro, Kell Brook is coming off eye surgery, fighting Golovkin, and he's coming all the way back down.
We don't even bring that up.
EJ had the same fucking injury, bro. He had the same injury, and they said that injury take no more than 8 weeks to heal, bro.
And
it don't take much to heal that.
Yeah, Errol Spence said he ain't the same. So you still think
Errol Spence ain't got fucking beat. That ain't his damn fault.
Hey, he said he ain't the same.
He had the same fucking injury and went out there and broke another nigga eye.
Okay, but it's easier to break when the other one's already broken, G.
When he broke, he broke his shit. His shit ain't never been broke.
Hold on.
Who says that, bro? It don't even take that long to heal.
Can I finish?
It don't. It take like 8 weeks.
I'm gonna tell you first of all. Okay, so what?
And they fought 9 months later.
Okay, so what I'm telling you is the bone. When it
gets harder. Actually, it strengthens. Once it heals, it strengthens. I looked it up.
Listen to me, bro. I'm actually in the hospital right now. I'm actually a nurse. So
I'm a doctor. You know.
He said, actually, I'm a doctor.
Nigga, I said it Holiday Inn last night.
Hey, I'll turn my camera around and I'll show you right now where I'm at. I'm telling you, this is how it works.
Go ask the doctor. Go get one of the doctors and ask him. I've read it that way.
Man, I ain't finna bring no boxers on no damn boxing live convo. These niggas don't know that about boxing. But
they do say it's easier to re-injure the other one, but that ain't the reason why EJ damn won. He was up on the card.
Hey, I got a question for y'all. I got a question for you, man. Check this out. The reason why Sean Porter didn't throw so much against Bud, it wasn't the fact that Bud had him going, because he was beating Bud all around till Bud turned it on. He was trying to last 12 rounds because he wasn't in shape. My thing is...
That nigga did say he was tired.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, though, man, let's be real. We gonna see on July 29th. I think Earl gonna wash him. And my question to all of y'all: first of all, that brother that broke them gems down about how we shouldn't be talking. Where you from, bro? Is he still on the live?
No, I'm right here. I'm right here, bro.
Okay.
He's still on.
Hey, where you from, my brother?
I'm from Richmond, California.
Man, you sound like you from St. Louis, bro, because what you said is true what you were saying. Now, I got a question for you, and I got a question for the whole panel is this.
What's up?
Say, for instance, Earl just dominates all 12 rounds. He don't even knock him out, but he bruise up his eyes, take them ribs, all that other stuff. Earl win the fight. Now Earl looking at 154. Say Canelo lose to Jamel. But Bud's not gonna retire. What would be Bud's next step? Who would y'all want to see him fight basically next?
Keith Thurman.
Perfect. No. You talking about hypotheticals. No. We need to get past the genetics.
No, he get to ask the question. My answer is Keith Thurman.
If we being fair, until July 29th, everything we talking about is hypothetical. So that's a new point.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
That's what I'm saying.
But y'all, we're gonna wrap. We done been on for 6 hours, and we're gonna wrap it on up. You know what I'm saying? But we'll be back tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? If I don't get a load. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna wrap. We've been on for 6 hours, so we're gonna wrap it up and leave it here. It's a great discussion, though. We'll pick it up tomorrow.
Hey, appreciate y'all, boys.
All right, y'all boys, be good.
Oh, no doubt, Rob. Thanks for nothing personal. You know what I'm saying? Like to hear a different perspective. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Appreciate it, Cal, Floss. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Kareem, you know what I'm saying? You know,
We'll be back tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hey, quick question though. Cambosa's fight tonight?
Yes.
Or is that next week?
It's right now as we speak.
Okay.
Hey, when that should be getting started in about 8 or 9 something.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, brother. Y'all take it easy now.
All right now, Cam. Bye-bye.